Waves. Chapter 1. Naruto let out a long yawn as he sat up in his bed. The rays of the sun forced themselves into his room through the partly opened window. The morning breeze smelling of dew delicately played with the silk curtains he had purchased the other week. Pulling another yawn, he went to watch the rosy sky. It's going to be a hot day again, he said. He went to his calendar and crossed out the 4th day of his suspension. There was still some leftover ramen from last night nestled inside the clay bowl Tucci had insisted he take to celebrate his 1000th visit to Ramen Ichiraku. Only soggy noodles remained, but it would do for breakfast. He put it inside his microwave. The rolled-up, slightly drenched daily Konoha newspaper protruded out the door trap. As usual, he made a cup of chocolate and read the paper in his living room while waiting for his ramen. Loud knocks came from the door, startling him. There was some kind of urgency to them. Frowning, he set down his cup and newspaper and went to get it. Whoever it was seemed to be in a hurry. I am coming. Geez. Don't destroy my door. His frown deepened when he saw who it was. Ino? I am sorry for barging in so early in the morning, but I need your help, Naruto. With what? Can I come in? Naruto noticed her luggage. What's the luggage all about? Could we talk inside? You can tell me here. I am under surveillance. I am not allowed to let anyone inside. Naruto, I really need your help. Please. I can call Sakura if no. Not Sakura. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Ino looked at her feet. I don't want to bother her. So it's okay if it's me. No. It's not like that. I am. Hey, why are you like that? Why are you acting cold towards me? I am your former classmate. Keep it down. A voice from another unit chided. You're going to get me in trouble, Naruto said. Go home. He started closing the door. Wait. Stop. Ino said. At least let me explain. Naruto turned and crossed his arms. Okay. She filled her lungs with air and exhaled. I am sorry. I know that I hurt you a while back, but it was just a joke. We just wanted to have some fun. Please forgive me. What joke? I don't remember anything like that. She blushed from neck to ears. Looking away, she said, the one where I asked you for a KK kiss. That one? No, I don't mind that a bit. What? I was the one who asked you. Weren't you even a bit flustered? I knew you were faking it because it was you. Let's cut to the chase, Ino. My doubts are not because you treat me that way. Ino flinched. For a time she could not say anything. Then finally, she said, Naruto, I ran away from home. Naruto's eyes widened. What? She did not dare to shift away her gaze. I ran away. Naruto put his palm on his forehead and sighed. Okay, come inside. Ino said, I am really sorry. Ino blushed while she stood beside the door. All the courage she had mustered a while ago had been drained upon entering Naruto's apartment. She couldn't even look at him. What are you standing there for? Take a seat. I'll get you something to drink. Head bowed, Ino slowly went to the couch. She put her large bag beside her feet. Placing the cup of chocolate on the center table, Naruto sat across Ino. Okay. I want a full explanation. Ino took a swift glance at Naruto and saw how serious his face was. She gulped. My mom wants me to go to a marriage interview. I know that you're thinking that I can easily brush the guy off, but my mom seemed to be set about getting me married to that guy. I told her that I didn't want to go, but she insisted that I should. Naruto, you know who I like. I still love Sasuke and he's the one I want to marry. Why don't you tell her that? She won't accept it. She already knows that I like Sasuke, and I think that the marriage interview is her way to keep me away from him. You know what reputation Sasuke has. Mom won't even let me see him. Does Shikamaru or Choji know about this? No, I went to you because I know Mom would not think I'd ask you for help. Geez. I am sorry. Naruto sighed. Can't be helped. I still don't approve of your running away, but I think your mother is wrong here. We need to formulate a plan to stop this marriage interview from happening. Ino sipped from her cup of chocolate, mustering another bout of courage. Then after a full minute, she said, "May I stay here, Naruto?" A beat. Say that again? May I stay here? You want to stay here? Ino nodded. Naruto stared at her, and then he looked at the rim of his cup, thinking hard. Minutes passed by without anyone making a sound. Do you understand what you're asking? Naruto said. Why, yes. She blushed and looked away. Naruto watched her for a time. Do you, now? He sighed. You're pretty serious about this, huh? I would not have run away if I was not. Naruto rested his head on the backrest. He stayed like that for a couple of minutes. Oh, okay, he said, finally. I'll let you stay. But keep in mind that this is only temporary. We need to sort things out and think of a way to solve your problem. Thank you so much, Naruto. And sorry for imposing on you. He stood up, collecting the now empty cups from the table. Naruto, please don't tell anyone about this. I think it's a must, given the situation, he said, smiling. Don't worry. I promise I'll keep this to myself. Naruto, one more thing. Ino's face reddened. If ever you feel like, like you want some company. She glanced up. I cannot give up everything, but I may be able to do something for you. What do you mean? Don't make me spell it out. Geez. You mean some kind of payment? Naruto laughed. That's a tempting offer coming from you. Ino stiffened, her shoulders jumping slightly. But no thanks. Sasuke and you might be as well husband and wife in the future. I don't want things to get awkward around us. Besides, it's hard to get my hopes up knowing that it is coming from you, right? When Naruto was out of earshot, Ino sighed. That's a relief. Why the heck did I say that in the first place? What if he accepted? What would you do, you silly girl? It's just fortunate that he's not the type. Ino caught herself. She glanced at Naruto over her shoulder. Naruto, you might be too kind for your own good, she mumbled. Naruto stowed the cups into the wall cabinets. Turning around, he remembered his ramen. The noodles had become so soggy it was more like porridge now. He put it inside a disposable lunchbox, deciding that he would eat it on the way to the market. As he wiped his hands on the handcloth by the refrigerator, he said, I'll be out for a bit. Help yourself to my room. When you say it like that, it sounds a little pervy, Ino muttered. What? I didn't say anything. I think I heard you were saying? Ino cut in. The smile on her face was stiff. With a shrug, Naruto went on. You can use my closet. It's still wide enough for your things. And Naruto, when I come back, let's talk about our sleeping arrangement. He started for the door. Wait, Naruto. You don't have to change anything for me. Ino looked around, anxiously. This couch, this can be my bed. As for my clothes, I can just keep them inside my bag. I think it's hardly the time to get embarrassed after all that. What? What's that supposed to mean? Naruto smiled. Starting today we'll be living under the same roof. Let's not start getting awkward now, shall we? That's not what I am trying to say. Make yourself at home. Back in a jiffy. And Naruto left. Dummy. She said, furiously blushing. What should I do? Ino slumped hard on the couch. Am I not making a big mistake? Should I ask another friend? No. My mom will find me easily if I do that. No matter where you look at it, this is the best decision. She found Naruto's room easily, being the only room upstairs. Sorry for intruding, she said, looking around. She could hardly believe that it was a guy's room. The only other person she knew who was this neat was Shikamaru. The bed was fixed, the window curtained. Nothing was scattered on the floor, so much unlike Choji's room where once she had had to burn the pig's discarded underwear to recover from being grossed out. She went to Naruto's study desk and stared at Team 7's group picture. Sasuke is so cool even when pouting. And Sakura. Well, Sakura will be Sakura. Naruto, what kind of face is that? She remembered the time when she and Sakura had fought over Sasuke almost every day. I thought that I would get over him as I grew older. It turned out I was wrong. Rather than fading, my feelings for him became much deeper. She opened Naruto's closet and found only 9 kinds of clothing in it, 2 pairs of jeans, 3 shirts, and the rest were t-shirts. Not even a formal wear? Dummy, this is why no one pays attention to you, you don't care about your appearance. And here I thought you looked better when you got back from your 3-year training. Not able to help her curiosity, she pulled a t-shirt to her nose. Well, at least you know how to wash them properly. She started to put her clothes inside the closet. Now with nothing to do, she sat on the bed and rubbed the soft fabric of the mattress. Her trepidation was being overcome by her lack of sleep. Damning it all with an exhale, she dived into the bed. She half expected to smell sweat, but could only chuckle when she smelled the lemony fragrance of detergent. Are you actually a clean freak? She laughed. There was so much she was discovering about Naruto. Sorry for imposing too much, but I will borrow your bed for a while. She had been sure she would not be able to fall asleep that easily, but the coziness of the room, the clean smell, the light breeze, and the softness of Naruto's bed took over and knocked her out. Eating the soggy noodles from the disposable lunchbox in his hand, Naruto enjoyed the slow and gradual proceedings of Konoha as it woke up from sleep. Look who's on Cloud 9 today, a woman said. Cloud 9 your butt. Can't you see how soggy this has become? Naruto said. The woman he was talking to was tall, had her long, black hair in a ponytail, and wore a porcelain cat mask and umbu. I am not talking about the noodles. But if you ask me, you should be throwing that already. I don't want to waste food. Naruto chewed and gulped. You're here too early, by the way. I haven't gotten around doing my report yet. I am not here to collect your report. Let's go over to Chi-san's place. I'd like to talk to you about something. Naruto noticed the hard tone in her voice. Something wrong? Come on, she said. They went to the Ichiraka ramen shop, which was still deserted. Tucci saw the umbu and Naruto. Seeing the noodles, he immediately went to take it from Naruto. Let me take care of this, Naruto-kun. I am, 2 servings of tonkatsu. Eiko-san, please go ahead and use the back room. Thank you, Tucci-san. And while you're at it, I'd like an additional slice of roasted belly and a plate of gyoza. Halfway through their ramen bowls, Naruto paused to get a gyoza. Let me hear it. Eiko, her pretty face bare now, slurped hurriedly. Sorry. She cleared her throat. I saw you and Yamanaka-san this morning. And I just happened to know that she ran away from home. I don't want to get involved, but I want to warn you as a friend. Her mother is a powerful person. Naruto pushed a mouthful of noodles into his mouth, chewed, and gulped. I know that. I'll be careful. Yamanaka-san has dispatched a search party to find her daughter. It'd be better if you told her to stay indoors at all times. Okay. But don't worry. Inoichi-san is trying to do something about it. Though it's for her daughter, an umbu search party is going overboard. What the heck? Umbu? Eiko nodded and went back to her ramen. No one talked for a while. Naruto, when the time comes, I advise you to hand over Yamanaka-san without resistance. With your suspension and all, your forehead protector might get revoked. But Ino is I know. But this is her mother we're talking about. If this whole thing ballooned up to something serious, you'd be at the losing end. Naruto's clear blue eyes stared into Eiko's. I appreciate your concern, but I just can't abandon her. You can tell her father. I can't do that. I made a promise to her. Eiko exhaled. I know you're upset, but I got this, okay, he said. Trust me. She doesn't deserve your kindness. Eiko said, hitting the table with her fist. The bowls jumped from the jolt and some soup splattered over the table. Naruto watched her, startled. Realizing how embarrassing her reaction was, she put on her mask, but she could not hide her tomato-red face before Naruto got a glimpse of it. I am sorry. I didn't mean it. She stood up. Naruto, with a wicked grin, said, Are you concerned for my safety that bad? I am not, you idiot. Without warning, he reached out and pinched her right forefinger. Her face grew hot from the gentle pressure he was exerting. Luckily, she had put her mask back on. She thought she had already gotten over it, but she could not stop from pulling her finger away as if burned. You pervert. Calm down. Do you remember that day when I'd gotten really pissed at you? The memory in question was the day she had got bitten by a deadly snake because she did not listen to Naruto and still tried to get her hands on the Amagama herb. Naruto had been glaring at her the whole time he sucked out the venom from the fang holes on her forefinger. It had been one pleasurable experience, though she had almost died. You've already done something similar to what I am trying to do now. What you felt strongly that day for me is the same as what I feel for Ino now. Naruto stood in front of her and pried her mask off. I got this, okay, hey, you're all red. Before she died of embarrassment, she slapped him. I understand, you pervert. She took her mask from Naruto's grasp and put it back on. Do as you please. For all I know, what you really feel strongly now is doing eki stuff to Yamanaka-san. Hey, that was uncalled for. Without breaking stride, Eiko said. The best thing you can do today is get a clue, you moron. Turn in your report on time. I can only make up things so much. I don't want Tsunade-sama asking questions I can't dodge. She felt a hand grab hers from behind. She did not even feel his movements. Thank you, he said. Good luck. Tuchi-san, Naruto's treating me. She called out. She was gone before he could even begin to protest. Chapter 2. I am home, Naruto said. He noticed the quietness of the room. Ino was not there. Her bag was gone. A note could be here somewhere. He looked around the usual places someone might put a note on, but he did not find any. Leaving his purchases on the sink, he went upstairs. Slowly, he opened the door a crack without knocking, in case she was sleeping. Ino? He called out in a quiet voice. He dared not to look inside, in case she was changing. After 10 seconds without response, he pushed the door wider and looked in. Ino was softly snoring in his bed. He smiled. She was curled over, so he went to get a warmer and put it over her. His apron was hanging on the wall across the bed, so he had to bend over Ino's sleeping body to get it. He did it as quietly as he could. Ino might have heard the rustles for she opened her eyes and screamed. Naruto was on her immediately, covering her mouth. It's me, it's me. Calm down. The neighbors will get the wrong idea if they hear you. And Naruto? She mumbled into his palm. Yeah. Sorry I startled you. I am only here to get my apron. You were not trying to do anything funny? She asked, suspicion on her face. You want me to? You jerk. She threw a pillow at him. Naruto laughed as he shielded himself. Relax. I wouldn't do that. He picked the pillow up and beat it off for dust. Here. Go back to sleep. I'll wake you up when lunch is ready. Grabbing the apron which had fallen on the bed, he went for the door. She thought that she might not be able to go back, but after a few minutes staring at the ceiling, she felt her eyes going heavy. You jerk, she whispered and closed her eyes. She slept for 3 hours more. Ino yawned as she went down the stairs. She heard the clucking sound of a knife against a chopping board. Pretending to get something to drink, she went to the kitchen. The smell of boiling pork and ginger permeated her nose, and she drooled. Naruto was chopping onion strings at the sink. She cleared her throat, looking away as she said, "Sorry about earlier." "Nah, don't mention it." The rice cooker chimed. "You're just in time. This'll be cooked soon." He turned to her and stared. "What?" she said, subconsciously covering her chest with her arms. "Nothing." "Nothing," he said, but she saw something in his eyes, something synonymous to a sigh brought by the sight of the vast blue ocean or a breathtaking sunrise. She felt like the most beautiful girl in the world for an instant. Realizing that she was blushing, she opened the fridge and drank big time from an orange juice jug. Naruto turned to the pot and performed the last touches to the broth. "Go wash your hands, Ino. We're having lunch." They sat in two rocking chairs beside each other, like an old couple on a siesta. Ino held her tummy. It was one of the rare times she had gotten herself so stuffed she could not move. Naruto had prepared cold tea, sweetened with honey, which she enjoyed tremendously. "I am afraid if I stay here too long, I'll grow fat," she said. "If that happened, you'd be the prettiest chubby girl in Konoha." "That is not a compliment," she chided. "You said you were under surveillance. What did you do this time?" He reached out for his cup and drank from it. "I got tangled in a scuffle last week. I misunderstood the situation and sent a guy to the hospital." "What?" "That guy really pissed me." "Could you give me the details?" "He was forcing a girl to go with him. Initially, that was what I thought, but it turned out that the girl was his girlfriend." "Are you serious? You could have gone to jail for something so stupid." "It's all right. I think I needed some time off from work, anyway. And as an added bonus, Mayumi told me that she finally broke up with the asshole. She even invited me to hang out once in a while." "Mayumi, huh? She's a nice girl. I think you two will click." "I wouldn't put too much hope in that," she said in a small voice. "What's that?" "She'd probably treat me not too nicely around you." Naruto frowned. "I don't get what you mean. Let's move on. We meet when we meet." Now that the tension had dissipated, they soaked in the warmth of the afternoon sun. Feather clouds suspended way up in the sky gave them a welcome distraction away from that awkward exchange. "Remember when we were kids? You always wanted to play hero," Ino said. "Always too reckless. Always too eager to please. I thought that it would fade as you grew older, but this recent incident proved me wrong. You are still that little kid that doesn't care. Originally, I just wanted to look cool and win some friends. Then it became a habit. I can't seem to shake it off of my system anymore." "Believe me, Naruto, you were already plenty cool." She caught herself and felt the blush creeping to her face. "Though you'll never be as cool as Sasuke, not in a million years." "Why are you staring at me like that?" "Sorry. I was just caught off guard with that remark. I never thought you'd think of me that way. Don't let it go to your head." "Well, okay. You're not going to press for details? It seems you've gone past your neediness, huh? Though, looking back, you weren't really needy. Sure, you sought attention, but when someone said no, you'd usually go away." Ino sighed. "Where did you learn how to cook?" "That dish was amazing. I started living alone when I was 7, Naruto said. Ji-chan was not always there to take care of me, and those he assigned to the task were all mean to me. So I decided that it would be best to live on my own. Luckily, Ji-chan was kind enough to give me this apartment." "You know how to cook?" "Of course. Sakura's mom taught me how to do that boiled pork. I also know some unique recipes I am sure you haven't tried yet." "That's a surprise. I was in the impression that you'd be focusing more on becoming prettier than doing housework. Like in the past." She could only smile. "Yeah. It's so nostalgic. Sakura and I used to fight over Sasuke a lot. It became our routine." "Yeah. I remember that. I used to have a crush on Sakura, too. I was really annoyed when she tried everything to get ahead of you just so Sasuke would pay attention to her more. Whether it was a new dress, a new haircut, it was always the same. She'd make sure she was prettier." Ino laughed uneasily. "Yup. Right on the mark. It was weird. What do you mean weird? It's a perfectly normal behavior around your crush. You also tried to impress Sakura, right? It's not that. When you were younger, it was okay. You could not have realized it. But as you grew older, I found it weird why you kept on trying to be pretty when you were born pretty in the first place. Didn't you realize that you were already attractive enough? She could have had a nosebleed right there and then. His question was innocent, blunt, sincere, and so devoid of sarcasm she felt her heart climbing out her throat. She was suddenly at a loss for words. She took a glance at him. He was looking straight at the passing clouds, as if he was not expecting her to answer. Naruto, do you find me attractive? She said. Curses. My heart won't slow down. And why the hell did I ask that in the first place? Naruto turned his head to her. Yeah. You're attractive. What makes me attractive to you? A follow-up? What's happening to me? Naruto, if I say something weird, it will be your fault. I think it's because if some kind of situation came, I would not get tired looking at you. Don't say it so bluntly. She thought her head just exploded. She hastily got up. I think I'll go have a shower. Hey, are you all right? Your face is all red. Don't tell me you can get drunk on honey, too. That's not it. Who the hell gets drunk on honey? Maybe it's the heat. Maybe the stress is catching up with me. I don't know. It might be better if I slept more. Okay, he said with trepidation. She managed to giggle. I am fine, Naruto, so you can quit worrying. You really don't have a clue, do you? How about this? I'll make you something tonight. Do you hate spicy stuff? Nope. It makes me eat a lot of rice, though. Then that's good. Are you sure you're okay? A little wobbly, yes, but he started to rise from his seat. Wobbly. She held his arm, laughing. I am just kidding. He searched her face. With that intense gaze, she could swear she would turn to water in no time. I'll be upstairs, then. Hey, Ino, I almost forgot. I'll not be here this afternoon. I am meeting Sakura. Sakura? And also, your mom has dispatched a search party to bring you back, so if you're going out, make sure to disguise yourself. Better still, don't go out at all. She did not know why she was more anxious over his meeting with Sakura than the search party. We haven't been talking a lot lately because she's busy with work, but how long have you been going out? We could only be an item in my dreams, he said, smiling. She's just consulting me for some offensive techniques. Is that so? I'll be out at 1 o'clock and be back around 5. The kitchen is all yours. Ino stood there for a while, not sure what to do. Then she said, Naruto. Yes? I think it'd better if you were not that open with your opinions, you know. What do you mean? When she saw the confusion on his face, she gave up. Maybe he just doesn't think about this kind of stuff. On the contrary, maybe I'll be safer staying here that way. Nothing. Forget it. I am beat. Offensive ninjutsu is really difficult to master, Sakura said, slumping on the ground. I don't think I can make progress like this. The shade was dappled with sunlight passing through the leaves of the tree. The afternoon was almost over. The day had gotten somber, old, as dusk approached. You're making progress, Sakura. A little more practice and you'll be able to do it. He drank from his bottle, standing there half naked, almost as if showing his lean body off. This was their relationship now. In the past, Sakura would have punched him for the vulgarity, but now she could say that it did not bother her, even enjoyed it secretly. Want some? Sure. Even this, which could already be considered an indirect kiss, did not make her feel uneasy anymore. When had it begun? Sometimes she wondered if Naruto was just pretending not to notice. Salty. Nothing. Naruto replaced the cap on the bottle as he watched the setting sun. Looks great, as always. Yeah. Naruto, I think we haven't been spending enough time together these past months. You think so? But we get to train every afternoon, so I think it's not a problem. No, it's not like that. I mean doing fun stuff like eating out or going somewhere, catching up with each other. We haven't done something like that for a while now. It can't be helped. We've been busy with work. But you're suspended, right? How about it? I'll take a day off after the seminar and spend time with you. Is it okay? I heard the hospital is currently short on staff. It so happened that we got new recruits. That's the reason I was allowed to attend the seminar in the first place. So, what do you think? Naruto smiled. Okay, then. Oh, that reminds me. We could go to the flower festival. Isn't it on Saturday, already? I haven't gone to a festival in a long time. Sounds great. Naruto put his jacket on and gave his hand to Sakura. Let's go. It's getting dark. He pulled her up with too much force. Sakura clung on his neck for balance, and in the process their lower lips touched. Naruto seemed oblivious of the small contact, but Sakura felt it. Grateful for the dimming light, she pushed herself with an awkward chuckle. You're really pushing it, Naruto. Oh, sorry. Are you all right? He's thinking about a completely different reason, she thought. I am fine. Come on. If it had happened a bit earlier, her hot face could have brought forth another misunderstanding. Sakura found her mother washing dishes in the kitchen. Ignoring that her skin was sticky with sweat, she embraced her from behind. Mabuki jumped at the sudden contact. Sakura, you startled me. Sorry, Mom. She looked out the window at the cherry-colored sky, resting her chin on Mabuki's shoulder. Did something good happen? I was just thinking that time really does fly by so fast. What's this? Talking like a grown-up all of a sudden. No. Not like that. What are we having for dinner? Your father somewhat wants to celebrate something, so we're having Kiromaguro tonight. Dad does? For him to splurge that much, it must be something really special. The full moon was big last night, and he kept on staring at it. Maybe he got the occasional moon high. Mabuki placed the plate in the wall cabinet and held Sakura's hand. Both of them watched the setting sun. Naruto said the sunset looked great as always, Sakura said. It is, Mabuki said. That boy used to have a crush on you, didn't he? So, has he made a move on you yet? Sakura giggled nervously, and then she kissed Mabuki on the cheek. I'll take my shower now. I am all sticky with sweat. She ran off upstairs. I'll bring over some Anko dumplings to your room, sweetheart. Do you want some tea with it? Thanks, Mom. I am home, Naruto said, stretching. The delicious smell of pork cutlets and boiling ko. Welcome back, Ino said. She was wearing his apron over a pair of shorts that revealed her shapely thighs and a sleeveless shirt with a wide collar. The thin golden necklace on her neck emphasized her smooth, glowing skin all the more. You'll definitely love this. It's pork and spicy coconut milk and vinegar, one of my originals. It's a good match for pork cutlets and lettuce salad. Naruto could not take his eyes off her for a few seconds. Wow. She looks really good in those clothes. I did not realize she's this pretty. He went and stood by the refrigerator, careful not to stare too much. His heartbeat had quickened. What makes me attractive to you? She had said. This is my first time seeing you in your house clothes. Looks good on you. Stop with the flattery, young man. It will never sway my heart, she said grandiosely, as if delivering a line in a drama. I already heated the bath, so you can go and have your shower any time. It feels like we're playing husband and wife. Ino stared at him and he realized what he had said. It was an honest slip of the tongue. Sorry. I didn't mean for it to sound awkward. To escape, he focused on the refrigerator. The first tray contained salted fish, chicken marinated in soy sauce and lemon, and pork chops dipped in vinegar, pepper, and garlic. The second tray bulged with vegetables and fruits. The two medium-sized watermelons were especially captivating. There was also egg, milk, and juice. You shopped? Yeah. He could feel her eyes burning through him as she said that. Another 5 minutes and it's done. He poured himself a glass of juice and was so nervous he could not put the bottle back inside. I'll go take a shower now, he said, placing the glass and bottle on the sink. He thought the speed by which he climbed the stairs was suspiciously too quick. So stupid. Why did I have to say all of that? How can I give it to her now? Damn it. Ino was perfectly fine when they dined. She told him about her original recipe and how she had conceived of it. It was her father's current favorite. Naruto, on the other hand, told her about his training with Sakura, though he left out their plan of going to the flower festival. Ino seemed to have forgotten the event, or else she deliberately stayed clear from the subject. Then they talked about inconsequential things. Naruto made it a point to look straight into her eyes to prevent his own from wandering about. Now that she had taken off the apron, her beauty beckoned full blast, a fact which was dangerous in its own way. Well, guys might not bother filling their refrigerators, but girls always make it an issue, she said. I just don't want you spending too much of your money. You filled my fridge up to a week of supplies. Don't exaggerate. Besides, even though it's only temporary, we'll be sharing the same fridge for the time being. And about the money, don't worry about it. I found a pouch of money in my bag. Maybe Dad put it in there. I see. Lucky for me, then. Oh, I suddenly remember. Wait here. Casual and smooth. He thought a chance wouldn't show itself. Ino watched him as he went to his knapsack that he had hung by the door. From there, he got an ebony box the length of a forearm. She seemed to be thinking that he was bringing her a dagger, but she gasped when she saw the stenciled letters on the edge of its lid. Naruto grinned. Though it looked like a small coffin, one forgiven and accepted eccentricity of the chocolate artisan, no girl would be ignorant of its contents. Yoshiko, she murmured. Are these the famous blue chocolates of Yoshiko Hiroshi? Yup. But this is so expensive. Wait. Are you sure this is for me? Of course. I can't think of a reason why you'd give me something like this. Friendship renewal? She could not take away her eyes from the beautiful box. That's a lame excuse. Who would give a 15,000 Rio worth of chocolates for friendship renewal? And what is a friendship renewal anyway? Do you want it or not? Of course, I want it. I just can't believe that someone is actually giving one to me. I don't know if you're aware, but besides being expensive, there is a superstition that if a girl buys blue chocolates for herself, she will never have a happy love life. That's why it became an unwritten rule for us girls to wait until someone gives one to us. I even read an article saying that only 1% gets to receive one in their entire lives. She paused for breath. This is a big deal for me, Naruto. I am really grateful. I am not aware of that superstition. It just so happened that when I saw the caravan on my way home, I figured that you'd like some blue chocolates. Besides, it would have been a waste if I did not go for it. That caravan only visits once a decade. You're being too nice to me. The blush, the look in her eyes, and the shy demeanor struck Naruto square in the chest. But, thank you. Thank you very much, Naruto. When Ino excused herself, Naruto saw a gleam in the corner of her eye, but he dismissed it as a trick the light made to his vision. Chapter 3. Will I be able to sleep? She was sitting on the bed, the box of blue chocolates in her hand. The ebony's smooth, varnished surface gleamed against the fluorescent lamp and its cool temperature tickled her palm. Even though she knew that he had not given her the gift out of romantic intentions, it still bothered her. It was not his fault. If she might say so, it was her heart's fault. Sighing, she decided to open the box. The components were made of assembled pieces fitted together in perfection that no seam could be seen. It was more like a block than a box. To open it, you place one end, the one with the stenciled letters, to your chest and hold it with your left hand. The other end you hold with your right. You slid both of your thumbs towards you over the surface until a click is heard. A small hole will then open at the end over your chest and release the preserved aroma inside. Once it stops hissing, you place the box on a flat surface and wait until it used up all its stored energy to transform into a square container with the chocolates lying in intricately designed compartments. They had the color of the sea with deep blue streaks. Ino popped one into her mouth and couldn't help her eyes from watering. The chocolate's warm sweetness exploded on her tongue. Knocks came from the door. Ino, can I come in? I forgot to bring my blanket. It's open. Naruto went in, carrying a tray of tea. Here's some beverage to go along with it. He placed it on his desk. Is it good? Ino nodded and gestured to him to come close. She picked a piece of blue chocolate and fed it to Naruto. Not realizing what she was doing, she licked the fingers she had just used to feed him. Naruto noticed what she had done and found it intimate. He blushed. Heavenly? She said. You got a pretty blush on your face. Yeah, it's good. He went to his closet and pulled the bottom drawer. If anything happens, just scream. I'll be sleeping in the couch. Hey. Yes. Naruto got no reply. Ino was just staring. What's up? You can sleep here. That's not gonna happen. I don't have a spare futon. I mean, here. Let's share the bed. Naruto watched her. Ino saw the confusion in his eyes. She was bracing herself for his answer. Their conversation this afternoon had got her rolling downhill. But the blue chocolate had shattered her resolve. She thought she would never be at peace if she did not do something for Naruto. She knew that boys liked physical contact. She was prepared for it. Though there was a possibility that things might escalate to something she might regret later, she just knew that she had to do it. Do you know how beautiful you are, Ino? He said. What? I'll be completely honest with you. Just the thought of sharing a bed with you turns me on. She felt her heart leap from her chest. Damn, my face is so hot. This is embarrassing. It must be as red as a tomato now. I knew it, you're just like those regular perverts. I thought you were a decent guy, but in truth, you see me as an object of your fantasy. See? It will not work. I doubt I could stop myself from doing something if I were beside you. You mean you might do something to me if given the chance? Let's admit it, you're an attractive girl. I am not sure if I will have enough willpower to stop myself in time. Are you attracted to me, Naruto? Where is this coming from? Look, if you're doing this because of the chocolates, stop. I already told you that I wouldn't ask for anything in return. This is really getting awkward. Yes, it is, so I'll settle this now. You sleep here, I sleep in the living room. He began pulling the door shut, but stopped midway. Oh, you can keep the lights on. Good night. She huffed. Dummy. Ino stayed awake for a while. She looked out the window at the stars and forced herself to think of other stuff. She hadn't expected to be swayed this way. Naruto had only shown a little kindness, but its impact to her was incredible. No. I love Sasuke. I should not entertain adulterous thoughts. And for goodness sake, not Naruto. Not him. She shut her eyes and chanted that she loved Sasuke over and over again. But somehow Naruto's face lingered. She turned her head at the picture frame on the lamp table. She willed herself to stare at Sasuke's face, but her eyes kept on coming back to Naruto's. Oh, what should I do? She popped a chocolate into her mouth and brooded. Spotting a pencil on the desk, she decided to write something down. This will keep me occupied for the meantime. She searched the first drawer for paper, but found envelopes instead, a big stack of envelopes held by a rubber band. Beside the stack, there were 3 envelopes, and they looked more recent compared to the others. She knew she shouldn't be doing it, but she felt compelled to open one and read its content. She gaped at what she saw. The envelope contained a love letter. For her. I saw you today, and I was so happy I did not know what to do. Your clothes looked great on you, as always. I wanted to talk to you, but you were with your friends. I did not want to ruin it because you seemed to be having a good time. So, when you yourself came to me I was really happy. You asked me if you could get a kiss. I gave up trying to figure out what was on your mind and did it. But don't worry. I don't mind though, that was really embarrassing, especially when the ice cream you stuck my mouth with dripped on my clothes. That's how much I love you. Even if you're mean, even if you humiliate me countless of times, I will always love you. Because you are the girl I chose, Ino. You will always be. Heart beating wildly, she tried to read from the older ones. The envelope she picked was dated 4 years ago. She could only gape. The date was 2 months before the Chunin exam. You've been in love with me this whole time, but you have the nerve to keep it to yourself. She did not know if it was anger or frustration she felt or a mixture of both. Whatever it was, it made her eyes burn. She started to read. I know this is weird, but I only said that I like Sakura because I don't want you to know. I even try being a jerk around you so that it won't show. It hurts me whenever you say that you like Sasuke, but that's okay. I know you won't notice me, anyway, so maybe that's for the better. Sasuke is a cool guy, no matter how I badmouth him. You'd make a great couple. By the way, you look cute today. She couldn't help opening another one. Drops of tears drenched the letter. She harshly wiped her face with her hand. I missed you. You've grown very beautiful. I was afraid that you have a boyfriend now, but you said you're still single. I am not sure if I could recover if that were the case. When I saw you this morning I really wanted to hug you. I barely stopped myself. Imagine how awkward that would have been. There hasn't been a day when I don't think of you. Your memory keeps me going every time I am about to give up. I think this is not just a crush anymore. I think I've completely fallen for you. I promise you, Ino, I will bring Sasuke back. I am stronger now so you don't have to worry about anything. Ino? Naruto's voice. She almost fell over the chair. Why yes? Damn it, my voice is cracking. She grabbed the bed cover and wiped her face. What do you want? There are confidential documents in my drawer. They are inside unmarked envelopes. Tsunade-bachan entrusted them to me, so as the secrecy protocol dictates, you know. You liar. But I guess we both are. Even without the protocol, I'll never breach someone else's privacy. Damn it, my tears won't stop. If you need paper, you'll find them in the 3rd drawer. He waited for her to answer, but she just couldn't speak. Ino? I know already. He was quiet for 10 seconds. Are you crying? When he did not get an answer, he said goodbye. I'll be downstairs if you need anything. And Ino, everything will be fine. I promise we'll find a solution to this. It's nothing to do with my problem. Why must I need to know of this? How could I possibly be so dumb? She knew it. This would be a long night. Damn it, Naruto. Damn you for breaking my heart. Oh, Mom, it hurts. Help me. Hands shaking, she opened another letter. Ino groggily climbed down the stairs. She hadn't had any sleep last night. There were 84 letters in all, and though mostly brief, each word had been like a blade that wounded her heart. Awake already? Naruto said. He stood at the sink half naked, sweat cruising down his body. Naruto, Ino sighed. He's really good at pretending. I couldn't sleep last night. You wanna use the shower first? You're gonna catch a cold if you stay like that. Geez, you're dripping on the floor. I still have 2 more rounds to go. Sorry about the mess. He finished his glass of milk and went to get his t-shirt from the table. I'll clean up when I get back. Without considering me? We're living together already. Naruto laughed nervously. He seemed not to know how to respond. Never mind. Go on. I'll clean it up for you. Big thanks. Sorry. Be back later. She almost expected a kiss, but he was gone before she knew it. Ino had fried the salted fish and with the leftover oil, cooked fried rice with a lot of crunchy garlic. To go with it side by side, she had made tomato omelette and a hot pitcher of chocolate. This is something new, Naruto said. I usually eat ramen in the morning. Well, you will not have your usual from now on, Ino said. You either enjoy it or make me angry. From now on? You sound like you want to live here, permanently. That's not such a bad idea. Naruto glanced up at her. Huh? Seconds? After a few moments of silence, Naruto said, You were crying last night, weren't you? I was. I was just thinking about how complicated my situation had become. The next thing I knew I was crying. The stress must have finally caught up with you. You have no idea how much stress has caught up with me. Yeah. Plus there are other things to worry about. I am sure Tsunade-sama will summon me soon. I'll talk to Bachan. Whatever you say, Tsunade-sama won't tolerate what I did. She will surely order me to return home. I assure you that she's not that kind of person. Could you put it off for a few more days? I think nobody else should know about my whereabouts just yet. We cannot wait that long. Your mother dispatched an UMBU unit. It will be more problematic if she finds you first. I know where you're coming from, Naruto. But I am scared. What if it turned out differently? She glanced up, pleading. What if I found my mom in there waiting to drag me home? If Bachan unexpectedly sided with your mother, I'll protect you. Even if it means going against her. Ino could not speak for a minute. She tried to disguise her joy by clamping hard on a mouthful of hot rice and blaming the tears on the heat. I told you not to be too kind to me, didn't I? Even if you're mean, even if you humiliate me countless of times, I will always love you. Because you are the girl I chose, Ino. You will always be. He looked down and his voice became soft. I will not get another chance like this. Naruto came back around 10 after he had gone to talk with Master Tsunade. Ino was slicing some onions in the kitchen. He had a large grin on his face. How did it go? Ino said. She wants to talk to you tomorrow. She said she would inform your father. Her hand with the knife suddenly jerked and cut her finger. Damn it, I am so clumsy. What happened? It's okay. It's just a small cut. Let me see. Naruto took her hand. Her forefinger was bleeding. Ino could feel the coldness of his hand. Was he panicking? I can see it, Naruto. Now that I am aware of everything, you can never hide from me again. Naruto opened the cabinet and took out a first aid kit. He got himself a bottle of antiseptic and band-aid. Using a cotton ball, he dabbed Ino's wound with the antiseptic and wrapped it with the band-aid. All the while, she just watched how he fussed over her. His long, relieved sigh brought tears to her eyes. It's shallow, so you don't have to worry. I'll finish up for you. Hey, what's wrong? Huh? She realized she was crying. She quickly turned around and wiped her tears. Nothing. The onion. I must have rubbed some on my eyes. Excuse me. Are you sure you're okay? I am fine. Naruto knocked on the door with a tray of food in one hand. It had been 2 hours since Ino went back to his room. Ino, I brought you lunch. I am coming in. When she didn't reply, he opened the door and peeked inside. Ino was sitting on the edge of his bed, staring at her wounded finger. Ino? I don't know if I have much of an appetite. He entered and put the tray on the lamp table. At least try, okay? You can sleep afterwards. Doesn't matter if you don't finish it. I am sorry I couldn't eat with you. No worries. I'll do the dishes once I get back. No. It's okay. I'll do it. Are you sure? Yes. All right, if that's what you want. But promise me no more chores afterwards. Okay. She beamed. Naruto, you're spoiling me too much. I like what I am doing. He went outside and gently closed the door. Naruto arrived on Ino sleeping soundly in his room when he came back. He was there to get some clothes. He noticed that the blanket over her was disheveled, so he fixed it, brushing away some loose strands of her golden hair that had found their way onto her pretty face. Before he left, he sat on the edge of the bed and took some time to watch her as she slept. His heart beat erratically in his chest. This was the girl he had fallen in love with. Originally, he thought that it would be Sakura, for she had been the girl who had grown closest to him. But fate stepped in and brought him Ino, the girl who had laughed at him the loudest, the girl who had underestimated him the most, and the girl who had trusted him the least. Maybe it was because of her attitude towards him. It made him spend a great deal thinking about her. A pity she loved someone else. He wondered if he could get away with a kiss, but he dismissed the idea and left. Naruto was watching the sky when Ino approached with a tray of tea. Here's something to drink. Thank you. Such a clear night. So beautiful. Yeah. I'll never get tired watching her. You said that before. Huh? You told me that you found me attractive because you'd never get tired looking at me. Naruto looked at her. She was looking at the sky. It was the first time I heard something like that, she said. I am sorry if it sounded weird. Ino leaned back on her arms. I was wondering if I should tell you, but it'd be unfair if I did not. Before you warned me about it last night, I'd already read a couple of your letters. Naruto's eyes widened. He was speechless for a whole minute. Then he closed his slack mouth and sighed. I did have my suspicion when you acted strange this morning, but I never thought. Is it true, Naruto? Do you really have feelings for me? I guess there's no way out for me, huh? Yes, Ino, I've been in love with you. Ever since. It took a long time before Ino could respond. I was telling myself that it was just a dream. I don't know if I should be grateful to myself for being sneaky, but I am glad I read them. God, I couldn't believe how dense I've been. I didn't even suspect anything. I thought that it was Sakura you'd been in love with all this time. You know, I considered not telling you about this, because I needed time to think. It's one of the reasons I did not want you to tell Tsunade-sama just yet. I should have considered it more carefully. Maybe this is for the best. It's kind of defeating the purpose if I stay here too long. It's just. Naruto grabbed her hand. Don't worry about me. Yeah. It's not my place, right? When he tried to let go, he was surprised that Ino suddenly turned her hand and entwined her fingers through his. I love Sasuke, Naruto, and you know that. Yes, and I promise I won't be in your way. A shooting star crossed the sky. Naruto, could I take the letters with me? They're meant to be for you. It'd be my pleasure. Chapter 4. They were up until very late that night, talking about trivial things. During that long hour, no one spoke of the letters or anything related to Naruto's feelings for her. She enjoyed their conversation, and from Naruto's casual responses and light-hearted jabs, she knew he had begun to let go. I love Sasuke. These words were more like a prayer than an affirmation, for however she denied it, Naruto had swayed her heart. Naruto fell asleep against the sliding door. Ino placed his head on her lap. This was the closest she had been to Naruto and she realized how good-looking he really was. At one point, an umbu appeared in front of them, but Ino glanced up with pleading eyes. 2 seconds and the umbu was gone. It's so unfair, she whispered to the cold night breeze. Tsunade and Inoichi had come early the following morning. Naruto left them alone inside his apartment. He waited for them outside. After several minutes, Tsunade and Inoichi came out. I hope that everything has been settled, Naruto said. Ino pulled her large bag out of the door. I am going with my father, Naruto. Thank you for taking care of my daughter, Inoichi said. I'll consider this a debt of gratitude. Please, sir, don't mention it, Naruto said. Inoichi turned to Ino. I'll give you some time to say goodbye. Thank you, Dad, Ino said. She waited until Tsunade and Inoichi were out of earshot before speaking. So I guess this is goodbye. Are you going back home? Naruto said. No, I'll be living with my grandmother for a while until my problem with Mom is solved. That's good to hear. There was an awkward silence that followed. Naruto, about our conversation last night, don't worry about it. Are you sure you're okay with that? Yup. I think we already got ourselves a good conclusion. Really? Yes. Really, really? Really, really? Then you don't really love me, do you? Ino. Ino let out a nervous laugh. Just kidding. Your father is waiting for you, he said. I know. So what are you still doing here? You want me to leave already? She looked at him. I've been thinking, Naruto. Last night, while you were asleep, I went to see Sasuke. Ino stiffened upon hearing his name. Sasuke? He said that he would help you in any way he could. If you want, I can arrange a meeting between the two of you. You bastard. Who gave you permission to do that? I didn't say anything to him that I didn't have the right to say, if that is what you're concerned about. Naruto, you've just made me upset with you. It's better this way, Ino. You love Sasuke. I apologize if I swayed your heart a little. I didn't mean it. He smiled, but his sadness was palpable. Go on now. I don't want to delay you any further. Ino was glaring at him. I thought you loved me. Naruto was silent. I can't believe this. Suddenly, Naruto grabbed her wrist and kissed her on the lips. I can take you away right now if you tell me to. He searched her eyes, but all he saw was confusion. He cradled her face in his hands and kissed her forehead. I wish for your happiness, then, Ino. With a sad smile, he left. The horse-drawn carriage was currently on its way to Ida, a province where the Yamanaka clan owned many hectares of land. Inoichi noticed her daughter as she quietly watched the scenery outside. What's the matter? You've been quiet ever since we left, Inoichi said. It's not like there's something to talk about. Are you worried about your mother? No. It's not about mother. Inoichi could only watch her daughter after that. Though he was in good terms with her, it was still hard to find a subject of interest that he could easily talk about with Ino. How is he? She asked without fervor. He? Whom do you mean? Sasuke. Ah, Sasuke-kun. He's doing great with his rehabilitation. Pretty popular with the nurses, as expected. He asked about you the last time I talked with him. Dad, would you be happy if I became his bride? She locked eyes with her father. Inoichi reached for his daughter's hand. It doesn't matter whoever it is, honey, as long as you're happy. He leaned back to his seat. Hey, it's been a while since you visited. Would you want to see him? It was the first time that day that he saw her daughter smile. Ino was shivering as she and her father walked down the hallway towards Sasuke's room. Not just because the air conditioning temperature was turned low, but also because this was the first time she would see Sasuke after a long time. The place was full of white-clad patients, roaming around the corridors. Same as Sasuke, they were shinobi who had had severe injuries that they needed constant monitoring from medical means. This special facility was managed by Shikaku Nara, the head of the research department. Inoichi led the way into room 112. It was large, complete with furniture like a house. At the window, a man with black, long hair stood watching the sunset. Sasuke? She said. Sasuke whirled to see who had called. His handsome face brightened up. Ino blinked. He was more handsome now than before. And there was a calm quality surrounding him. His black eyes were gentle, his smile was comely. Hi, Sasuke-kun, how are you doing? Inoichi said. I am sorry to disturb you. My daughter badly wanted to see you. Dad. She hissed. It's all right. I am glad you're here to visit, he said. His voice was soft and gentle, as if he was another person altogether. It's been a long time, Ino. How are you? Sasuke approached them, limping with his crutch. You've grown into quite a pretty lady. You're trying to flatter me. Something that I don't usually do. I'll excuse myself, Inoichi said. Take your time, Ino, but be sure not to stress him too much. You're a medical nin. You know these things. Sasuke-kun, see you later. He left them alone in the room. Have a seat, Sasuke said, beckoning her towards the living area of his room. I'll make us some tea. He returned after a while with a tray in his hand. He put the tray on the center table and sat across Ino. The tray contained a plate of cookies, 2 cups, and a small porcelain decanter. Sasuke poured tea for Ino and himself. Thank you for visiting. How's your rehabilitation? Well, I am getting quite bored with the place. He smiled. My life has been routine. I can't go out, freely. I need to sleep on schedule. Everything is measured. You're putting up with it quite well. He shrugged. How about you? I am fine. I am a registered medical nin now, like Sakura. Congratulations. I heard from Naruto that you've also been promoted to Jonin. Yes. Wow. You're really leaving me behind. Oh, you'll catch up in no time, given your talents. It might be a while yet. Naruto had inflicted quite the damage to my body. In other words, I am legitimately deceased. Don't talk like that. After all Naruto's done for you, you don't have the right to say those words. Sasuke laughed. I am just kidding. I am sorry. You really changed. You seem to have grown quite mellow. Should I have kept my old self? Would you like it better? I guess I am just not used to this new you. But I like you better this way. Thank Naruto for that. Damn it, Sasuke. Can't you talk normally without mentioning his name? What's the matter? Are you upset with Naruto? Ino looked outside, not answering for a few moments. Okay. I'll drop the formalities. I came here because I am confused, okay? With what? She crumpled the fabric of her skirt. I think I've fallen in love with Naruto. Sasuke leaned back a little. You've realized just now? What you've realized just now? What are you implying? That I have had feelings for him since then? I thought you picked on him so much because you had feelings for him. I had feelings for you. I used to pick on him because I thought that he was a loser. She let out a long breath. There were circumstances. Then it happened. So what's the problem? Naruto is quite the catch if you ask me. The problem is I am still in love with you. Sasuke was taken aback. What? Sasuke, I know that this is too sudden, but I don't know what to do anymore. Ever since we were young, I've loved you. But things happened. My mom and I had a fight. I stayed with Naruto for 2 days. I discovered his feelings for me, and then everything just crashed down. Sasuke stared out the window, thinking. I can't decide. He said he would take me away, but I could not say yes. I just stared at him uselessly like a doll. Suddenly, Sasuke leaned over and attempted to kiss her. Though startled, Ino managed to turn away. I am pretty sure I brushed thoroughly and flossed. She stood up and backed away from him. What the fuck are you trying to do? Look at me, Ino, Sasuke said, smiling. Right now, Naruto weighs more than I am in your heart. And I know deep inside, you wish that it were Naruto you had first fallen in love with, not me. The Yamanaka estate in Ida was a walled mansion with 74 buildings. It was at the foot of Mount Akagi, a dormant, white-capped volcano. At the word that Inoichi and his daughter were coming, the estate had fallen into chaos trying to prepare for a grand reception. And it was grand indeed. All of the servants attended the welcoming ceremony, maids, pages, footmen, hall boys, gardeners, stable hands, and the Yamanaka private army. A pity Ino could not appreciate them for her mind was elsewhere. If her father did not nudge her, she could have unintentionally, but rudely nevertheless, passed by her grandmother, the Yamanaka clan head of the house, Lady Yamanaka Jun Ino. The old lady threw her arms around her. "Oh, darling, I've missed you so much." Her grandmother's warm embrace stirred deep emotions in her. She buried her face in her bosom. Lady June stared up at Inoichi. Inoichi could only shake his head. "I need to attend some urgent business in Konoha, so I can't stay," Inoichi said. "Haha, Yui, as I requested, I wish for Ino to stay here for a while." "You don't have to request anything, Inoichi. Your family is always welcome to this house. I am really grateful for that, haha Yui." He leaned in and kissed Ino's head. "I am going, Ino. Take care." It was a day of incredulity for Tsunade. Last night a woman had given birth to a quintuplet, 5 healthy baby girls, the first in the history of Konoha. This morning Shizune had asked for a 2-day vacation because of sore eyes, also a first. And now Inoichi was in the middle of telling her something so out of reason it was funny. "Wait. You are telling me to assign your wife as Sasuke's nurse?" "Yes." Tsunade looked at Inoichi, scowling to tell him that it was not the answer she would like to hear. "Hana was one of those people who barged in my office and demanded that Sasuke be publicly executed. Now you're telling me that I should make her his nurse. Hana antagonizes Sasuke because she doesn't know him. If we give her a chance to know Sasuke, I am sure her opinion of him will change. You are asking me to put Sasuke's life at risk. Can you hear yourself? I can say this because I know that Hana will not do something stupid. Yes, if not given a chance. She will curl there in a corner as long as her prey is out of sight. This is also a chance for Sasuke to face the things he neglected. He is facing them every day. Are you stupid enough not to feel hostility from other people when Sasuke is around? That boy cannot even eat alone in public in fear of being lynched. I am only suggesting that you give him a chance, too, to show that he deserves forgiveness. You can't imprison him in a cell forever. No. That time will come. It's too early to venture into something dangerous. This conversation is over. I have another reason for suggesting this. No one else wants the assignment." Tsunade looked into Inoichi's eyes. "Even Sakura has expressed her unpreparedness for the task." "Even Sakura?" "I am sorry that you need to hear this, but yes. Even Sakura. The last time I saw her in the facility was when Sasuke cut his wrist. Since then, only Naruto has cared to visit. God, what is happening to these people? She even had a crush on him. You cannot blame them for feeling that way. All right. I get it. I'll just assign someone to monitor your wife." "You should not do that. It'd be bad if Hana found out that she was being observed. To make this work, we will have to trust her. That's the problem. I cannot trust your wife. She clearly hates the boy." "I know where you're coming from, Tsunade-sama, but Hana is not that desperate to attempt to kill Sasuke. Let's give her a chance." "Do you trust your wife that much?" "I can't say I trust her 100%. "Then why are you so confident that this will work?" "Because I trust Sasuke. I know that he can convince my wife." "You cannot be so sure. Things are bound to happen when two opposites clash. It will not be like that. Trust me." A moment of hesitation. Tsunade held on to the duty detail order in her hand. "I have a bad feeling about this. I'll take responsibility if something happens." "As if you have a choice." She handed the piece of paper to Inoichi. "Listen. If something happens to Sasuke, and it turns out that it's your wife's fault, I can never forgive her." "I understand." Chapter 5. "Good morning, ma'am," Hana said. Reporting for duty. Hana, such a beautiful woman. If she was not too opinionated, she'd be a total package. Intelligent, brave, loyal. Tsunade sighed. She rounded her desk and stood in front of Hana, holding out her duty detail. "Yamanaka Hana, you are hereby assigned as Uchiha Sasuke's nurse." Hana looked straight ahead. "Your instruction is well received. Listen. Don't try anything stupid. Tsunade waited for her reaction, but nothing came. Dismissed. The big, white building of Konoha Special Rehabilitation Center was filled with brown, translucent glasses, and had architecture more suitable for an art museum. This would be her first time meeting Sasuke ever since Naruto had brought him back. She was not excited about it, but this was her chance to justify her beliefs about the ex-criminal. I can manage from here, Hana told her Jonin escorts. She asked a male attendant and was taken to Sasuke's room. You can call me for anything, the attendant said, clearly captivated by her. She suppressed a laugh, loving the attention. I will. Could you get me Uchiha-san's schedule? Absolutely. By the way, I am Yamanaka Hana. Yamanaka? Are you in some way? I am Inoichi's wife. She smirked at the crestfallen figure of the young man as he walked away. When the young attendant was gone, Hana inhaled a lungful. She slowly pushed the door. The room smelled like a house, and when she looked around the room, she found out that it was indeed a house. There were large windows overlooking a nice view of greeneries and mountains. At the leftmost corner, an entryway led into a balcony. The bed was fixed. On the side table, a lone, white orchid in a vase swayed with the wind. Hello? Hana called out. Uchiha-san? I am here. The voice came from the balcony. I am sorry I can't come to you. My knees are acting up. I can't stand. Sasuke's voice kindled a fresh wave of anger in her. You need to come here to sign some papers. Would you please wait for a few minutes? I am sorry you came at an unfortunate time. Hana was convinced that he was just acting. It had been months since his therapy started. There was no way he still couldn't walk. She would not budge. Aren't you strong? Then show me. I am going. I am sorry to disturb you. Wait. I am coming. Hana heard a grunt from Sasuke and a chair scraping against the floor. She frowned. It seemed that he was not acting after all. She swallowed her sympathy. If he was really in pain, then that was good news. She heard a violent thud and a loud clang. Sasuke had fallen, but still she stood where she was, anticipating his entrance with a glare in her eyes. Sasuke came in drenched in sweat. He limped towards her with his cane. Instead of inspiring pity, the cluck of Sasuke's cane irritated her. I am sorry for the trouble. I haven't seen you before. Are you new here? I will be your new nurse. Hana produced a piece of document from her coat's pocket and handed it over to Sasuke. Please sign this as proof that you accept me as replacement. Okay. Let me. Sasuke turned, and then his knees buckled. He fell forward. Hana just looked on. You saw something embarrassing. I am sorry. Sasuke grabbed the endrail of his bed and pulled himself up to his feet. He smiled at her, and then walked on to his lamp table. Seeing that smile, Hana's heart skipped a bit. It was a sad smile of acceptance. No mask, no pretense. Sasuke sat on the edge of his bed with a sigh of relief. He pulled a drawer from his lamp table and produced a fountain pen. He looked at her as if seeking some assistance. Hana didn't move. Sasuke, defeated, could only shake his head. With a grunt, he pushed himself against his cane and limped towards her. Where do I sign? Here, she said. She raised the paper to him. He put his hand beneath hers. The coldness of his palm made her look up. He was in too much pain that he needed to grit his teeth to prevent himself from groaning. Sasuke fixed the piece of paper on her palm and signed. That should do it. He let go of her hand. You resemble someone I know. Haven't you read my name in here? Sorry. Focusing on writing was already too much for me. It's Yamanaka Hana. I am Ino's mother. So that's why. Nice to meet you, Yamanaka-san. Hana groaned in irritation and turned. I am going to return for your medicine. Thank you. She started for the door. Yamanaka-san? She stopped and turned around. I am sorry. She was a mother, and she could see. The boy wanted to say more, but he didn't know how. She could see in his eyes not the physical pain his knees were giving him. It was the pain of guilt from meeting face to face with a person who loathed him. Eat it. I don't want you apologizing to me. You can't revive the people you killed. Hana went out of the room. Hana arrived at Sasuke's room 3 minutes before 6. Uchiha-san, I am coming in. She turned the knob and peered inside. She didn't see Sasuke. Uchiha-san? I am in the balcony. Please, come in. As my nurse, you don't have to ask for permission to enter my room. Hana went in and put the tray of medicine on his bed. I brought your medicine. Could you give me a few more minutes? The sun is about to set. It's already 6. Please, Yamanaka-san. This is one of my few remaining pleasures. Who told you that you could have a pleasant life in here? Did you forget that you're a criminal? I will never forget that. Then come inside and drink your medicine. She heard Sasuke sigh in dismay, which gave her a feeling of victory. All right. I am coming in. Sasuke limped his way towards her. Oh, you let down your hair. It suits you, Yamanaka-san. You cannot win me with flattery. I am not trying to flatter you. Is that how you win support from villains? By sweet words? Sasuke pinched the tablet on the tray and put it in his mouth. He crunched the tablet with his teeth and grimaced. As bitter as usual. Who told you to chew it? I chew it to remind myself where I am. You should be in prison, not here. If all criminals are given this treatment, the world will go mad. Sasuke's smile faded. I know. Hana smirked. You know? What do you know? Hana glared at him. Do you want to watch the sunset with me? You'll not regret it. Excuse me. Hana snatched the tray from the bed and walked off. When Hana got out, she saw Naruto walking in her direction. Her face darkened. Another pest she would have given everything to avoid. Naruto was carrying a tray of food. Huh? Aren't you Hana-oba-san? Naruto said. Hana's eyebrow twitched. Are we that close? And I prefer the honorific san alone when someone pertains to me. Excuse me. She walked past him, covertly dropping a small device inside one of his back pockets. Naruto watched her as she left. What's wrong with her? He shrugged and put on his happy face. He pushed the door open. Sasuke. I am here. Sasuke called out from the balcony. Naruto went to the balcony with the tray of food. Sasuke was seated on one of the 2 metal chairs, watching the gathering darkness. Naruto put the tray of food on the glass table. I almost missed the sunset, Sasuke said. Naruto had ramen for himself and a simple rice and fish meal for Sasuke. Was it because of Hana-oba-san? I ran into her in the hallway. Yes. She's my new nurse. What's happened to Akiko-san? She was reassigned somewhere. Naruto slurped some noodles. How does it feel that you have another gorgeous nurse? Maybe she's pretty, but she's very strict. Sakura or her? Her. Twice. Seriously? Sasuke laughed. Maybe because she's a mother. Or maybe she's doing it out of spite. Nothing like that. She's been nice to me so far. Naruto continued eating. Girlfriend type? Sasuke glanced up. Don't say improper things, Naruto. But she's attractive. Besides, my question was hypothetical. Even so. They chewed in silence for a brief moment. She's hot, Sasuke said. Naruto glanced up and shared a look with Sasuke, and then both of them cracked. Make friends with her, okay? Naruto said when they finally quieted down. I am trying, but the age gap is too large. Just imagine her as the girl next door. It's not that hard to do. She looks like a teenager. If she's been listening, I bet steam is now coming off her head. At the nurse's station, Hannah couldn't decide how to sit. She was blushing furiously and fidgeting. She couldn't stop shaking her legs, as if getting impatient about something. Sometimes a smile would curl on her lips. Sometimes she could feel blood leaving her face. All throughout, her heart couldn't slow down. This was her first time eavesdropping on a conversation between teenage boys. Seriously, try your best to befriend her. Sasuke sighed. I will. After all, it's been pretty hard being alone out here. Things get in your head. That's true, and you had better remember it. Change of topic. How are you and Sakura? Anything interesting you want to share with me? What do you think Hana-oba-san's choice of underwear? I want to see her in a black bikini. Hannah's foot sprang and hit the desk. She grimaced as she reached for her foot. I said change of topic, Sasuke said with a chuckle. Even though she's already a mother, she's still got plenty of curves. Oh, my, I think I got a boner. You what? Hannah couldn't take it anymore. She ripped the earpiece off her ear and crushed it under her foot. She groped for her heart, breathing hard. She was very red in the face. Teenage boys were too much for her. The tiny frog, which had been observing her since earlier, crawled through the gap beneath the door. She's gone, Naruto said, bringing the listening device out his pocket. She put this in my pocket before I went in. She doesn't like me. And me, too. Will you be alright? Nothing to worry. I can handle her. I hope you don't use her to do something stupid. Sasuke emptied his glass of water. That's the last thing on my mind. Light invaded the darkness of the sky as morning came. Hannah rose early, took a bath, and got dressed. She stood in front of the mirror and brushed her hair. On the wall, the clock said 20 minutes to 6. Hannah checked herself with her blonde hair down. She looked nice, the background of hair making her face smaller. She frowned at herself in the mirror and with her right hand, gathered her hair behind her head. Now she looked formal, her heart-shaped face emphasized, but she was somewhat unsatisfied. She slumped onto her chair. How should she wear her hair? After pondering about this, she caught herself. What was she doing? She had always worn her hair in a ponytail. Why was she making a fuss over how to wear her hair now? The conversation she had overheard last night occurred to her. She couldn't believe herself. Grunting, she stomped out of her room. Uchiha-san, I brought your medicine. You can come in. Hannah went in. Sasuke was fixing his sandals at the bed. Are you planning to go out? Yes. To get some fresh air and a little exercise. He took the pill and crushed it between his teeth. I believe you have to come with me. I understand, but you need to eat your breakfast first. Naruto brought some breakfast over. Already Hannah was staring at him. Oh, I see. Then let's go to the cafeteria and grab a bite. No, I am not that hungry. We'd better get going. Sasuke began to limp away with his cane. Fried rice and salted pork would be nice. I told you I am not hungry. But egg and toast should do the job, too. Sasuke went out of the room, ignoring Hannah. With brisk strides, she caught up with him. I can go without food for days if need be. I am not some weak woman you need to take care of. I know that, but you'd be missing a part of your life if you did not try them. Stop. Sasuke whirled around. Yamanaka-san, this is a simple thing to do. Will you die if you have breakfast with me? Don't talk to me like that. I am older than you by 15 years. Then act like one. Please. Let's not start the day with something this stupid. We can easily resolve this if your ego is not that bloated. The last thing I want from you is your concern. Fine. Sasuke roared. Hannah backed away when his eyes glowed red for a second. Don't eat. But I am still going since this conversation has unnecessarily made me hungry. They stared into each other's eyes. Sasuke broke it by turning about and going his way. They entered the cafeteria. Only few tables were occupied since most of the patients ate their breakfast in bed. Sasuke seated Hana near a window and went to the counter to order. He brought back a serving of special fried rice and shrimps, a large bowl of ramen, 2 glasses of milk, and a cup of coffee. Eat up, Sasuke said. This will be your first time eating here, right? Don't misunderstand. I am only going with this because I am compelled to do so. Sasuke slurped some noodles from his bowl. Suit yourself. Hana watched him for a moment. You will not listen to whatever I say, will you? When an answer was not forthcoming, she began to eat. In all fairness, the rice seemed to melt in her mouth with every bite. The butter was not the obligatory amount used normally just so you could stir the rice in the wok. She could not stop herself from going to the counter to ask for seconds. While seating herself back on the chair, she noticed that Sasuke was watching her. What? She said, brows furrowing. Nothing. It seems that Naruto was telling the truth. TCH, don't make me lose appetite. You are one thing, but the Jinchuriki is on a whole different level. He might be a hero, but I will never forgive mass murderers. He told me that you're very pretty. Hana lost grip of the chunk of rice between her chopsticks. It fell back to her bowl. Where are we going? Hana asked. They had been walking for a while now. Large trees surrounded them, and grass tickled their ankles with every step. Are you tired? Uchiha-san, my question requires a simple answer. I don't know how to call that place. Now, your turn. I am not tired. Say, Yamanaka-san, I want to know how you can live by yourself even though you have a family. Hana didn't answer. Birds chirped like chimes nearby. The rustling of the leaves was accompanied by the crunching of grass beneath their feet. We're not really close, Hana finally said. I see. Hana grunted when Sasuke didn't add anything. Inoichi and I had an arranged marriage. When Ino was born, we began concentrating more on being ninjas. So that's why. Inoichi is a good man, only that he's dedicated to Konoha. I don't mind, anyway, as long as he doesn't betray my trust. We have been living like this for a long time. Doesn't Ino feel lonely? Ino is a strong girl, and she understands how it is to be born to parents like us. I apologize for the intrusion, but Inoichi-san told me about your problem with Ino. Keep your nose out of it. Sasuke didn't reply. They walked for 15 minutes without speaking. My daughter is in love with you, and I wouldn't consent to it, so she ran away from home, Hana said. We met 2 days ago. Hana's eyes glinted with murder. What did you talk about? She told me that she was in love with me in a way that said that she was not. What? I don't get you. That means that she is confused, and this is your chance to talk to her about it. Confused? Are you saying that she has fallen in love with someone else? My advice to you, Yamanaka-san, is to befriend Ino. Do you really think that the only reason she left is because of your issue with me? What do you mean? Ah, we're here. Answer me, bastard. Are you saying that it was my fault? I can't answer that because I am not your daughter. Let's discuss this some other time. White rocks paved the patch of land and no greenery could be seen except for a small tree a few yards away from where they stood. Sasuke limped towards the small tree. Oh, you've grown a new leaf. Good for you, Sasuke said. As if it can hear you, Hana said. This tree is the symbol of my new life. Sasuke pulled his left sleeve and showed a large scar across his wrist. I tried killing myself many times because I couldn't bear the burden of living after the things that I did. The only thing that stopped me from ever attempting it again was this tree. Naruto showed this tree to me. He didn't tell me anything, except that he was amazed that a small tree like this could survive in a barren place. It occurred to me that time that I had been a fool for so long. I had been living in the past that I wouldn't be able to change no matter how powerful I became. This tree showed me that no matter what happens, no matter where life takes you, you still need to wake up every morning and grow. Atone by fulfilling your duty. Live to carry out your purpose. Never mind the rocks that surround you. Never mind the fact that you are the only tree amidst the rocks. The important thing is what the future brings and what you can bring for the future. He looked at Hannah. I know how much you hate me, but I don't care. I can't do anything about that. But, it will not stop me from achieving the purpose that I am yet to realize. Are you telling me to forget about the past? You almost had me there. Whatever you say, you will always be a despicable criminal to me. I won't deny that. Sasuke stretched his arms. The hike was tiring. I want to take a nap. Follow me. I know of a good place. They walked up to a knoll. The knoll overlooked the small tree amidst the rocks. Sasuke lay down under the shade of the biggest tree at the top. He sighed. The sky is beautiful today. He closed his eyes and, after a moment, fell asleep. Hannah sat beside Sasuke and watched the small tree below. The wind turned a leaf. The sun struck it, producing a flash of light. It seemed to Hannah that the tree had just winked at her. Sasuke's face was at peace under the dappled shade of the tree. Hannah watched him as he slept. Was this really the Sasuke who had attacked Konoha a few months ago? Her eyes shifted back to the tree. It looked lonely amidst all those rocks, but every day it grew to reach the sun. How could you be so brave, little one? Does Sasuke see himself in you? Chapter 6. 4 days passed. The days had been normal. Hannah went to attend to Sasuke's needs. The only problem was the growing seed of forgiveness that began sprouting in her heart. Ever since Sasuke had brought her to the tree, she had felt as if a large chunk of the glacier had fallen off to the sea. She showed him verbal hostility, but he parried with sweet words. She showed him harsh actions, but he blocked them with silence and an expression of curiosity. As time passed, she realized that she could not provoke him. He had accepted her hatred from the beginning. She was yet to do the worst he had prepared himself for. One time, as she came to his room to change his beddings, they fell into a conversation about Sasuke's childhood. Sasuke told her about his family and his admiration for Itachi and the third Hokage. He told him about Naruto and Team 7, their first enemies. And then about Akatsuki and Taka. She asked him out of curiosity, not of anger, why he joined those criminals. He simply said that he had been a blind fool. Every day, Hannah found it more and more comfortable being around Sasuke. When she was with him, he gave all his attention to her. He told of truths in a gentle voice without emphasis on his ego. He told her his regrets in life and his desire to be forgiven in whatever means necessary. Even death? It was almost 3 in the afternoon. She was in his room for an afternoon checkup. She had just finished and was packing up. Sasuke looked at the blue sky with sad eyes. Yes. The wind blew through his hair. Yamanaka-san, do you want me to die? At first, yes, she had wanted him to die. Kill him with her own hands. What are you saying? Why would I want that? I killed, Sasuke's jaw muscles bulged. I ransacked, mercilessly. Enough with the depressing talk. Weren't you the one who told me to avoid such topics of discussion? Sasuke's eyes were filled with sadness when he turned to her. I am sorry. Hannah smiled a smile that encouraged, a smile with a promise that everything would be fine. I'll come back for your medicine. You should take some rest. Thank you. Hannah walked down the hallway with her head down. Her eyes were staring into space. She didn't notice a man in a white robe and they bumped into each other. Yamanaka-san? Hey, are you all right? The man asked. I am fine. Hannah walked on. The man watched her go with a frown. She arrived at her room in that dazed state. She went in and lay down on her bed, looking up at the ceiling. She could see the small tree in her mind surrounded with white rocks. Then she saw Sasuke smiling sadly amidst people who cursed at him, made fun of him, and wanted him dead. She had been one of them. Now, where did she stand? You should not let your anger fade. He killed a dear friend, Hannah. You need to avenge her death. That's the only thing now that you can do for her and his other victims. He is just deceiving you. She turned her head to the table where a sachet of green powder lay. You can't betray them. Hana arrived on schedule that evening to give Sasuke his medicine. As usual, she announced her presence. Sasuke let her in. He was sitting on his bed, hands on the handle of his cane, tapping the floor with his foot. I brought your medicine. Sasuke pushed himself to his feet. Thank you, he said as he drank the tablet. I presume you know why I will excuse myself. To watch the sunset. Sasuke smiled. Pardon me, Hana-san. He turned and limped to the balcony. Hana just stood there with the tray, thinking. She stared at Sasuke through the window. Finally, she set the tray down on the bed. Uchiha-san, may I join you? Sasuke looked over his shoulder with a raised eyebrow. May I join you? Oh, of course. Come. Hana went to the balcony. She gasped when her eyes caught sight of the scenery. Far on the west, the remaining rays of the sun went through a long ravine in the center of the mountain. It looked like a glowing blade of a sword stuck in the liver of the demon. The clouds were feathers of pink, purple, and indigo, and the sky a breathtaking painting of orange, violet, and black. The sun provided a silver lining along the outline of the raised land masses. Now you cannot blame me for being obsessive of this habit, Sasuke said. It's so beautiful. Sasuke smiled in pride, as if he was the one who created the panorama. It is. Outside, Naruto sensed Hana's presence in the room, so he instructed a passing nurse to bring another serving of teriyaki and miso soup. Sasuke brought out his pipe and smoked, enjoying the company of his new nurse. It's not advisable for you to smoke, Uchiha-san. Please put it out. This is not tobacco but ground kakarui. It helps me calm down. I don't see why it is necessary. You seem calm. Sasuke looked at her. Not now. Hana blushed. Uchiha-san, please be reminded that those words are inappropriate. Sasuke blew out some smoke. Akiko-san wouldn't watch the sunset with me. Other than Naruto, you're the first one who cared. I was merely curious. Thank you, anyway. Hana snorted. Dinner's here. Naruto announced from the room. Your friend is here. I had better get going. Sasuke stopped her by grabbing her wrist. Please stay. Hana pulled her wrist from his grip. Look. Don't be conceited. Being with you already makes my hair stand on ends. Joining you for dinner is out of the question. Please. Seeing Sasuke's eyes, Hana hesitated for a brief moment. I am sorry. Good night. Hana-san, can you be my friend? Hana paused for a bit, but then went on. She walked towards the door. She glared at Naruto, bumping his shoulder as she passed by. Naruto could only watch her with confusion. When he was about to ask Sasuke about it, Sasuke cut him off with a shake of his head. The next day, much to Sasuke's disappointment, another nurse accompanied him the whole day. It was dusk. Hana could see the sun shining through the ravine in the west. The sun's orange light cast shadows behind the gravestones of those who had departed. She turned back to the gravestone in front of her. A single incense burned in the small earthen jar at the base of the gravestone. A bouquet of flowers lay across the grass, the color of the petals made dull by the gathering gloom. Michiko, I have to go now. She reached out and caressed the smooth edge of the gravestone before she left. As she descended the slope, Hana saw a man on crutches going up. Only a stump remained of his left leg. Akatsuki. Hana called out. Oh, if it isn't Hana. Hey, what's up? Akatsuki lurched forward on his crutches. The usual. How are you? I am doing fine. I was visiting my grandmother when I remembered that it was the 6th month of Michiko's death. I decided to drop by her grave. You just visited her, right? Yes. A beat. Hey, how's Sasuke? I heard that you're his new nurse. Yes. Sasuke is doing fine. Akatsuki smiled. I am glad. Hana frowned at him. Akatsuki put his hand on her shoulder. I don't want to bother you anymore. Let's see each other some other time. Hana watched him lurch up the slope. He had 2 children and Michiko had been his wife. He and Michiko had been with the team that chased Sasuke. I cannot ignore this, Akatsuki. I am sorry. Hana had brought Sasuke his medicine earlier than scheduled. She chatted with him for a bit, and then went to wait at a bench in the corridor. She clasped her hands until her knuckles were white and the tips of her fingers were red. Every now and then, she gazed at the wall clock on the wall. Cold sweat sprouted from her forehead even though it was cold. She nibbled at her thumb's nail as she gazed at the stairs. When she saw no one coming up, she glanced up at the clock. 10 minutes after 6. Is he coming? She shook her head. He will come. I know he will. She fiddled with her ponytail to fight her anxiety. Then, after a few more minutes, her eyes caught sight of a familiar blonde boy. Uzumaki-san, wait. Hana called out. Oh, Hana-oba-san, hi. Naruto was about to bring dinner to Sasuke. Ano, you see, I want to eat with Uchiha-san today. Naruto brightened up. Really? Yes. Could you? Ano, I want to. Naruto grinned. I understand. Here. He handed the tray over to her. He'll be glad to have someone other than me. Thank you. See you, then. Make some excuse for me. He winked before bounding down the stairs. Hana's attention was on the green tea. Hana's arms trembled when she arrived at the door to Sasuke's room. She gulped twice and breathed 2 consecutive lungful to calm herself. She looked up as if to pray, shutting her eyes to call for courage, knowing completely that she would not be able to. As a last attempt for composure, she cleared her throat. Uchiha-san, I brought you dinner. She pushed the door in and entered. Sasuke was at the balcony, watching the sunset. She went and placed the tray of food on the table. Good evening, Sasuke said. I want to discuss something with you. Over dinner. Sasuke smiled. Okay, but could we wait for Naruto? He's a bit late but he said he had an urgent business to attend to. Sasuke looked at the tray. I see. I just want to apologize for my being cold to you these past days. It's not something you need to apologize for. Sasuke. Sasuke looked up, surprised in hearing his first name. What would you feel if you had to eat with the person who killed your best friend? Hana poured tea into Sasuke's cup. Wouldn't it feel awful? Sasuke eyed the green liquid in his cup. It reflected the moon in its translucent surface. He looked back at Hana. She was watching him. He couldn't breathe for a couple of seconds. Or would it feel liberating? Sasuke realized what was happening. He slowly let out his breath. Hana's eyes welled up as she pushed the cup of tea to Sasuke. Sasuke stared at the cup in front of him. So this is your answer to my question last night. I cannot forgive you. Sasuke's lips curled into a sad smile. He wrapped his hand around the cup. Thank you for sharing my sunset with me. I am glad that I'll be able to help you move on, Hana-san. Hana's eyes grew wide. Help me move on. Tears spilled out her eyes. She wanted to reach for the cup, but she was too late. Sasuke had emptied it. I am sorry for everything. Sasuke closed his eyes. Color began to fade from his skin. He fell over and landed beside Hana's feet. Hana could only stare into space. Even though I hated you so much. I thought so. Naruto came running towards them. He noticed the cup on the floor and Hana's wet face. Realization dawned on him. Hana-san, give me the poison. I killed him. Where did you keep it? He frisked Hana's clothes and felt a bulge on her left front pocket. He fished the sachet of green powder she had hidden there. There's no time to lose. We can still make it. Please get Tsunade-bachan. Hana didn't move. Yamanaka-san. When she turned, Hana noticed the tears oozing out Naruto's eyes. Please, I am begging you. Help me save Sasuke. Tsunade looked up from the monitors beside Sasuke's bed. Sasuke lay immobile. An oxygen mask covered the lower half of his face. Intravenous tubes extended from the back of his hands and inner arms. We're fortunate the poison didn't reach his heart, Tsunade said. Hana, you know what will happen to you. Hana weakly nodded. Tsunade-bachan, please let me handle this, Naruto said. Naruto, I won't let you meddle in this. What she did is a taboo amongst medical neens. Please, for Sasuke's sake. He will never forgive himself if Yamanaka-san is convicted because of him. The answer is no. Naruto sighed. Tsunade-sensei, I will not think twice in admitting the crime if you push on with it. Hana's eyes widened. Tsunade gaped. I have the poison. This is evidence enough. A fresh supply of tears fell out of Hana's eyes. You're crazy, Tsunade said. You're protecting the woman who almost killed Sasuke. I know. Please, Tsunade-sensei. God. I don't care anymore. Tsunade glared at Hana, who shrank away from her. You'd better remember this day. She slammed the door in irritation. Hana didn't know what to make of what Naruto had done. She could only stare at him in disbelief. Slowly, she sat down on the stool beside Sasuke's bed. I can't understand, she said. Why did you protect me? Shouldn't you be hating me because of what I did? Yes, but this is the price that we both vowed to suffer when I brought him back alive. He forced a smile at her. It happens every time. But it's not reason enough to protect me. I am guilty of attempted murder. Do you understand that? Do you badly want to be imprisoned? No, but... Sasuke wanted to save you. Hana glanced up at Naruto. Sasuke saw his old self in you. He was afraid that if you continued on hating, you would end up like him, being disliked even by his former friends. Sasuke is the kind of guy who blames himself for everything. Up until now, he is suffering because he can't forgive himself for the things he did. He is desperately searching for a way to atone for his sins, even if it means giving his life. He's just like you. I've heard a lot of things about you, Naruto, but I ignored them. I am sorry for everything. Friends? Naruto offered his hand. Hana shook it. Friends. And for Sasuke. She leaned over and kissed Sasuke's forehead. I'll gladly have him as my son-in-law. Naruto hid the sadness in his voice. He'll be glad to hear that. Hana tiptoed and put a kiss on Naruto's forehead as well. Even if I had been still single, it wouldn't have worked between us. But if you need a mother or an older sister, I'll always be here for you. What are you talking about? Wiping her eyes of tears, Hana smiled wickedly. Wasn't I gorgeous? And hot? And you got a boner from thinking of me in my underwear? Naruto's face glowed red. We were just Hana sighed. Indulge me. I am being overrun by emotions right now, so... Huh? Hana pulled Naruto and kissed him in the mouth. She enjoyed herself, releasing the desire Naruto's words had planted in her. It was a wet kiss only older women could give. Naruto melted. He sagged until he was sitting on the floor, Hana pushing on. Hana lost herself in the moment. She pushed on until Naruto was lying on the floor, completely dominated. Few more minutes passed before Hana realized that she had gone overboard. She sat on Naruto's stomach and collared him. Never ever bragged about this, do you understand? This is between us. If my husband learns about this, he will kill us both. Naruto nodded, still dazed. Damn it. I got carried away. I hope Ino could kiss me like that. Hana blinked. Ino? Wait. You're also in love with my daughter? Huh? No. Sasuke, overhearing the conversation, smiled and went back to sleep. Chapter 7 Sasuke looked up from the newspaper he was reading when he heard the door open. Hana went in with an embarrassed smile on her face. Hana-san? Why are you still here? I thought I had a new nurse. Hana set the tray of medicine down on the table. How are you? If you're talking about that, don't worry. I am fine. I want to apologize again. Sasuke smiled. It was not the first time someone attempted to poison me. Somehow, my body seems to have created within itself immunity to foreign chemicals. I am sorry, she muttered. They did their duties without regrets, and they would have been happy if a former enemy came back as an ally, but I was blinded by my selfishness. Please, stop, Hana-san. Don't blame yourself. I want to blame myself. I am the adult here. I also have pride, you know. I only saw you as how you were. I didn't have the slightest idea of how you might be feeling around people you did something wrong to. Now I know how it feels and it's killing me. Sasuke put a hand on her shoulder. Hana-san, if you concern yourself with something that trivial, you will be like how you were 3 days ago. If you really want to apologize, then help me forget that the woman in front of me had once attempted to take my life. You are now my friend, right? Hana nodded. Then that settles it. But the door creaked and Naruto poked his head inside. Hey, why the gloomy atmosphere? Hana glared at Naruto. I am trying to apologize here, you idiot. Did I interrupt? Sasuke said, Hana-san, would you join us for dinner? We are not finished yet, Sasuke-kun. I will never forgive you, you bitch. I want you to fucking die for what you did to me. I don't want you here. Get the hell out, now. Sasuke said in his most quiet, threatening voice, an impersonation of his old self, before he cleared his throat. I know that is what you wanted to hear from me. Is I forgive you not enough? Hana gaped at Sasuke. Wow. That's rich, Naruto said. And Hana-san, that again? Will you forgive yourself, already? Room service, said a voice from the door. Ah, great timing. Naruto went to get their food. A lovely nurse was glaring at Naruto. I will kill you, Naruto, if you don't come to help clean the morgue on Sunday, she hissed. Of course, Kyo. Sorry for the trouble. Humph. If you were not cute. But this Naruto didn't hear. She was already a few paces away. Naruto pulled the food cart inside the room. There were 3 plates on the cart. Were you eavesdropping on us? Hana said. Somehow, I knew you'd be here. Naruto jerked his chin at the tray. Nurse-san. Hana stared disbelievingly at Naruto, and then a smile suddenly showed on her lips. She shook her head. Unbelievable. I am getting pushed by 2 teenage boys. Hana smiled. Sasuke smiled. Naruto grinned. Let's eat, Sasuke said. Ino walked out of her room, feeling tired. She had not slept well. Her father had not visited for the last 3 weeks, and she craved for news about the village, particularly about her mother and Naruto. Did her mother think about her? Had her mother already realized what she was trying to tell her? Had Naruto thought of her even once? She could only assume. What she was sure about was she missed the village and that charming blonde boy. She took a shower and went to eat breakfast. She was alone at the large dining table. Only a maid served as her company. The food would have been appetizing on a different day, but today it tasted bland to her. She shortly left the table after a few spoonfuls. Oju-sama, please, at least drink your milk, the maid said. Ino glanced at the maid briefly, and then went to drink the milk in one go. Where's Oba-san? Out to negotiate on land matters, Oju-sama. I see. Call me when she arrives. Yes, Oju-sama. Ino went into her room and lay down on her bed. She really missed Naruto. She wanted to see him. She wondered why she had decided to take the advice of her grandmother about not seeing Naruto or Sasuke for a month. She hoped it would really change her perspective of them, as she had assured her. She was worried Naruto would not feel the same way when they met again. She knew that Naruto could fall for Sakura for real. They were close friends. Sakura had grown prettier, and because she had gotten more confident about herself, her charm had skyrocketed. She could not completely believe that Naruto did not go after looks. Why would he fall in love with her when she lacked anything else to offer? Ino sighed and rolled on her bed. She hugged her pillow, burying her face in it. Naruto, she muttered. You love me, right? Was she just being paranoid? Feeling helpless, she decided to take a walk. Oju-sama. A maid called out. Oju-sama, Okusama is here. She wants to see you. Ino frowned. She knew that her mother had not come to apologize. It had to be the arranged marriage again. Thank you, she said. Ino bowed at her mother when they met at the reception hall. Mom, why are you here? I just wanted to see you. Ino examined Hana's face. Come on. Are you still that angry with me? All right. Ino was gone for a few minutes and came back carrying a tray with 2 clay cups and a porcelain decanter. She served her mother a cup of tea and made one for her. It's good, Hana said after taking a sip. Thank you, Ino said, coldly. Hana set her cup down on the coaster. I came here to apologize. I am sorry? I said I came here to apologize. Ino gaped at her mother. I was assigned as Sasuke's nurse for a couple of weeks. I discovered that he's not the kind of man I thought he was. I should have trusted you a long time ago. You don't mean. I'll never get in your way again. Ino lunged and embraced her mother like there was no more tomorrow. Tears flowed profusely down her cheeks. You don't know how much this means to me, Mom. Thank you. Hana embraced her back and let her cry on her shoulder. It's probably best if you stop crying now. You'll mess up your pretty face. Between sobs, Ino smiled and said, I already look like a mess, anyway. I haven't been able to sleep well for a few days now. Worried about Naruto? Now where would you get that idea? Your father told me that you lived with Naruto for a couple of days. I wouldn't be surprised if something happened between the two of you. Ino blushed. Mom. I don't mind. You're both healthy teenagers. Besides, if he got you pregnant, he could always marry you. We did not have sex. Are you crazy? And what are you saying? Last time I checked, you were still an anti-Naruto fanatic. Not anymore. Impossible. Is this some kind of trap? Are you trying some sort of scheme here? Ino frowned at her mother. Why are you blushing like a teenager? It's a long story. My point is you're now free to choose whomever you want. Ino could not say anything. I am giving you permission to see Sasuke anytime or date Naruto, Hana said. Just remember to take responsibility for your actions. Mom, what really happened? Why are you acting kind to them all of a sudden? I can't shake the feeling that you're luring me into a trap. Hana stared at Ino for a time. Okay. Since I'll be staying over, might as well tell you what happened during my assignment. But it comes later. The other reason I want to see you is to tell you this. Hahayui is trying to acquire an important piece of land in Torahana, but the owner is very concerned about security. We already assessed that there is no immediate threat, but Hahayui wants to cover all the bases before proceeding with the deal. In order to do that, she made a contract with Konoha to hire a team to serve as political envoys. And she chose Kakashi's Team 7 for the job. Ino froze for a few seconds before saying, You've got to be kidding me. They arrived at the Yamanaka estate on Tuesday and were welcomed warmly into the main mansion by servants in kimono and haori. Hana and Ino escorted them inside, apologizing that the lady of the house Yamanaka June had not been able to come home from her business trip. The moment smiles were exchanged, Sakura immediately felt like an outcast. There was an unexplainable connection between the 4 people in front of her. She noticed that Naruto was focusing more on watching Ino than listening to Hana, who was in the middle of explaining the mission's details. Ino, on the other hand, minded her hair, which she had let down for the occasion, a great deal, obviously aware of Naruto's attention. Shifting her full attention to Ino, she observed that she would look up and take a glance at Naruto whenever she had a chance. After the briefing, Hana requested a maid to show them their rooms. Sakura realized she was unconsciously glaring at Ino. Ino noticed her stare and immediately averted her eyes. Was Ino the reason for her lousy date with Naruto on the flower festival? Naruto had been preoccupied most of the time that night, replying curtly and acting passively around her. She had planned to stay long, but Naruto bailed out on her by telling her he did not feel well. Sakura, are you listening? Let's go, Naruto said. What's wrong? You're spacing out. I am just thinking of something. Well, see you at dinner, Ino said. I'll cook your favorite. Sakura almost stepped in and confronted Ino. She was acting as if Naruto was the only one present in the room. But Naruto cut in before she could say anything. See you, then, he said. Come on, Sakura. Naruto had not kept a secret from her. He had told her about everything, even those perverted things boys usually kept hidden until death. But was she not mistaken? Sakura grabbed his hand. Hey, Naruto, what was that about? You could not take your eyes off Ino. I was just amazed how pretty Ino could be when she let her hair down. Is that all? Are you not holding back anything from me? What is this about? Speaking of which, are you not going to grow your hair anymore? I miss your long hair, you know. Am I missing something? I get the feeling that you are keeping something from me. Naruto stared at her. Please tell me, Naruto, Sakura poked. Well, all right. When Ino ran away, she went to live with me for a couple of days. And you didn't tell me. How could you keep this from me? I am sorry. I promised not to tell anyone. Do you see me as everyone else? Did you think I could not keep a secret? Hey, don't raise your voice. From the end of the hallway, the maid said, is there something wrong? Nothing. To Sakura, Naruto said, let's talk in my room. They finally arrived to their respective rooms. Naruto pulled Sakura inside his room, thanking Sasuke internally for letting them be. Did you do it with her? Sakura said. Is that the reason you were cold to me at the festival? Is your conscience bothering you? Keep your voice down. What the hell? Just answer my question. No, we did not. We even slept in separate rooms. Damn, Sakura, what are you so worked up about? I was just trying to help Ino as a friend. A friend? Where are you going with this? Sakura's throat contracted. She felt her eyes welling up. Spit it out, Naruto. Tell me the truth. Okay. Naruto looked into her eyes. I am in love with your friend, been in love for a long time. What? Her false confession to him at the time of the 5 Kage summit, that one attempt to stop him from going, came back to her. So all those years, I believed something that did not exist. I'll admit that once I had a crush on you, but whom I'd fallen in love with is Ino. I never told you because I did not want anyone to know, not even you. Sakura didn't know what to do. She just kept staring at Naruto. She wanted to ask if he was serious, but she was afraid she would not be able to stand his reply. She looked down to hide her face. Her fists quivered by her side. So that's it, huh? Just like that, she mumbled. I never meant to keep this for a long time. I figured you'd know anyway. I just did not have the courage to tell you. She was crying now. Because I might think you were just using me. Yes. So she wouldn't have the slightest idea. Yes. I am sorry. Well, I am happy I've been of use to you, she said before storming out the room. Sakura heard the thud of the frame against the jamb. Then she was alone in the hallway. Idiot, she muttered. She angrily wiped the tears on her eyes. For a moment, she thought that she could hold it off, but the pain surged like a wave. Her throat burned and it became difficult for her to breathe. All that time, she thought that Naruto loved her. She thought that it was the reason he was always there for her. Now she knew that she had been conceited. She was a fool for believing such a childish fantasy. She had taken for granted the fact that they were close and believed that, in the long run, Naruto would naturally develop feelings for her. Why had she not thought of something like this? Why had she not considered that he might fall in love with another girl? Idiot, she muttered again, unsure if that was directed at Naruto or herself. She did not know what to do. How would she act around him now? Chapter 8. Naruto looked around the house, trying to soak in its size and beauty, trying not to think about Sakura. He had been in a daimyo's mansion before, and this house and the daimyo's were not that different. Of course, the daimyo's had been larger, but it was understandable, daimyo's held the money. As he neared the living room, he heard voices coming from the yard. Two women were having an argument. Curious, he peered at the origin of the voices and saw Ino and her mother. He could not make out what Ino was saying, but he was sure the situation was serious. Ino looked angry. He failed to notice that he had been caught up and was watching for a while. Naruto-sama, a small voice said. Naruto jumped. 2 paces to his right, a young girl, maybe 12, with short hair and dressed in maid outfit smiled at him. It's rude to eavesdrop on people. I am not eavesdropping, Naruto said. Don't try to deny it. You were observing them for a considerable amount of time. It was an accident. I was about to meet with Hana-san, and then I arrived on them like that. I didn't mean it. Oh? Why didn't you leave? I was. Okay, I know what you mean. I'll leave. I am just asking. I am not trying to make you leave. She smiled. I never thought that the notorious Naruto-sama was someone like you. I am sorry if I am not what you expected. You're not, but in a good way. You don't look bad at all. I mean, you're gorgeous. I didn't know that Team 7 is composed of hot guys. Sakura is a girl. Okusama told us that Naruto-sama was an obese, dirty, and disgusting pervert, very violent and ready to pounce on unsuspecting young girls when they had the bad luck of running into him. But now. The girl unabashedly starred, cheeks blushing. Now I think I am a fan. Can I have a photo of you without a shirt on? Don't worry about them. They are not discussing about you or your team. They are arguing about food. So, do you have any? Was that drool on the side of her mouth? I don't think yeah. It's about food, Ino said, her arms crossed over her chest. Both Naruto and the young maid whipped their heads towards the voice. Ino and Hana had approached them without being noticed, and now were in the middle of melting them with their glower. Eavesdropping is rude, Naruto-kun, Hana said. Naruto turned red in embarrassment. Sorry. Hana turned to her daughter. Ino, you said that you wanted to talk with Naruto-kun, right? I never said anything like that. Let's go, AKO. I think these two need privacy. With a giggle, Hana dragged the young maid by the cheek. Now, AKO, I don't appreciate anyone bad-mouthing me behind my back. Sorry, Oba-chan, she mumbled. When they were out of sight, Naruto swallowed a lump in his throat. He did not know what to say. He cringed at the expression on Ino's face. Will AKO-chan be alright? My mom dotes on my cousin, so you don't have to worry. Your cousin? But she's dressed like a maid. One of her hobbies. Now back to you, why didn't you even bother to visit me here? Ino said. I was always waiting for a visit from you. Naruto sighed. So it was not about his eavesdropping. You missed me that much? WW, what are you saying? Don't be conceited. Naruto laughed, and then raised his hands to take hers. Seeing that she was not planning to resist, he took her soft fingers into his, keeping his touch innocent. IVE missed you. They stared at each other for a while, sharing a conversation only the two of them could hear. In Naruto's eyes, Ino looked so charming despite of the dark bags beneath her eyes. Then why couldn't you manage even a short visit? She said. You were supposed to forget me, weren't you? I just thought seeing you was not a good idea. You just assumed that. She averted her face. I was just trying to help. Naruto shifted his eyes to their entwined hands. Her nails were cut short, accentuating the candle-like shapes of her fingers. He barely stopped himself from kissing her hand. You know how hard it is for me. It doesn't matter. I was expecting that I'd be someone special to you after everything that happened, that you'd treat me above all else. You've been special to me ever since the day I fell in love with you. Then show me, she said, pulling her hands away from his grasp. Naruto looked at her, bewildered. He then straightened and stepped closer so that their faces almost touched. He stood 2 inches over her, so she had to tilt her head to maintain eye contact. Assure me that you will have only me in your heart and I'll show you how much I love you. Ino kept her eyes on him, not faltering, but his intensity was too much. Tears overflowed from the corner of her eyes. Gritting her teeth, she shoved him into the hallway and slammed the door. Jerk. Ino, I can never love another girl. I've loved you for too long. I've already forgotten how to see another girl the way I see you. Like waves. Like waves that lapped on a single beach for the entirety of its existence. Naruto, please leave. I need to prepare dinner. He turned and walked away before he completely lost himself. He was sure that deep inside her heart, whom Ino loved was Sasuke. She was just reacting to his advances as any other girl would. He promised that it would be the last time he would express his feelings. Now that Sasuke was here, he would do his best to get them together. Man, I am the worst, he said. The lake glittered with the orange light of the sunset, its mildly sulfuric scent carrying into the breeze to tickle Sakura's nose. She sat hugging her knees in the hollow of the maple tree behind her. Fireflies signified that the place was still undisturbed by humans and she was grateful for it. They hover around like stars on earth, punching pleasant halos in the gathering shadows of dusk. She watched on as one firefly droned around with another one, dancing into the rhythm of courtship, squeezing her heart with heaviness. It's almost supper, Sasuke said behind her. Let's go back, Sakura. Where've you been? She asked. Was being escorted by my curiosity until I spotted you here. Want to be a poet or something? Sasuke sauntered and stood beside her. This place is beautiful. If I were given the chance to choose for a place of retirement, I would pick somewhere similar to this. Why not ask for Ino's hand then? You'd be living in comfort for the rest of your old life with the most beautiful girl in Konoha beside you. That's a good idea, but it's probably impossible now. You don't know that. The wind ruffled Sasuke's long hair. It seems that she's fallen in love with someone else, now for real. Sakura glanced at him balefully. She may be a bitch, but Ino's feelings for you were real. Don't judge my friend as if you know her. I apologize if I offended you. He sat down and brought out his pipe. Mind if I smoke? Go ahead. As if I can say something to stop you from killing yourself using a different method. Don't worry. This is ground kakarui, doctor prescribed. As if there's any difference. Sasuke lit up and blew an ample amount of smoke into the air. The last time you visited me was when I slit my wrist. I am sorry for giving you such an awful memory. Does not matter. I don't care anymore. I promised myself that you could go to hell for all I care. I want you to know that I am trying to live now. He paused and waited for her response, but she remained quiet. You know, I have a pretty good idea why you are so upset with me about that. Oh, pray tell, genius. It's also the reason why I haven't tried to kill myself again. It's the fear in Naruto's eyes. It's that same emotion that racked me when Itachi was dying in front of me. I realized that day how stupid I had been for neglecting the feelings of the person who cares for me the most. And what does it have to do with me? He looked at her. Who would forgive someone who could make the person she loved most suffer like that? Sakura's eyes widened. Then fresh tears welled up and fell from her eyes. Yeah. You're right. I love Naruto. I don't know when I began feeling this way. All I know is it's been here for a long time. I was just too egoistic to admit it to myself. He makes it hard for someone to see him other than that rash, stupid idiot he pretends to be. He's experienced too many rejections that he became so defensive by default. He's a big, fat liar. Lying to the villagers, lying to himself. Lying to me. Clenching her jaws, she hit the trunk of the tree with her fist. Thankfully, she did not put chakra in that blow that could have demolished it altogether. I believed he had a crush on me. That jerk. You know, Sakura, he might have done that because he knew you had feelings for me. What? Honestly, I never thought that he lied. Naruto was genuinely happy when you noticed him. He just kept it to himself because he knew he was on for another beating if you realized. That guy worshipped you, but I guess he cared for you too much that he became afraid he might snatch away your happiness if he made a move on you. Then why the hell did he fall in love with Ino? She was not doing anything. I was with him every day, I talked with him the most. I was the first girl who entered his room, for goodness sakes. I cannot answer that, Sasuke said, taking a long drag from his pipe. The law of attraction is foreign to me. If I would have to make a guess, I'd say that he became attracted to her the way you became attracted to me. I was attracted to you because you were cool, but I can't justify how he would fall for Ino because she was cute. As far as I know, Naruto hasn't gone after looks. What did he find in Ino that he couldn't find in me? I think you know the answer to that. Think about it, Sakura. Ino was the quickest to insult Naruto and brand him a loser, but at the end of the day, she would acknowledge him if he did something great. I am not sure who to blame, you or him, but the fact that you knew he had a crush on you made you defensive around him. Are you saying that I did not appreciate him enough? Yes. It was obvious that you wanted him to distance himself from you. You were unconsciously trying to tell him that he would not get far with you. Naruto's yearning for acknowledgement in those days was very strong. Ino gave that opportunity, and she became his ideal girl. Wishy-washy. You can't be that sure. Don't forget that he treated me like a brother, and I, in my own way, treated him that way, too. Among all that were close to me, I observed him the most. I can be wrong, but I feel certain that must be the case. He tapped his pipe to rid it of ashes and stood up. It's getting dark. Better to get moving. I tell them that you're here so they won't worry. Sasuke was back on the dirt path when she called out to him. Sasuke, what should I do? Tell him your feelings and show him how much you mean it. Sakura stayed for 10 minutes more before she decided to go back. Chapter 9. At the table, no one spoke. Yamanaka Hana was sitting in the first chair at the left of the table. Ino and Sakura were seated beside her. Naruto and Sasuke were sitting across from them. 400 scented candles divided into 8 chandeliers illuminated the dining room in sepia, carrying the mild scent of peppermint. Naruto took short glimpses of the two girls whenever he could, while Sasuke ate his food in silence. Hana noticed the quiet atmosphere but decided not to break it. Yamanaka Jun hated the sight of food flying off everywhere when someone tried to hold a conversation at the table. The old woman was very particular about that. Unfortunately, she could not come home to grace them with her presence and demonstrate what she meant. The maid stood at the shadows, ready for any requests, led by Ako, who was wearing a rose-colored yukata. Do you like it? Hana asked when she could not contain it anymore. She knew that her mother-in-law had been through all the trouble to set up this situation, and she was not going to waste it. What do you say, Sakura? As if accidentally zapped by a mini thunderhead, Sakura jumped. Why yes. I like it. It's delicious. Hana watched her for a moment then sighed. When she turned to the two boys, all she got were perfunctory replies. It was no use. Whatever had happened, it had to be something serious to make them act this way. They seemed to be keeping something from each other, like trying to cover an affair. Her daughter had not said a single word since they started. And she had been pointedly ignoring Naruto for a reason. She had smiled at Sasuke though, albeit half-heartedly. Sakura, on the other hand, had given Naruto nothing except for a fleeting glance, and then her plate had taken all her attention. Want some watermelons for dessert? Ino glanced up at her. From the look on her face, Hana understood that there was nothing Ino would like to do more than go up to her room. I would like one, Sasuke said. Especially if we could eat it outside. Right, Naruto? Well, what were you saying? Naruto said. At that, Hana gave up. She might make it worse if she pushed it. She would wait until someone made a move. Smiling at Sasuke, she told him that she would be joining him on the balcony later. Naruto was welcome if he wanted some, too. As for the girls, she did not know. They might want to mull over whatever was on their mind by themselves. Such a shame Ino would not be sleeping with her tonight. Best to leave her alone while she was like that. The story she had promised to tell her about her assignment as Sasuke's nurse would have to wait until later. After eating watermelons with Sasuke and Hana, Naruto strolled out into the human-made forest at the back of the mansion. Overhanging oaks and hazel populated the area, casting large shadows on the ground. The moon was out tonight, taking a lot of the sky for itself. Though the stars tried their hardest, only the brightest got through. The breeze cooled Naruto's skin as he approached a low-hanging branch, slumping on it and looking up. Man, what have I put myself into? Good evening, Uzumaki-san, a deep, female voice said behind him. Naruto jumped down from the branch and whirled around. No need for hostilities. She was beautiful, albeit old. Standing straight with regal authority, the woman smiled at him. I am Yamanaka-jun. Naruto bowed his head. Sorry for my rudeness. Lady June chuckled. Please. We won't be able to talk if you keep bowing your head. Lady June took his hand and ushered him to a bench he hadn't noticed before. They sat side by side. My granddaughter told me all about it, and it seems that you made her confused. I did not mean to. In my household, I always hold order as the most important. I hate discord and chaos. As much as possible, I don't want that to change, but it will be hard with these random emotions floating around. I am sorry, he said. Would you rather send me back to the village and ask for a substitute? If that were the answer, I'd rather send Ino away. Lady June was quiet for a long moment. I have a proposal. Do you want to hear it? Yes. If you had the power to go back to any point in time and do something, what would it be? I would prevent Ino from reading my stupid love letters. Ino was not sure when she had fallen asleep last night. She couldn't remember anything she had done that might have made her too tired to look at the clock. In any case, she felt good and found no reason to stay tucked in. She went to her desk, sat down in her chair, and pulled the first drawer. While her fingers were probing inside, she caught herself. Why was she doing it again? She furrowed her eyebrows looking into the distance to recall, but she could not get her hands on it. When she shifted her attention back to the drawer, she found a note in her grandmother's hand saying "Good morning, sweetheart." That made things more confusing. It was the first time her grandmother did something like that. She got the feeling that something was amiss. After cleaning herself, she headed for the dining room. She had to pass by the garden on her way down, and there she saw Naruto half naked under the morning sun. The sight of his body made her blush. She felt guilty when she began to slow her pace. What was she trying to do? But she had not had many chances to stare at naked young men with gorgeous bodies, and she was curious. Ino. Good morning. Naruto greeted, beaming. She looked up and found herself captivated by his smile. His bright face seemed to send electricity directly to her central nervous system. My God, what is wrong with me? Hi. She knew she was forcing it. Sorry. IVE just finished my exercise. He took his jacket off the bench and put it on. It's all right. Ino willed her heart to calm down. Naruto walked to her with quiet confidence. Remembering back, this guy had been insecure and would always approach with his big stupid grin. Now he looked as if nothing mattered but her. She froze. His eyes were on her as if there was nothing else around. Am I imagining things, or he's this happy to see me? Before she embarrassed herself, she stepped back and nodded. "See you at breakfast." Glancing up, she saw how his smile decreased in intensity. Rather than feeling relieved, that crestfallen expression on his face made her heart beat wilder. "All right, see you." She could just watch as he turned and headed back to his room. Gently massaging her temple with the heel of her hand, Ino resumed walking. She was puzzled by her strange reaction to Naruto. She could not recall if she had been like this yesterday, or the day before, but one thing was for sure. It was not normal for her. As she turned around a corner, she bumped into someone. She caught the smell of grass and sunlight on the person's clothes. Before she could entirely forget herself, she pulled away and apologized. She groaned when she realized it was Sasuke. "No problem," he said. The memory of how she had confessed to him in the rehabilitation center rushed back at her. She could feel her face getting hot. Sasuke was about to say something, but she cut him off by excusing herself. She did not look back. A smile tugged at her lips as she walked. "He smells nice," she thought. Sasuke began to occupy her mind when a thought stopped her. "Wasn't this the same feeling I felt when I saw Naruto earlier?" She willed her mind to stop imagining things. It was impossible she would feel that way towards Naruto. Heaving a sigh, she postponed her trip to the dining room and went to sit on a tree stump in the yard. The mild morning sunlight warmed her skin and the air which smelled of grass tickled her nose. Now that she thought about it, maybe her stay at Naruto's place was finally affecting her. He had been hesitant at first, but when he accepted her request, he was so caring he would easily surpass her father's pampering. She could not help smiling when she remembered him fussing over her wounded finger. Of course, how would she forget the blue chocolates? It was no other than a symbol of how precious a girl was to a boy. It was expensive, hard to come by, and surrounded by superstition. Had Naruto not realized how special a gift those blue chocolates were? She giggled. She was sure he had not. That guy is hopelessly dense. She stayed for a minute more before stretching and heading back inside. She realized that she had thought of Naruto all that time, and not a single moment had Sasuke come to mind. Her grandmother, her mother, Sakura, Sasuke, and Naruto had started breakfast without her. It was never a rule to be punctual, but she apologized for being late. Her mother was seated on the left of her grandmother. Beside her sat Sakura and Sasuke. Naruto was seated next to the chair reserved for her father. Seeing the arrangement of plates and utensils on the table, she was supposed to sit next to him. All of her efforts to regain composure were wasted to that single requirement. She could feel her face getting hot again. "Hi," Naruto said. "Hi," she said, trying hard to be casual. She was grateful her grandmother restricted conversations over food. After breakfast, she excused herself and went back to her room. She felt a great need to sort her feelings out if she wanted to last the day around Naruto. Ino was beginning to suspect that she was missing something important. A thought, a piece of information, a memory. But all these she brushed off in the end. She could not remember an incident where she had bumped her head. Grandma's note, seeing Naruto half naked, his intense focus on Mathis are the cause of my strange behavior. She needed to let this day be and treat it as ordinary. No point in giving all that had happened a deeper meaning. She had to focus on Sasuke and Sasuke alone. Her mother had finally consented to her wish. It would be a waste if she did not take advantage of it. Sasuke had accepted the duty of patrolling the premises, insisting that it would help in his rehabilitation. Knowing this, Ino planned to accompany him on his daily rounds starting today. That would be a great opportunity for her to be alone with him and be closer. After changing to her kunoichi attire of purple blouse and skirt, she was just about to do that when she found Naruto cleaning his weapons at the mansion's outside passage. She approached him to prove to herself that what she had felt earlier was just a silly reaction from seeing him half naked. "Hi, Naruto," she said. Naruto had spread his kunai, shuriken, and ninjato neatly on a white cloth. Right now, he was dabbing his ninjato's blade with stone powder using an uchiko ball. "Hi, Ino," he said, taking a quick, polite glance before resuming to his work. Sasuke has gone for his rounds if you're looking for him. I know. He's gone west. I am not looking for him. Is that so? Naruto blew some excess powder off the blade. What can I do for you, then? Was it her pride or she just did not want to feel like she was a bother? She sat beside him so close their shoulders touch, her plan to find Sasuke forgotten for the meantime. Hey, that was dangerous. Naruto chided. Give me a kunai. Naruto frowned at her. What's gotten into you? Nothing. I just lost my appetite for going out. She could feel his eyes boring into her, trying to understand what her purpose was. She stared back, raising an eyebrow. Defeated, Naruto could only shake his head, passing over a kunai and a piece of cloth onto her. Be careful, he said. What if she wounded herself again? How would he react? No. It would be apparent she was pining for attention if she did that. I clean my weapons, too. It's not what I mean. Yeah. It sounds like it. He inspected his ninjato and grinned. You miss me, don't you? Those words made her heart skip a beat. She accidentally cut her finger as a result. Ouch. It was his fault, but she felt guilty just the same. Naruto dropped his ninjato without a second thought, grabbed her hand, and sucked at her wounded finger. She hissed upon contact, and right now, she was 100% sure her whole face was red. Naruto let go and pressed the cut with his thumb. He produced a small vial of iodine, a nail-sized strip of gauze, tape, and cotton from his kit. After a minute, he was holding her injured hand and apologizing. His touch, though invasive, was comforting. It seemed that he noticed he was holding her hand longer than necessary, so he placed it carefully on her lap. If you want to stay, keep your hands off my weapons, he said. After a beat, he followed up with I am sorry. They shared an awkward silence for a minute until she could not stand it anymore. She wanted to know, anyway, how she had grown uncertain around Naruto. Why did she look at him in a different light? Why did he affect her in ways she would never allow before? Say, do you know of some weird mind techniques which can erase memories? No. Why do you ask? I feel like, during my stay with you, I lost something. You did not lose anything. You even gained weight. She punched him. Asshole. Holding his injured cheek, Naruto took a glance at her and then laughed. I was kidding. You're still conscious about that, don't you? It had taken her 10 seconds to calm down. She needed to take back the initiative. She took a deep breath to start all over again, but when she turned back, she caught him staring at her. He seemed to be unprepared for that. First, he blushed, and then, to mask his embarrassment, he said, "And nice weather today, huh?" Wait, just wait a minute. Was he crushing on her? She searched his face. It was apparent he had been staring at her, but was it evidence enough? Hey, Naruto, she began. Is it by chance from the corner, carrying a tray of teacups and cookies, Sakura appeared. Naruto, I brought some snacks. Thanks, Sakura. Ino, good morning. I thought you were already out to join Sasuke with his rounds. Nope. I figured I was not in the mood for a long walk, Ino said with a strained smile. After setting the tray down, Sakura sat on Naruto's left. How will you lose all the flab you gained from staying at Naruto's place if you don't do as much? Was it playful banter or was she sensing hostility from her best friend? I wonder if you could join me one of these days. I mean, you have had a lot building over there, too. She tipped her chin to indicate Sakura's midsection. Haha, how funny. Naruto has been telling me lately how sexy I've become. Haha, so much for a consolation. I bet he was forced to say that to stop you from pigging out. I can easily cut right back to my weight overnight, unlike you, who needs to starve yourself to lose a few pounds. I do gain weight easily, but Naruto told me that he would never get tired looking at my face however long he stared. Guys, Naruto tried to speak. Yeah. Well, Naruto told me that he would pick the side of my face over a perfect view of sakura blossoms. Guys! Naruto yelled. Ino turned to Naruto and saw how red he was. Right then she realized how embarrassing their positions were. She and Sakura were leaning on his thighs. She hastily pulled away and pretended to fix the collar of her blouse. When she took a glance at Sakura, she caught the triumphant grin on her best friend's face. Ino knew that she did not have a place there, so she excused herself and decided to roam around the estate on her own. Sasuke should be far away by now, so trying to catch up would be pointless. Besides, it would be better if she was alone to sort out her thoughts. Sakura saying that Naruto would exchange a perfect view of Sakura blossoms for the sight of her face had irritated her. She knew she did not have any reason to be, but it just came. Maybe it's because I don't like losing to her. She lost herself to her musings until she realized an hour had already passed. Ino? She turned to the direction of the voice. Oh, Sasuke, hi. Are you doing rounds on your own? No, not rounds. Just walking around. Been a while since I visited, after all. I see. He walked beside her. Your grandmother's land sure is expansive. Yeah. She owns 90% of Ida. And one day all of it will be yours. She was not sure if it was appropriate, but she still went for it. And my child's. Sasuke smiled at her, knowingly. Yes. She will be one lucky child. Did I ever tell you I wanted my firstborn to be a girl? Just a hunch. How about you? Would you prefer a daughter or a son as your firstborn? A daughter. She blushed, and in a tiny voice she said, that's good to hear. They fell into idle chat, talking about irrelevant topics like crop rotation and housekeeping, weapon maintenance, ninjutsu techniques, until both of them ran out of things to say. Ino was disappointed with herself. Her mind had been someplace else during the conversation. She knew that Sasuke was a quiet person and would not offer to speak first, but she could not believe that she of all people would have difficulty coming up with something interesting to talk about with the boy she liked. She could just sigh as they walked side by side down the dirt path. Now she realized that she knew so little about Sasuke. She stuck to her plan of doing the rounds with him during the day. Sasuke had changed, and she could not compare him to the snob back in elementary school when a glare was the closest reward she would get from calling out to him. He was accommodating, and he answered anything she asked. When he was in the mood, he told her stories about his travels. She was glad to learn that he had not had any intimate relationships with any girl. According to him, Karen was only a comrade in arms. Their morning walks continued for a few more days. Ino and Sasuke had become closer in the process. She woke up one night to the realization that she couldn't look at Sasuke as more than a friend. Something had changed along the way. Her confession to Sasuke at the rehabilitation center was now like a distant past, faded and insignificant. I thought I was in love with Sasuke. But after I got closer to him, I realized he was more like a close relative than anything else. She got off of bed and wandered to the garden, knowing that sleep would elude her tonight. I am glad I tried to know him better. As a result, I was able to know myself more. Hey! She looked up at the origin of the voice and found Sasuke. He sat down next to her on the bench. Hey, she replied. It seems you don't want to miss this beautiful night, too. Nope, not something that romantic. I just can't sleep. Sasuke took his pipe out and smoked. Forgive me for asking, but is something the matter? Ino looked at her hands. Just some thoughts I can't stop brooding over. Say, Sasuke, I'll be blunt, but have you ever fallen in love? Sasuke was silent for a time, and then he said, I don't believe I have. Considering what I've become since I left Konoha, it'll probably take a long time before I remember how it feels. So, it's useless, even if I keep on loving you. You can keep telling yourself that you love me, but it will not change how you truly feel. Sure. But you know what, you are undeniably good at reading people. She swung her feet from under the bench. I woke up one morning and decided that I needed to be closer to you. After my mom allowed me to choose, I thought that I wouldn't be able to look at her face if I failed to snatch my first pick. You've grown kind, you've grown mature, you're still the most handsome guy I've ever met. But something might have happened along the way because I cannot convince myself anymore that what I feel for you is still love. I am happy that you've finally realized. In an impulse, Ino grabbed his hand, squeezed it, and shook her head. Her heart did not react so much. Her love, her infatuation, her obsession, whatever it was called, was gone. One last thing, she said and kissed Sasuke on the cheek. She was locking away this finished chapter of her life. Thank you for inspiring me. I hope we can be friends forever. Sasuke nodded in acknowledgement, blowing a stream of smoke which dispersed as the illusion Ino had let go. Chapter 10. Ino woke up refreshed even though she had only slept for 4 hours. Her conversation with Sasuke, her goodbye, proved to be such a relief. Now she had one less problem to think about. She still went with Sasuke on his daily rounds, but the atmosphere around the two of them had changed. It was more relaxed. She could be her bitchy self whenever she pleased. She did not have to try too hard to impress him. She could laugh at herself when they talked about how silly she had been around him when they were younger. Sasuke, for his part, said what was on his mind without trying to sound polite. As a result, she enjoyed their outing better. See you at the mansion, she said when they reached a fork in the road. After a nod from Sasuke, they parted ways. She usually went with him until the end, but she had something in mind today. It had been a long time since she last visited the flowing spring, as she called it, because of the stream's warm water. She was planning to take a quick dip. She had found a secret spot that no people visited, and as it had been, it was empty today. The water was shallow, and she could see its bed of white pebbles. Low branching trees surrounded the area, adding to the sense of security and seclusion of the place. 2 boulders facing the west produced a shade. She usually left her clothes on top of them, but not today. Upon seeing the sparkling water, she took them off as she ran and jumped into the stream with only her underwear. She stayed under for 10 seconds and surfaced with splashes of water and giggles. She whipped her head when she heard rustles of leaves and watched as a small toad bounded towards the bank. But she was unprepared for what came out of the bushes next. His face was smudged with mud, and his clothes were dirty. She could not mistake him for someone else. The blonde hair and the boyish grin, the clear gales of laughter and the bright blue eyes. She screamed at the top of her lungs at the same time Naruto lunges into the water to catch the small toad. Ichi froze in place, gripping the poor thing in his hand. Realizing his predicament, he let go of the toad and turned around. I am sorry. I didn't know somebody was here, Naruto said. I'll go now. It was not my intention to barge in on you while you were bathing. Don't move until I say so. She picked up her clothes and put it on behind Naruto. Though it could not be helped, dressing behind the blonde boy still made her blush. It's okay now. You can turn around. Naruto blinked when he saw her and mouthed beautiful. He did it unconsciously, and ordinary people could not have followed the movements of his lips, but she did. To avoid awkwardness, she pushed that notion aside and approached him. What are you doing here? She asked. I was trying to explore the lay of the land since I haven't had the time to do so until now, he said. I am sorry. The way you look, you seem like you were just playing. Haha, yeah. The kids just started goofing off when I turned away for a second. Kids? Oh, I mean the baby toads. He likes her, a small girl's voice coming on top of the boulder said. I agree. Naruto Nisama likes her, a small boy's voice said. Hey, Gamatoda, Gamasaku. Come here, you brats. Naruto was about to chase after the 2 baby toads, but Ino grabbed his arm. Hey, stop that. Let the kids play, Ino said, laughing. There are no snakes here so don't worry. I need to punish those brats for saying something stupid in front of you, Naruto said. I didn't hear anything that you need to punish them for. But they said. Ino raised an eyebrow. Well, don't take them seriously, okay? These kids could be quite the pranksters sometimes. Do you mean that you don't like me? No, I like you. And then he seemed to have realized his mistake and tried to smooth things over. I mean, as a friend. His stammering made Ino panic as well. Of course. Were you thinking I was interpreting it as something else? No, of course not. I mean, I like you a lot. Excuse me. Naruto was about to run away, but Ino caught his collar, causing him to fall on his butt. I am sorry. Are you alright? Here, grab on, Ino said, offering her hand. Naruto tried to pull himself up, but his feet slid over the pebbles. He fell back down, pulling Ino with him. Ino ended on top of Naruto. After a few seconds of just staring into each other's eyes, Naruto raised his head and kissed Ino on the lips. He was looking away as he spoke. There. That's what I mean. Ino could only stare at him wide-eyed for a minute. She sat up on Naruto's stomach, rubbing her lips. Well, this is a bit sudden. Not for me, Naruto said. I've felt this way for a long time. From when I stayed with you for a few days? No. Much earlier than that. Ino felt herself blushing. Naruto, you know I love Sasuke, right? Yes. I've always been watching you. But you're still willing to keep your feelings for me? I am pretty much used to it now, Naruto said. Seeing you happy is enough for me. I see. I am sorry for ruining your day. You don't have to consider it. Naruto pushed himself up. Let's get out of here. We're gonna catch a cold if we stay here longer. Ino nodded and stood up. Man, I am drenched, Naruto said as he raised his dripping sleeve. I got dry clothes with me. Naruto grabbed her hand and pulled her along. My hand? It's not that far, Naruto said. Don't let go. Ino could only watch Naruto's broad back as he led the way. She knew that her face had gone crimson already, and she was sure he could feel the crazy beating of her heart through her hand. They reached the tree where Naruto had hung his knapsack. He gave Ino a clean set of a black and orange jersey while he took for himself a white t-shirt and black jeans. They changed clothes behind each other. Ino tied her hair in a ponytail. She did not miss how Naruto made a small gasp when she asked him how she looked. He, himself, did not look too shabby. The t-shirt hugged his lean upper body, and the jeans showcased his athletic legs. He had a rugged attractiveness to him which was at the same level but opposite to Sasuke's cool look. Let's go. Naruto held his hand up. Ino could feel her knees getting weak. She stared at Naruto, pleadingly, asking him to curb down his advances. Please? He said. You're so unfair. She said, but she gave him her hand just the same. Just until the main road. The main road your butt. What happened to the seeing me happy is enough thing? You didn't say you were already in a relationship with Sasuke. Oh, so you're trying to seduce me, huh? Naruto laughed. What? Of course not. Now that you know how I feel about you, it's just fair I get some kind of compensation. I am not that kind of girl, mister. I am pretty loyal to my feelings. I know that. I will never have another chance like this once you and Sasuke become a couple. Enjoying the gentle pressure of his hand around hers, Ino did not speak for a while. What do you like about me, anyway? Ino said, breaking the silence. A lot. Ino pinched his arm with her free hand. That's very specific. My obsession started when we were young. Obsession? Really? Yes. Obsession. But since I was still a kid, it would be more appropriate to call it favoritism. You were my favorite girl. Ino couldn't help herself from grinning. I was a hot-tempered kid back then, and I hated popular guys, Naruto said. It was the reason I antagonized Sasuke in front of everybody. Not a single kid liked me, though it was more my fault for being a jackass. Well, if I didn't try being a jackass, I thought I was going to disappear. One day, Iruka-sensei paired me up with Sasuke for a sparring match. Although I lost, I managed to land a kick on Sasuke, my first ever successful attempt. I accepted my loss, you did not. You acted like a baby and tried to get back at Sasuke during your unison sign. You still remember that? I used to keep tabs on Sasuke's achievements. Naruto smiled and shook his head. Moving on, are you jealous? I am boiling in envy. You know, if you hadn't tried acting like an idiot when we were younger, you could have been plenty popular yourself. Well, playing meek didn't go well for me. Besides, if I weren't the rowdy little twit I was, I might never have caught your attention. You were a million times more important than other girls. Ino chuckled nervously. Okay, someone is going overboard here. This someone is just being honest, Naruto said. Anyway, as I was saying, I managed to land a kick on Sasuke, right? Some of his fans didn't let me off the hook for that. They dragged me into the forest and beat me up. And then I barged in with Sakura and hit the biggest bully with a rock. Yeah, I remember it. I will never forget what you said to me as you pulled me away from those kids. Was that kick just for show? I knew that you were talking about my sparring match with Sasuke. It was the first time someone had paid attention. I thought that, finally, I was making progress. I began thinking more about you from that day on. It's not that I was paying attention to you. You just happened to be in the vicinity of my crush. Well, you were my hero, nevertheless, my female Prince Charming, Naruto said, chuckling. How couldn't I fall for you? As I watched you over time, I learned more things about you. You were one of the prettiest girls in class. He glanced over at her. Okay, you've been the prettiest girl I've ever met. Ino tried to stomp on Naruto's feet that the latter evaded skillfully. Stop exaggerating. Okay, don't crush my foot. She knew her face was too red to describe. Then stop embarrassing me. Naruto stopped walking, brought her hand to his lips, and kissed it. Sorry. Ino looked away. As long as you understand. I am not very good at being complimented so much. She tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear. To be honest, she couldn't be happier hearing candid praise from Naruto. When both of them calmed down, Naruto went on. Even though you were pretty, you were never arrogant. You didn't discriminate. You talked to everyone, even to someone like me who was shunned by the other kids. You were cheerful and protective of your friends. You were diligent in your study and training. You didn't complain who your teammates were even if you were paired with the losers in class. He paused, looking into the distance. You were kind and gentle but also knew how to be strict if necessary. Today, on top of becoming prettier. Naruto, please. Naruto just smiled and continued. On top of becoming prettier, being a great cook, and looking gorgeous in whatever you wear, you're so loyal to your feelings you chose to oppose your mother to protect them. You asked me if I was jealous. Man, I'd kill to be Sasuke right now. Ino had to catch her breath for a few minutes before she could speak again. She felt she was melting into goo. Never in her life had she received such a full-fledged confession. She squeezed his hand to say she appreciated it. What about your thing with Sakura? Was it all an act? Not entirely. I did have a crush on Sakura. But I could say that it was more like the prepubescent stuff kids usually felt towards the cutest girls in class. How was I any different? I loved you, Naruto said. Ino squirmed. Why, you wouldn't have known that it was love, she said. That's just impossible. Of course, I wouldn't have known how to call it at that time. But I couldn't have mistaken it for something else. I was drawn to you like a moth to a flame. Really? I didn't notice anything at all. Naruto scratched his cheek. As I said, not many kids liked me. And I saw how most of them ganged up on anyone who so much as called out to me in public. I figured I couldn't drag you into my problems. I did everything so that nobody learned about my feelings for you. You were pretty open about your feelings for Sakura, though. It was during our final academy year, when everyone was used to being around me, already. Besides, you saw how Sakura treated me back then, right? I feel bad for using her as a part of my disguise, but she was the closest girl my age that I got along well. I wouldn't have had any complaints if she reciprocated my feelings, but I just knew she wouldn't. She was head over heels for Sasuke, and I was crazy for you. For all intents and purposes, it was nothing short of a public performance. I was planning to keep at it, you know, for good, and I was learning to accept the fact that you wouldn't choose me even if Sasuke were to dump you. I am hypothetically speaking, okay? Naruto anxiously looked at Ino. Ino smiled at him. I know. Go on, silly. Right. He sighed. Ino bumped him in the shoulder. What's that for? I said, go on. So, as I was saying, I was prepared to keep quiet about this forever, but then you shamelessly barged into my peaceful life and shattered my resolve. Shamelessly? How dare you? Naruto defended himself against a playful barrage of punches from Ino, laughing all the while. When she stopped, he said, I fell for you all over again, and this time around it's unbearable. You being a tease, telling me that I could be physical with you, made it worse. Thinking back, I should have taken your offer. If you had, you would have ceased to exist in my world. I would have treated that experience as a once-in-a-lifetime nightmare. And I would have never spoken your name to anyone again. Ino wasn't aware that Naruto had stopped walking. When she felt the tug of their entwined hands, she turned to him. Naruto was wearing a shocked expression on his face. Damn, I want to hug him. Ino approached Naruto and patted his head. She had to tilt her chin up a bit since he was taller by a few centimeters. She was careful not to let go of his hand. It's never gonna happen as long as you behave yourself around me. Sorry, I couldn't help it. That's terrifying. What part? Ceasing to exist in your world. Ino was at a loss. She stared at Naruto for a long time. Then she said, okay, I am doing it. No one can stop me. No one, you hear? She embraced Naruto, burying her face in his chest. How could you be so sweet? A branch broke nearby. Ino looked up in the direction of the sound. Sorry, did I startle you? Sasuke said. Naruto quickly let go of Ino's hand. Hello, Sasuke, Naruto said. Naruto, Ino, Sasuke greeted, bowing a little. Are you on your way to the mansion? Yeah, as a matter of fact, Ino said. Mind if I join you? Sasuke gave Ino a meaningful smirk. Or will I just be a nuisance? Naruto hooked an arm around Sasuke's neck, pulling the young man away from Ino's earshot. Will you learn to read the atmosphere already? Naruto hissed. I think I did a good job of doing that. Are you being sarcastic with me? When Sasuke feigned ignorance, Naruto rolled his eyes. Forget it. Ino. I'll be going back to the forest to get something I forgot. Go back with Sasuke. I'll catch you both at lunch. To Sasuke, he said, be nice to her, okay? Then he left. Did I ruin it? Sasuke asked Ino. Ino was glowering at him. Okay. Bad question. Ino relaxed her shoulders and heaved a sigh. You couldn't have arrived in a worse time. Was that intentional? Of course not. But I see you're making good progress. Let's go home. I need to help prepare lunch, she said, blushing. They walked in silence for a few seconds, then Ino said, Sasuke, I don't know, but I feel like this should have happened a long time ago. What do you mean? Naruto just confessed to me. Oh, congratulations. Ino shook her head. It felt like I was hearing it again, like some kind of déjà vu. It's supposed to be the first time I heard of it, but at the same time it was not. My opinion is you've fantasized of Naruto confessing to you so much that you mixed reality and fiction together. Shut up. I hate you, she said. In the end, she accepted Sasuke's reason. She would rather focus on Naruto's confession and think how she would respond to it. Chapter 11. Hannah was seated at her desk, hard at work in reviewing documents on land matters. Over the years, the Yamanaka estate had grown equal to 2/3 of Konoha in expanse. In the Fire Country, the Yamanaka clan held influence both in economic and military matters, only the Hyuga could compare to it in terms of power among the shinobi clans. This social standing was the reason why a noble family had accepted the invitation she sent for her daughter's hand. The man who had been scheduled to meet Ino during the marriage interview was from the Kasai clan, a close relative of the daimyo's. The daimyo had a good relationship with Konoha, and Hana was confident that his office wouldn't get involved in this affair. Nonetheless, she couldn't underestimate the Kasai clan's power. She didn't know how they had reacted after receiving her official letter of apology for canceling the interview with the Kasai clan's heir. She hadn't received any reply from them yet. Hana put down the paper she had been reading and looked up at the ceiling. She was also a product of an arranged marriage. Inoichi had been a coveted bachelor in his younger days. On top of being good-looking, he had many military achievements under his belt and was once nominated as a candidate for Hokage. Yamanaka Jun discovered him during an escort mission and never let go. Inoichi being a splendid man was Hana's sole consolation. She was not sure if either of them felt something special for the other. They had remained married for 17 years, so she could say that it was a successful marriage. Inoichi was important to her, and she knew that he felt the same. But she wouldn't attempt to call it love. Romance was a foreign concept to her. They occasionally slept together, when the urge was there, but not once had one of them uttered a single word of affection to the other. What they had was more of an exclusive form of friendship than the normal husband-wife relationship. Remembering how she had tried to force Ino into a similar situation, she couldn't help but sigh. It was just fortunate that Ino had grown up to be an independent girl who knew what she wanted. Though she didn't regret marrying Inoichi under that arranged setting, she wished that Ino found something better. She had tried to separate Ino and Sasuke, but it was not because she desired an arranged marriage for her daughter. She had only detested the idea of a criminal marrying her only child. If asked why she was willing to recognize Sasuke now as a potential son-in-law, she would answer that she had been wrong. Sasuke had shared with her his memories using a Sharingan jutsu. Though he still withheld events from his childhood, Sasuke shared his life from when he had left Konoha. She learned that he had never hurt innocent civilians. He'd even protected them at times. Most important, he hadn't killed Michiko. It was a white, humanoid creature which had sprouted from Sasuke's abdomen that had killed her best friend. She looked out of the window behind her and saw Ino walking down the limestone footpath to the main house. Her daughter had a bounce in her steps, and she was grinning to herself. Ino glanced up and gave Hana a big wave. Hana waved back and mouthed lounge. Ino replied with a thumbs up. Mom. Ino bolted up the sofa and hugged Hana. You seem to be in full spirits, Hana said. I have something to tell you. Hana had taken Sasuke's advice to befriend Ino and she could say that it was working out well for her and her daughter. What is it? Naruto confessed to me today. Hana raised an eyebrow. Ino seemed to have taken it as an expression of interest, but Hana was feeling something different. That's surprising. I thought he was in love with Sakura. Right? He told me that he had kept it to himself all this time. I suspected that it had something to do with my stay at his place, like because I am so pretty, but then he said that it had started when we were kids. Can you imagine that? So? What was your reply? I am still considering it. I mean, he's grown cute and all, and he's also one of the top shinobi in Konoha, but it's still too sudden for me. I want to be certain about my feelings first. Take your time. He has loved you for a long time, so I am sure his feelings are not going to change anytime soon, Hana said. How about Sasuke? Are you sure about letting him go? Sasuke, huh? Ino settled deeper into the sofa. I've never been more certain. And to think he was the reason for our fight. Mom, I know, okay. I was wrong. Ino hugged her. And it didn't have to be Sasuke. I would have still gotten mad at you for trying to engage me with someone I hadn't even met. After that, Ino told Hana that she was going to help prepare lunch. Hana watched her daughter leave for the kitchen, and then she left in the direction of her mother's office. Yamanaka Jun's office was vast. It was a rectangular room, 20 by 50 meters, with its longer side facing the front. Yamanaka Jun was seated at a low table in the middle, 3/4 away from the entrance. Two female attendants with white masks were kneeling a few paces behind her. An elegant tatami mat, weaved with a scene of a woman playing her koto amidst a field of moonflowers, adorned the whole expanse of the floor. Hana sat down in seiza in front of the old lady at a distance too far for a daughter. June looked up and beckoned her to come closer with a gentle gesture of her fingers. Hana bowed in appreciation and settled down an arm's length across her mother. Now closer, Hana could see what was in June's hand. It was a cheap stationery popular with teenagers some years back. Mother, I have something to confirm. Look at this, Hana, look at how much this boy loves our Ino, June said. Boy? What do you wait, mother, you didn't. Hana blurted out, forgetting about proper etiquette and lunging to snatch away the letter from June. June moved the paper out of Hana's reach. I can't believe you. What did you do to them? Hana said. I was trying to help them focus on making one decision at a time, especially Ino, June said. You're doing it again. Why are you always like this? Like what? Why do you like playing God so much? June smiled at Hana, shaking her head a little. Calm down, Hana. I sealed only the memories related to these letters and their knowledge about Naruto's feelings for Ino. The seal is not permanent. It's not the issue. Hana cursed under her breath. June continued smiling at her, serene and unperturbed. Daughter, do you have so little faith in me? You know the answer to that. June folded the letter in her hand and placed it back into the envelope. She then brought out more envelopes from a side drawer. After stacking them up neatly, she pushed the bundle towards Hana. Yes. I agree that it looks like I stripped away a portion of their freedom to decide things on their own. But whether with or without my intervention, life will catch up and push them into a corner. It can be another person or an unexpected event, but just the same, it will force them to make a choice they feel they have to make. And this choice won't likely contain their honest feelings. Isn't it better that I provided a direction? Yeah, right, like how you arranged my marriage. June stood up and walked, stopping by Hana's side. If I didn't do that, you'd have continued searching for the ideal man in those perverted books you loved reading. Hana gaped at her mother. June grimaced. She seemed to be recalling one book in particular. Men depicted effeminately. Indulging in acts too horrendous to mention. I was a child. You were 16. Hana clammed up. What's done is done, and if you ever break the spell by hinting them about it, I might accidentally tell on your little kissing scene with your potential son-in-law. What? Hana said, feeling the sting of tears in her eyes. How did you know that? It was out of concern for your sudden change of behavior towards Ino. I had to know what happened. In any case, I expect your full cooperation, June said and exited the room. When June's presence was gone, Hana glared at the two attendants she had known since childhood. Emi, two things, she said. The perverted books, Ami, the one on the left, said. The perverted act, Emi, the one on the right, said. We will never say a word, both of them said. They are not perverted. Hana stomped away from the room, face all red. It was time for lunch. June sat at the head of the table as usual. Hana took her left. Sakura seated herself next to Hana, and Sasuke settled in the chair next to the pink-haired girl. Naruto sat across from Sasuke, leaving two empty seats next to June's. One was for Inoichi, which was reserved even if the man himself was not present, and the other was for Ino. Ino entered the dining room carrying a bowl of braised pork in coconut milk, the same dish she had made for Naruto back in his apartment. Oh, I remember this, Naruto said. Smells great. Tea, thank you, Ino said. She took her seat and pulled it a tad closer to Naruto's chair. Naruto seemed oblivious to the gesture, but the others noted it. I made it less spicy for you, Ino said as she ladled a serving onto his plate. Hope you like it. Hana and Sakura cleared their throat at the same time. Ino and Naruto caught themselves and looked away in embarrassment. Thank you for the food, June said, a smile tugging a corner of her lips. Let's begin. That afternoon, Yamanaka June summoned Ino, Sakura, Hana, Sasuke, and Naruto to her office. They sat in one row in front of her. I called you here to explain the detail of your mission in Michiba, June said. The village chief of Torai Hana and I will convene 1 week from now. I will be sending you for a reconnaissance mission to map in detail the venue of the event and to observe its state of affairs. I want you to send me in 5 days all the information you will have gathered and then stand by in that place until I arrive. Village Chief Sasuke is already informed of the details, and he will also be sending his representative with a shinobi team to do their surveillance. You will be my envoys, so I will not appreciate anything that will ruin the Yamanaka name. I don't want you running afoul with the local authorities of Michiba. If you think your action will precariously attract unwanted suspicion, abort. Hana will be captain and Sasuke vice captain for this mission. Hana will not participate on foot. She will establish HQ at the Michiba Grand Inn and support you politically if something comes up. Meanwhile, the 4 of you will pose as couples. Michiba is holding its annual Moon Banquet Festival, and it is known as one of the most popular festivals for newlyweds. I don't want any mistake, so Ino and Sakura, you should discuss between the 2 of you with whom you'll be more comfortable doing this. You girls are the key to make this disguise work. Any questions? June said. I would like to confirm if we are safe not disguising our appearance in this village, Sasuke said. Michiba is a non-military village, June said. Thus, she is not privy to classified information regarding the shinobi world. She has the local police, but this organization only reacts to present threats. The only thing you should be wary about is creating suspicion on yourself. Keep it all lovey-dovey out there, and I assure you the guards will be too embarrassed to look your way. Any other questions? No one spoke. Okay. Hana, I want to talk about the finer details of the mission with you. You 4 are free to go. Once the 4 were gone, Hana glared at June. You're so evil, mother. You're enjoying this, aren't you? I don't have any idea what you mean. Hana grunted and looked away. When they were out in the hallway, Sakura grabbed Ino's hand and told the boys, don't follow us. Sasuke and Naruto nodded and left towards the opposite direction. Sakura led Ino into the gazebo in the middle of the flower garden. The mellow light of the afternoon, the colorful flowers, the soft breeze, and the perfect shade provided by the low-hanging trees made it an ideal place to take a nap. Hey, what's the matter? You look kinda scary, Ino said. She spotted a passing maid and requested cold drinks and snacks for her and her best friend. Sakura pulled Ino to the bench, eyes cast down. The maid arrived with cold barley tea and mochi, excused herself and left, but Sakura still seemed not to know how to begin. Sakura? Did you know that I invited Naruto to go out with me at the flower festival? Sakura said, eyes still on the floor. It had been a long time since we did something like that, I mean, going out together, only the 2 of us. I thought he'd be happy to go on a date with me, but he was not. He was distracted. In the end, he bailed out on me, said he was feeling unwell. He didn't forget to apologize and take me back home, I can give him that, but it was frustrating. He used to fuss over me very much, trying things to touch my hand, making attempts to kiss me. That jerk. Sakura looked up at Ino. Ino felt Sakura's hand tightening around hers. A few days ago we fought. I couldn't take that he'd keep your stay at his apartment a secret from me. He said something to me about you, but I don't remember it, clearly. It could be because I was struggling with my emotions that time, I don't know. But I have a vague feeling that he was trying to say something important. Sakura paused and looked into Ino's eyes. You know where I am going with this, aren't you? Ino couldn't answer. She couldn't miss something that obvious. Sakura heaved a deep sigh. I am beginning to feel I'll lose him if I don't do this now. Sakura, are you? Sakura shook her head. That's not important. Ino, let me be Naruto's partner for this mission. Ino tried to formulate excuses in her mind. She hadn't had the slightest idea things would develop in this direction. In all the years she was with Sakura, she had never expected that her best friend would develop feelings for Naruto. Sure, they were too close, they could take turns feeding each other or drink from the same bottle without getting embarrassed. But despite this intimacy, everyone who saw them understood that these gestures were platonic. In Naruto's words, it was all an act. I think it will not work if I pair up with Sasuke, Ino said, pulling her hand away from Sakura's grasp. I'll be too stiff to play my role as his partner. You know how I feel about him, right? Aren't you doing rounds with him every day? I don't believe you aren't used to being around him, yet. If we were alone, it could work, but we are talking about a festival here. Besides, wouldn't it feel awkward for you to pair up with Naruto, too, considering, your feelings for him? No, I'll play my part well. I promise you that. I still think I ought to pair up with Naruto in this mission. Why? I already told you. No, I don't believe it's as simple as that, Ino. I think you're hiding something from me. I am not, okay. Quit imagining things. Did you do it with him? Sakura said. Ino froze upon hearing that question. She heard a faint voice in her head asking her the same thing. No, she mumbled. Didn't something like this happen already? Did it feel good? Sakura's voice was filled with venom. Wait, what? No, I didn't do it with him. What the hell is wrong with you? Ino said. Then tell me why. Because I don't want to lose him, too. There. She said it. How stupid can I be? Sakura glared at Ino for a few seconds, and then she marched away, wiping her tears with the heel of her hand. God damn it, Ino muttered, as she slumped down the bench. She put her arm across her eyes. Where did that come from, Ino? He just confessed to you this morning. How can you already say you don't want to lose him? Chapter 12 Sakura, her head lowered, entered Naruto's room from the outer corridor. Sasuke and Naruto were playing shogi, of which board was placed atop a black shibudai near the entrance. Sakura sat beside Naruto, not uttering even a greeting. Sasuke watched her for a moment. He then picked up a piece and placed it on the board with a cluck. Check, Sasuke said, pushing himself up with his cane. I guess it's another win for me. My legs are beginning to hurt. Let me stretch them for a bit. He bowed at Sakura and left the room. Naruto had his hand pinching his chin as he thought of a way out of his predicament, but after a few minutes, he sighed and slouched forward. Man, I can't win against him. Sasuke is amazing. Hey! Have you been crying? Sakura looked up at Naruto, smiled, and then leaned her head on his shoulder. Are you alright? Did you have a fight with Ino? Sakura shook her head. Let me lie down for a bit. Huh? Sure, he said, thinking that it was his shoulder she would use as a pillow. He froze when Sakura put her head on his thigh. Sakura stuck her tongue out at him. Just for a bit. What a baby, he said, sighing. He stared at her face, which was smeared with dried tears. He plucked a tissue from the box beside the table, drenched it with water from his clay cup, and began wiping the tear tracks on her cheeks. Was it about Sasuke again? She grabbed the small of his back and buried her face into his tummy. How come you smell this good while being a man? What's that supposed to mean? Are men supposed to smell bad? Naturally. At least most of you. That's a horrible misconception. If another guy heard you, your popularity would nosedive. I don't need anyone else, she muttered. What's that? I am just kidding. Sakura chuckled. Yeah, we were arguing over who would partner with whom. I assume you lost. Sakura caught Naruto's eyes, a tug stretching a corner of her lips. In a way, yeah. In a way, huh? Naruto reached over and arranged some pieces on the shogi board, mumbling, I should have placed my knight here. Yep, In a way, Sakura said. I am sorry you're stuck with me. Sakura squeezed her face into Naruto once again. Tough luck, she said as she playfully bit him. Naruto pinched her cheek. Stop that. Don't you feel embarrassed when I do this to you? If we're alone, nope, just don't go too far. What is too far for you? Anything best friends should not do. Yeah. What if I initiated it? That would be nice, but no. You think it would be nice? Sakura slapped his side. What a pervert. Hey, you started it, Naruto said, laughing. Seriously, stop baiting me. How about this? Sakura took hold of his pants zipper tab. Is this Naruto attacked her sides, trying hard to tickle her to death. Sakura cried no, 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 but Naruto was relentless. She curled up and defended against his hands. Naruto pulled away for a few seconds only to launch a more vigorous barrage of finger thrusts amidst her pleading and laughter. Okay, time out. Time out. Sakura squealed. There are no timeouts in real life. You sadistic brute. When Naruto leaned in to deliver another round of tickles, Sakura grabbed his shoulders and took him down. Now she was straddling him, his face trapped between her arms. Her hair and her breath touched his face. He grinned up at her. He was about to speak when Sakura dipped her head and kissed him on the lips. I win, she said. She got off and sprawled beside Naruto. No one moved for a full minute. Don't let it go to your head, idiot. I will brag about it. I got carried away. It doesn't have any meaning, okay? That was a kiss. On the lips. Shut up. She punched him in the shoulder. All right. I am just kidding. She stood up and dusted herself off. Anyway, you are my partner, and that's final. Be sure to treat me well, Naruto. Okay. Oh, and by the way, thank you for cheering me up. Anytime, he said. See you, then. Naruto could only shake his head as he watched her go. He traced his lips with his fingers, thinking that it was not that bad to receive something too far every now and then. With a soft smile, he whispered, maybe this is for the best. Sasuke found Ino at the pond soaking her feet in the water. He went to sit down beside her, submerging his feet into the water as well. Only the thunk of the Shurshuridoshi against its stopper broke the all-pervading silence of the place at a regular cycle. I could hear them from here, Ino said. Ive never heard Sakura laugh that hard before. She was having so much fun. This water feels warm. Mind if I smoke? When Ino shook her head, he brought out his long pipe from his robe and lit it. We had an argument about the mission. It was pretty dumb, really, considering that we were just trying to agree on whom to take as our partner. I thought she would ask me to let her partner with you. I was like, sure, honey, no problem. I didn't expect to hear that she wanted to pair up with Naruto. And? Ino glared at Sasuke. Playing dumb, are we? No, I just want to hear it from you. Jerk. Sasuke just smiled and blew some smoke. I insisted that it'd be better if I paired up with Naruto, Ino said. I know I acted like a bitch. I know that. My best friend was asking a favor from me. Considering all the things I've received from her, I should be allowing a simple wish like that. But there I was saying I couldn't. Couldn't? Wouldn't, okay. Are you happy now? She covered her face to hide her blush. Wouldn't. I don't know what came over me. The thought of seeing the two of them walking hand in hand together filled me with so much jealousy I surprised even myself. Why not just go and tell Naruto how you feel? Are you crazy? I can't barge in and take Naruto away just because he confessed to me. I am not even sure how I feel about him, yet. Getting jealous of Sakura is not convincing enough? It's not that simple. Take him, and then sort out your feelings afterward. And Sakura? Do you think I'll be at peace knowing that Ive taken away her shot? Sasuke sighed. He beckoned Ino to come closer, and when she did, he poked her forehead with his fore and middle finger. Ino covered the poked spot with her hands. Geez, treating me like your kid sister again, Ino said, puffing her cheeks. It's not that I know anything about love, Sasuke said, but I think it's okay to be selfish when it comes to it. Being hurt for someone's happiness is not what I call fair. I am not hurt, okay? Stop assuming things. Ino scooted over and hugged Sasuke's arm. I am just a little confused. Have you told him yet about us? 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 Really? Nicely phrased. Don't evade the question. Ino leaned her head on Sasuke's shoulder. Not yet. I don't know how to say it. I don't know when to say it. I am afraid. I am afraid that if I tell him, he'll stop loving me. That's a weird logic you got there. No. I mean, I think it's a big factor that he thinks I am in love with you. Sasuke scoffed, and for that, received a pinch from Ino. I know, okay. Ino said. I am not making any sense. It's just that I feel. Conflicted. Conflicted? It's like if I respond to his feelings, I will lose something important to me. Sasuke watched the sky turn red with the approaching dusk. For a time, he remained silent. Then he said, what if I told you you'd already let it go? I don't even know what it is. Your indecisiveness will come back to bite you. Ino groaned. Let me try that, she said, gesturing toward his kakarui pipe. If you don't, I'll bite your arm. Naruto allowed himself a gentle smile as he watched the backs of Ino and Sasuke under the light of the setting sun. Quietly, he retraced his steps backward and turned toward the nearest room he could find. A couple of sobs escaped his throat, but he managed to stop himself from breaking down. He looked up at the ceiling and took deep, calming breaths. After a few tries, his erratic heart relaxed. He regained control over his petrified muscles, and soon he was moving again, away from the painful sight. Yeah, he said. Maybe this is for the best. The next morning before sunrise, Hana, Ino, Sakura, Sasuke, and Naruto gathered in front of the mansion. Yamanaka Jun and Hana had pulled all stops to dress the two girls with the most elegant clothing designed to create the impression of upper-class married women. Ino wore a blue and purple homunji embroidered with white lilies cascading over tranquil waters. Sakura, on the other hand, wore a red and pink homunji adorned with a magnificent tree of cherry blossoms. Ino's hair was knotted and fixed with a silver oji kanzashi on the back of her head while a length cascaded down one shoulder. The left side of Sakura's hair was braided into a pencil tail which was held by a baira kanzashi of cherry petals. Coupled with their small, pretty faces, both of them could be mistaken for visiting princesses. Sasuke and Naruto, garbed in black shawl lapel suits and white gloves, were the picture of proud young diplomats escorting and displaying their beautiful wives to the world. You look splendid, Hana said, herself wearing a first-class kimono of white flying cranes. Okay. Remember, your disguise starts once you enter the carriage. Michiba is a world-renowned retreat for the wealthy, so it's imperative that you look dignified even out on its streets. It will only take one mistake to fail, so be very careful on how you appear in there. I am counting on you. The ride to Michiba had a subdued atmosphere to it. No one talked. More than that, a chasm seemed to have opened up between the two girls in one night. Sakura hadn't even looked in Ino's direction even once since the start of the trip. Seated by the window, Sakura busied herself watching the scenery outside. She was holding Naruto's hand. Hana, who was sitting beside Naruto, turned her attention to Ino. Her daughter had been glancing at Naruto an unhealthy amount. She was tempted to chide her. When Ino's eyes locked with hers, Hana saw a heart-rending emotion in them. In Ino's eyes were a question and a call for help. Ino told her everything without saying a single word. Hana raised an eyebrow at Sasuke, but he could only shrug. He didn't know what had happened. Hana woke Naruto from his nap by tapping on his hand. Something the matter? Naruto said with a smile. Hana was again captivated by how good-looking this young man was. Was it really true he had been the most unpopular kid in his class? Hana searched for any telltale signs on his face, but she could only find slight bewilderment on it. Naruto turned to Sasuke, and then to Ino. Ino? Naruto called out. Ino's shoulders jumped at the mention of her name. What? She must have stayed up all night to prepare for today, Sakura said. And you did not? Your eye bags are showing despite your thick makeup, FYI. It doesn't matter. She pulled her and Naruto's entwined hands on her thigh. Naruto won't mind. Naruto won't say. I am sure he minds. Say what you want. Yeah, I will. You walked out on me yesterday and decided things on your own. You didn't even consult your other teammates for their opinion on the subject. Shut up. You would have never agreed to it no matter what. Stop. Hana yelled. The carriage pulled over. Her voice must have been loud enough to reach the coachman. What the hell is going on? Ino? Sakura? Ino and Sakura didn't answer. I agreed to it, Ino, Naruto said. I think our current pairing will work better. That's only your opinion, too, Ino replied. We should have approached this issue more rationally. Rationally? Sakura scoffed. I was rational. Sakura, enough, please, Hana said. Sasuke, Naruto, would you mind leaving us for a bit? The two boys got off the carriage. What is this all about? Neither of the girls said anything. Come on, tell me. It's about the pair-up, Ino said. We were supposed to decide on that together, but Sakura probably never told Naruto that it wasn't concluded, yet. I wanted Naruto to be my partner, Sakura said. It's reasonable. We've known each other since childhood. I am his closest friend. I can't imagine it going smoothly with you, who's practically only a distant acquaintance to him. An acquaintance? That's bullshit. I admit we haven't been that close, but I am his friend. I also believe that having his closest friend play as his lover will expose the disguise much faster than doing it with someone who's not too familiar. You'll look more like siblings than lovers on the streets. Sakura glared at Ino. You don't even know the first thing about Naruto. How can you say you'll fare better? Besides, aren't you in love with Sasuke? Ino bit her lips. Sakura wiped the tears that spilled out her eyes. I am not giving him up. I love that idiot more than you ever can. I am not saying be fucking honest with me for once. He confessed to me. Ino broke down. He's been in love with me since we were kids. He admitted it himself. Sakura opened her mouth, but for a time, no words came out. It might have been a couple of minutes before she spoke. No, I don't believe you. You're making that up. No. You treated him like a joke. You looked down on him. That's just plain impossible. I couldn't believe it myself. No. Sakura crumpled on her seat and wept. You're a liar. Hana moved over and embraced Sakura. She never said any words of comfort or sympathy. She cradled Sakura's trembling shoulders until they stopped. Ino, what is Naruto to you? In the silence, Sakura's voice, though muffled by Hana's bosom, carried clearly. Sakura gently took Hana's hands into hers and stared at Ino. If you can't answer that, then let me be Naruto's partner. I want to hear it from his own mouth. Fine. Do what you want, Ino said, brusquely wiping the tears from her eyes with the back of her hand. Hana waited for either to say something more. When no one did, Hana summoned a falcon with summoning jutsu. The gray bird of prey flapped its wings in greeting. She opened the door a crack. Sasuke, Naruto, I'll request another carriage to take you to Michiba. We'll be going ahead. Sasuke and Naruto were standing a shouting distance away from the carriage, probably to avoid overhearing anything they should not. The coachman was with them. Roger. Naruto affirmed. See you there. Hana nodded at him and nudged the falcon into the sky. The coachman went back to his stand and coaxed the horses to motion with a flick of his reins. Chapter 13. The Grand Michiba Inn was one of the 3 castles of Michiba village. It towered on the middle hill, or what was locally called the Heart. The supreme Michiba-in stood on top of the highest mountain called the Horn. And the great Michiba-in overlooked a vast lake at the plains below called the Hand. Together the three castles formed a three-tiered stronghold, designed initially to provide an interlocking field of fire during the Warring States period. The Grand Michiba-in had 7 stories and crowned with white, graceful gables of wooden tiles and ornate cornices lined in gold. The Yamanaka clan's mansion was intimidating enough, but Naruto felt that the building exerted a suffocating pressure on an entirely different level. He gulped while looking up at the white walls of the castle. I am a noble of Masanobu. Who are you to prohibit me from entering? A fat, bald, middle-aged man protested to the guard. The stoic guard shook his head. Michiba maintains that a decent man will not let his body turn disgusting. What did you say? This place is recognized and protected by international law, and under its condition, we must keep our policy that all our guests get their perfect holiday. That includes eliminating unwanted sights like you. Try to look around you. Even those advanced in age exude grace and elegance that demand attention and respect. You are from Masanobu, you say? If you persist on entering after your disqualification, we will be forced to issue a letter of protest to your village. It wasn't a case of contempt for ugliness. A few of the guests looked homely, but they carried themselves with confidence and dignity that made them appealing. God-given genes hardly mattered in this place. Attitude, aura, and perseverance to look one's best commanded the flow of attention. Being unsightly is a crime here, Sasuke said. In all of its connotations. As Naruto and Sasuke started for the gatehouse, some of the young women in the crowd couldn't help checking them out. They walked with confident strides, straight backs, and assertive gazes. They passed by the stoic guard without being stopped. Mistaking them for Michiba's owners would have been a natural reaction. Good evening, gentlemen, greeted a young woman in a white flowing gown. Without showing a hint of surprise, Naruto did what he had practiced repeatedly. He scooped up and kissed the young woman's hand. Good evening, my lady, he said. I would love to take up some of your time, but I am afraid we're already late for our appointment. My wife might divorce me if I gave in to another temptation. The young woman blushed and could only groan in reply. Naruto and Sasuke were flagged 3 more times before they reached the keep deep within the castle walls. It turned out that Hana hadn't been exaggerating when she told them that a bastard was one of Michiba's most famous souvenirs. A pavilion shaded an area in front of the keep where crystal tables and oakwood chairs stood on the rubble pavement. Sasuke easily spotted Ino and Sakura among the scant crowd. Both had a tall glass of fruit sherbet in one hand and a man trying to court them in another. Sakura looked up, caught sight of their approaching figure, and gave a wave. The suitors scowled at Sasuke and Naruto and left with angry strides. Ino and Sakura faced each other and giggled. Naruto and Sasuke, recalling how the girls had been at each other's throat just a while ago, exchanged amused glances on their own. We've been waiting for almost an hour, Sakura said. I've been proposed to by an 8-year-old boy. Can you imagine that? God, this place is a jungle, Ino added. Hyenas everywhere. Right? Really? I mean, how can someone flaunt their money like that? It's as if you need to pay taxes because they're talking to you. I was this close. If that last guy had tried as much as attempt to touch me, I would have bashed his skull in. Sakura heaved a sigh. Anyway, Sasuke, I was asked to take you to Hana-san when you arrived. Naruto, you wait here with Ino. Sakura led the way to the keep. Sasuke followed behind her after a curt bow towards Ino and Naruto. Somebody make her deputy vice captain? Ino giggled. And that is? The actual vice captain. I think you're just thirsty. Come here and sit down. Excuse me, waiter. Ino ordered what Naruto asked, an avocado shake. The tall glass of light green smoothie, topped with a hefty spoonful of creme caramel, condensed milk, slices of cocoa jelly and cherries, arrived almost immediately via a lovely girl who desperately tried to make eye contact with Naruto. To her disappointment, though, Naruto only offered a quick thank you before shifting his full attention to Ino. Hey, about earlier, Naruto began. I appreciate what you did, but I am fine. What are you talking about? Just confessed to you, so maybe you thought I wanted to pair up with you. What? Ino was grinning. I didn't do it for you. It's just that the whole Sakura sneaking behind my back thing upset me. Anyway, we sorted it out. I talked it over with Sakura, and we decided to stick to the current pairings. She placed her hand over his knuckles and teasingly said, "Mute Mr. Ego a little bit." As he stared at Ino, trying to formulate a response, Naruto saw in his mind's eye the sunset of the previous day, superimposed by a couple's silhouette of which female half was the girl in front of him. In the pit of his stomach, a burning feeling akin to magma spread outward inside his chest. With a gulp, he tried to flip it over on itself and succeeded, but he couldn't catch in time the fake smile that involuntarily stretched his lips. He must have looked hideous to Ino. He would have shrunk away in disgust if he were looking at himself. He turned his hand over to catch Ino's palm, but she was fast to withdraw it away. She cradled it with her other hand, pressing down on its center with her thumb as if to knead an imaginary insect bite. He was waiting for that final confirmation. Naruto retracted his hand from the table and said, "I didn't mean to sound conceited. But if you somehow thought that way, then my answer is yes. I prayed that it ended with you having to play as my wife. If you had protested, we could have done something about it." She was looking away when she spoke, so she was surprised when his reply was an uncouth slurp from his straw. "Best avocado shake I've ever had," he said. "Pig," she muttered. The furrow in her brows and her harsh criticism were unlikely the products of his off-topic quip. She didn't like the sudden change of subject. He played with the straw in his mouth. "Be seduced by this pig." "Gross." "Please?" Ino blushed. "No." Naruto laughed at her reply. "Well, from an objective point of view, I didn't have a reason to protest." He stood up and tried to say something, but he found nothing to add. "I am going to the restroom for a bit." When he came back, Sakura and Sasuke were sitting with Ino at the table, waiting for him. Hana introduced them to village chief Sasuke, who hobbled towards each one of them one at a time to peer closely at their faces. His cataracts had rendered him almost blind, so he supplemented his bad sight with his sense of touch. He was small, standing only a little over 4 feet. He apologetically asked them to bend forward so that he could reach their cheeks. He had an entourage of 4 shinobi, also posing as couples on their honeymoon. Ino and Sasuke were assigned to the Supreme Michiba Inn on the Horn, while Sakura and Naruto got to stay at the Great Michiba Inn on the Hand. For 3 days, they would do their surveillance at separate locations to cover as much area as possible. Ino couldn't help feeling miffed when the attendant showed her and Sasuke their room at the Supreme Michiba Inn. It came with a canopied double bed and a balcony. The first thing Ino did was to go behind the partition blind. Sasuke started to boil some water for tea and went to survey the scenery on the balcony. Ino finished changing and came out wearing a one-piece white summer dress. She had tied her hair in a low ponytail. As she was placing her luggage on the bed, she noticed Sasuke's stare. "What?" she asked. "Nothing. It won't hurt to talk." Sasuke walked back into the room. He poured 2 cups of tea and handed one over to Ino. Ino placed her cup on the lamp table. "Come with me to the balcony," he said. "You can unpack later." "I am not in the mood." Sasuke gently held her wrist and tugged on it. "You need to relax a little." Ino sighed. "Fine." She pulled her wrist away from Sasuke's grasp and marched to the balcony with her tea. Her steps slowed when she got her first glimpse of the panorama. Sasuke grabbed her free hand and led her to the glass table near the balustrade. From their vantage point, they could see the White Castle on the middle hill and the Green Castle on the plains. But it was the lake that captured most of their attention. "It must look like the ocean up close," Sasuke said. "We'd better ask Sakura all about it later." She snorted. "Though I guess it will be Naruto from her mouth after this trip." God, I hate imagining it. She drank some tea and grimaced at the double bed. Why do we have to share the same room? It's sop. It will look weird if we take separate rooms. I know that. It's not what I am asking about. Sasuke smiled and pulled out his kakarui pipe from his robe. All you do is smoke and smile that stupid smile and act like you know everything, she said. This tea tastes horrible, too. She brought her teacup to her lips with a shaking hand. Her face scrunched up. I hate this tea. She pulled her knees to her chest and buried her face in them. Leave me alone, Sasuke. Go somewhere. Pretend we had a fight and I kicked you out of the room. It's normal for young couples to get into a fight out of nowhere. I will be the jealous wife who found out about her husband cheating in broad daylight. You know I can't do that. Ino remained silent for 2 minutes, not knowing what to say, not knowing how to continue. She desperately wanted to lie and hide everything from Sasuke. But in the end, she couldn't. I don't want to lose him. I want Naruto by my side. I hear you. I want him to cook for me again. I want him to fuss over me again. I want him to buy me blue chocolates again. I want him to tell me that he loves me. I don't want to share him with Sakura. He's mine. Naruto is mine. Do you love him? Yes, I do. Ino wailed. I love him, I love him, I love him. Ino stood on the balustrade, took in a deep breath, and yelled, Naruto. I am here. Come here and get me, you idiot. Yamanaka Jun, in her office, miles away from Michiba, tilted her head as if she heard Ino's voice. Smiling, she turned back to the document in front of her. Her husband cheating in broad daylight, Sasuke scoffed. Shut up. Do you remember now? In reply, Ino dashed to her luggage and rummaged around inside it, throwing clothes everywhere. He found a bundle of letters in a secret pocket she didn't remember ever seeing. Mom, she murmured. She hugged the envelopes and sank into the mattress. Sasuke followed her into the room. Your grandmother's method was a little underhanded, but it worked. I assume Naruto and Sakura, too? And you? No, not me. My Sharingan protects me from mind jutsu. Good for you, Ino said, her face melting into a wobbly smile while staring at the letters. They're back. You're kinda creeping me out, Sasuke said. Ino hurled a pillow at him. Will you get out? The door's over there. Better still, the balcony's just 1 leap away. To tease her, Sasuke transformed into Naruto. Ino shrieked and chased Sasuke away with the lamp table. Sakura had just gotten out of the shower when she felt the click in her head. She stared into the distance while her fight with Naruto played back in her mind. I am in love with your friend, been in love for a long time. No, she whispered. She ran to the balcony where Naruto napped in a chase long. The towel wrapping her body fell as she lunged at Naruto. Naruto almost bolted up in surprise but managed to stop before he flung Sakura away. Hey, what's going on? There was a cockroach. A cockroach? Sakura nodded. It almost bit me. I don't see a cockroach anywhere. Sakura straightened up without warning. He hissed and looked away. What the hell are you doing? We are the only ones here, are you an idiot? Naruto snatched the towel from the floor and wrapped it around her body. He then scooped her up in his arms, glaring left and right at the adjacent balconies. Sakura couldn't take her eyes away from him as he did that. After confirming the coast was clear, he carried Sakura inside and deposited her to the bed. Sakura hooked her arms around his neck. When he tried to get away, she pulled down hard and gave his lips a peck. He struggled to free himself from her embrace, but it was no use. She was much stronger than him. Naruto quit moving and stared into her eyes. She knew that he was attracted to her, at least physically, and now that their bodies were so close, she was sure his defenses would break sooner or later. Her expectations delivered. Naruto imprisoned her face in his hands and kissed her. Deep. When the strength left her arms, he pried them off his neck and pinned them over her head. He watched her prone figure for a time and then turned away to sit on the edge of the bed. Not like this, Sakura, he said. If I were Tsunade-sama, you wouldn't be saying that. Huh? Or Anko-san, or Hinata. She looked at him. Or Ino. I promise you that it's not about that. Humph, I can't believe I am having this conversation with you. Sakura remained quiet. He heaved a sigh. All right. I'll tell you what I think about your boo. Sakura smothered his face with a pillow. I wasn't trying to ask about them, you blockhead. Naruto tapped her arm. Sakura relented, settled down, and hugged the pillow to her naked body. Can you blame me for taking it that way? Naruto said. You were dropping bombshells one after another. And please, if you're going to tease me with someone, try to exclude Bachan, okay? It's gross. Tsunade-sama is only the hottest woman in Konoha. Are you telling me you don't find her attractive? Yeah, I do, but come on. Do I have to spell it out? Sakura giggled. Hey, I never got to apologize about last time, you know, about our fight. Naruto threw the blanket over Sakura and sprawled beside her. What, that? Forget about it. So. Ino, huh? Naruto didn't speak, and it lasted long enough that Sakura thought he had dozed off. Yeah. But I figured it might have been just an infatuation, Naruto said. If you're holding out because of me, don't. Those kisses, this, and those other things, there are no other things. They don't mean anything. I feel frisky sometimes. And I'd like it if you stopped. Should I? You should. It's pathetic losing your virginity to your best friend. I never said I was willing to go that far. Naruto sighed. Look, Sakura, you turn me on. It's tough to keep it under when you come onto me like this. You got curves at the right places. Your skin is perfect. You have a complex about your boobs, but I like them very much. Even if you're not willing, there will come a time that I won't be able to stop myself. Both of us are going to regret it. You, maybe, but me, not really. My mistake. I wasn't clear enough. I was talking about myself when I said virgin. Are you accusing me of sleeping around? Just being sarcastic. Try me, Sakura said. Sakura. Naruto sat up and took her hand. I don't want for the experience to feel empty. I don't want to do it because of convenience, because there is this gorgeous girl in front of me who says it's okay. You're a precious girl to me, so I'd rather give my whole self to you than just some part of me. You deserve nothing less. But, right now, I still can't. Is that the same reason you rejected me during the war? No. You were simply insincere. And if I said you were wrong? Was I? Sakura looked away. No. See? His smile said. Anyway, this discussion is over. I am going to take a shower. You're going to get dressed. Then we're going out. The fireworks show here is quite famous. And I want to make up for our lousy date last time. When Naruto was out of earshot, Sakura said, insincere, huh? You really are dense. Chapter 14. Ino spent the afternoon rereading Naruto's letters. She was upset about her grandmother's meddling, but she would have stayed confused if June hadn't temporarily erased her memories. Her feelings for Naruto had suddenly burst out when she got them back. It was embarrassing, yelling at the top of her lungs, but she was proud of it. She would do it again if someone so much as implied that she was pulling a prank. Thinking back on it, she had targeted Naruto most of the time because he didn't get angry with her. She could brag that she was one of the more intelligent girls among her peer, but was she dense when it came to matters with the opposite sex? How had Naruto reacted to other people who mocked him? Remembering specific events was difficult since she hadn't paid much attention to him before. Her only reference was his interactions with Sakura, but Sakura didn't joke around with Naruto. Sakura yelled at him a lot of times, but laughed at him? No. Naruto's reaction to Sakura's scolding had been nothing special. He sulked and talked back to her like a sibling did. Nothing more. Could she compare it to that one time when she asked him for a kiss? That whole incident had developed from an innocent comment. One ordinary day turned into something unforgettable when Aoba teased her that Naruto had been glancing in her direction when she was not looking. Ino didn't know why the blonde was at the hospital, but he couldn't have picked a worse time. He was sitting in the waiting area, reading some magazine. She gazed at him, waited for a few seconds, and turned back to the form she was filling up. Maybe he is attracted to you, the short-haired Aoba said. Among all the friends she had, Ino was most wary of the mischievous Aoba. She couldn't count how many times the girl had dragged her into unpleasant situations. Aoba was a self-proclaimed virgin, and Ino believed her, but Aoba's teasing personality made her seem, to a third party's point of view, anything but. Aoba played the matchmaker of the group, usually pairing two incongruous people together for her amusement. She was doing it right now. What the hell are you talking about? His eyes have hearts in them. Don't go there, Aoba. Dare. Shut it. I am gonna smack you. Why not? The big-chested Nana said. Can't you do it? Nana was Aoba's best friend. She looked like an airhead on the outside, complete with droopy eyes, big boobs, and pure smile, but Ino knew it wasn't the case. It was a facade. Ino wasn't sure if Nana unconsciously did it. But if Ino had to list down all of Aoba's tomfooleries, she could probably blame Nana for half of them. I won't. Come on, Aoba said. We'll cover for you. It's not that busy, anyway. Besides, I remember this girl who bailed out of a dare last time after we completed ours. You were asking me to walk home without panties. Ino hissed. A dare is a dare. Nana said, well, maybe our Ino is not confident that she can get it. Yeah, Aoba agreed. She did gain a bit of weight and is getting chubby around the face. I am sure Sasuke-kun told us once that he hated fat girls. Ino scowled. I only gained 40 pounds. 40. A dare is a dare. A gain is a gain, Aoba said, giggling. This is getting ridiculous. Aoba sidled over to Ino and whispered, I don't know. I am thinking of writing a get-well-soon letter to Sasuke one of these days. I might accidentally write something equally embarrassing as what you dared us to do last time. Ino gaped at her. Are you serious? Hee, beware of Aoba's grudge, Nana said. You both are crazy. Ino sighed. Fine, but this is only happening once, you got me? What am I supposed to do? Something equally embarrassing. Aoba sneered. Get a kiss from him. Ino glared at Aoba. I swear I am gonna kill you. Well, at least, you'll be getting it from a cutie pie like Naruto-sama, Nana said, unlike us poor maidens who lost it to each other. Fine, I got it, geez. Yay. Good luck, girl. Aoba summoned a black butterfly that perched on Ino's head. That guy will be our eyes. Aoba and Nana annoyed the hell out of her, but she couldn't do anything. She marched to where Naruto was. Clearing her throat, she greeted him. Hi, Naruto. Naruto looked up from his magazine. Ino. Hey, I am on break. Want to join me for some dessert? My treat. Naruto frowned. You have a fever? God, he's annoying. I am having a good day right now, Ino whispered, threateningly. Don't ruin it. Naruto held his hands up. Okay, sure. Whatever you say, boss. He seemed to have noticed the butterfly on Ino's head but didn't mention anything about it. Come with me. She turned to go, but Naruto grabbed her arm. Wait, hold on, Naruto said. What now? Breathe. Ino glared at him. I don't have time for this. Breathe, come on, he said, chuckling. I don't know what came over you, but at least, try to relax. Ino clenched her jaws but did as he asked. There, happy? Better. I apologize for earlier, Naruto said. You don't usually talk to me. Ino stared at him. Her rigid expression gradually softened. In the past, she would have fled in exasperation at this point, but now, being near him didn't feel that unpleasant. She realized that he was attractive up close, handsome even. His reputation had skyrocketed ever since the war, and he had become a sort of idol throughout the village. Being called Naruto-sama by girls was a regular occurrence. She glanced at the counter and saw her friends grinning at her. She felt a headache coming. Nana was spot on about her getting it from a cutie pie village hero, but prank or not, it was still a kiss. A dare is a dare. She nodded and led the way to the small ice cream stall across the street. After they got their ice cream, Ino invited Naruto to a shaded bench on the hospital yard. Ino pointedly sat a meter away from Naruto and at an angle so that she was slightly looking away from him. Naruto seemed not to mind that arrangement. His attention was on the flower bed at the fence. None of them spoke as they licked away at their ice cream. It was a silence long enough to realize with a start that half of her ice cream was already gone. Ino glanced at Naruto and then steeled herself for what she was about to do. She went and stood in front of him. "Stand up," she said. Naruto obeyed with a questioning look on his face. "Kiss me." "Huh? I said kiss me. I don't just do it." She squeezed her eyes shut. She smelled her sweet breath and sensed his descending lips. At the last moment, her hand involuntarily moved. She opened her eyes and saw his mouth and nose smudged and his chin dripping with melted strawberry ice cream. He looked at her and what she saw in his eyes burned her with guilt. It was resignation, as if he was not expecting any other outcome. Aoba and Nana waved at Ino from the window. She glowered at them in response. She flicked her head back to Naruto, trying to come up with something to say. "Go on," he said, jerking his head towards the hospital entrance. "Your break's over, I guess." Back to the present, in the canopied bed, Ino bit her pillow. If she could only travel back in time with her memory intact, she would clean his face with kisses, ice cream and all. "Why did I have to be a bitch that day?" she said. Knocks at the door broke her reverie. "Ino, I am coming in," Sasuke said. "Are you ready?" Horrified, Ino looked at the clock. It was 5 minutes past 6, and she had promised to meet him in the lounge at 5:30. "I am sorry." 5 minutes. "Give me 5 minutes." Sasuke went to the closet and took out a pouch from inside. "No, I'll come to fetch you in the lounge after an hour." Seeing Ino acting like that made Sasuke smile. "Naruto, what did you do to her?" he said, shaking his head. Contrary to what he implied, he didn't leave the lounge. He waited the hour quietly in an armchair near the stairs. "Sasuke." Sasuke turned his head up the stairs and felt his heart skip a beat. Ino beamed at him. She had chosen to wear a black velvet spaghetti dress, black velvet open-toed flats, and black velvet scrunchie tied low on her hair that cascaded down her right shoulder. She had only applied light makeup and put on simple white gold earrings and a necklace. Around him, he thought that time stopped. He heard gulps and soft whistles coming from every direction. Pride blossomed in his chest. This beautiful girl was, to the world they were trying to deceive, his wife. "Sorry for the long wait," Ino said. "I am sufficiently compensated," Sasuke said, looking her over. "You're too late, honey. Your closest friend has already stolen my heart." "Should I take it back?" "When you say it like that, you sound like you're serious." "I could be." "Please don't." Sasuke laughed. "Ready?" He held out his hand. Ino took it. "Yes." At the same time, Sakura and Naruto walked hand in hand through the market. Orange lanterns lit the path lined with a diverse variety of food and souvenir stores. They were both in casual attire, shirt, jeans, and sandals. Sakura had suggested the getup. Traditionally, men expected women to wear colorful kimono in fairs, but Sakura knew too well how frustrating it felt in clothing that restricted movement. Looking around, she concluded that the plainness of their attire didn't matter that much. She and Naruto still received a significant amount of attention. When Naruto pulled her closer to show the gawking men that she was his girl, Sakura's joy meter soared. it wasn't like the last time at the flower festival. Sakura could feel a certain level of possessiveness from Naruto right now. She scooted over to his side to reassure him that she was not going anywhere. Even though Michiba was designed with the nobility in mind, Sakura found it charming that there were places in it that showcased plebeian attractions. And even though Michiba was usually advertised to be the paradise for couples, she could see children among the crowd. The strict qualifications for visitors also helped to elevate the classiness of the place. Naruto took the lead. He dragged Sakura to stalls that sold delicacies like dango and takoyaki. Sakura observed that he never bought two separate orders. He bought only a single one which he shared with her. In the case of dango, he purchased one skewer and fed her from it. He had never done something intimate like this before. The mission could be one reason, but she dismissed the idea. Naruto couldn't be this natural if he were pretending. One time he peered at her and seemed to notice something on her face. He looked at their entwined hands and then at the stick of cotton candy in his left hand. He passed the cotton candy over to her. She was about to ask what was up when he suddenly wiped the side of her lips with his thumb and nonchalantly sucked on it. She thought she would die in embarrassment. But she was pleased. Very, very pleased. Wanting to catch the moment as it fizzled out, she spun and kissed him. "Good evening to you, honored guests," a young woman said. She handed over a leaflet to them. "After the great fireworks show, we will be holding a dance at the plaza. Please come and join us." Sakura and Naruto exchanged looks and promised the young woman that they would come. "I am stuffed," Ino said as she leaned back on her arms. She and Sasuke sat on a bench at an empty park that overlooked the lake on the plains below. She stared at the sky. Am I being rude if I say that I wish I were with Naruto?" "You are," Sasuke said. "I am sorry." "No need to apologize." He took a sip of tea. "I didn't see anything that we need to be anxious about. This place has solid security. There are plainclothes military police mixed in with the crowd. I'd say one guard for every 10 civilians. Did you see that okonomiyaki stall owner? He had a tattoo on the side of his neck. For archangels. It was hard to Mississippi. I guess he was showing it off as a warning to those in the know. If the archangels are keeping peace and order, I don't see any point to continue our mission." "I agree, but we cannot let our guard down. Anything can happen. Speaking of which, don't you want to go somewhere else?" Ino turned to look at Sasuke. "Nah, I am good." "This girl doesn't think so," Sasuke said, revealing a small toad on his palm. "Aren't you Gamasaku?" "Indeed, Ne-sama," the small toad said. "Don't you want to see Ne-sama?" "Oh, so you want to take me to him? You can already do a reverse summoning?" "Of course not. You still have to walk, but I can guide you to him. I always know where Ne-sama is." "She's cheeky," Ino fondly told Sasuke. "So cute." "I am worried about them," Sasuke said. "I am sure Sakura was planning to confess to Naruto within today. But Ne-sama loves Ne-sama very much," Gamasaku said. "I can only think of one outcome if Sakura confesses," Sasuke said. "Look for Naruto. I'll try to find Sakura at their inn. I'll convince her to pair up with me. One more thing. As Gamasaku said, Naruto loves you more than anything in this world. If you see him, tell him immediately that there's no us and there's never been." Unlike Naruto, whose eyes were glued to the fireworks display, Sakura was looking down at her feet. She was terrified at what she was about to do. Naruto had explicitly said that he loved Ino. Sakura had been trying to bridge the distance between her and Naruto, but the gap was just too big. All she had accomplished were superficial things like a kiss. She suppressed a sigh and looked at Naruto's profile. Why hadn't she realized that he had feelings for Ino? She had been Naruto's closest friend. How could she miss it? She let out an audible sigh and gathered her courage. Brooding over it wouldn't change anything. She couldn't count on any discernible advantage, and he would probably reject her. But it was her only chance. Even if the pain killed her, she didn't want to feel that she should have done it. She didn't want to look in the mirror and ask why she hadn't at least told him how she felt. She didn't want to be what Naruto would have described as just another friend. Naruto. Yeah. That time when you saved me from Sasuke, something had already changed in me. I tried to deceive you, remember? I told our friends that I wouldn't allow you to go. I told them that I would take care of everything. Yeah. While I was struggling to come up with a way to convince you, I thought back on what Sai had told me, that you were in love with me. I decided that I could use that. But then something snapped. The next thing I knew I was in front of you pretending to confess, except that I wasn't really. Sakura trailed off. Confessing? Naruto offered. It was pretty obvious, so pretending. Naruto slowly closed his mouth. I thought it had to be a mistake, so I faked it. I wanted you to reject me. I wanted to see Sasuke and confirm my feelings. The moment I saw him, I knew. They were not there. I looked at Sasuke and saw a man but nothing more. I stood there, frozen, asking myself, where did my feelings go? He was there, looming over a wounded girl, with a frigid expression on his face, and all I could think about was where did my feelings go? Then I pictured your face, and I felt them here. They were not gone. I just mistakenly believed that they were for Sasuke. During the time you were away with Jiraiya-sama, I only thought of Sasuke when I happened to catch sight of our team photo. I would feel my heart flutter each time, not realizing that it was your face that triggered it. I thought that you just reminded me of Sasuke when you were with me. I thought that my excitement when you took me out was nothing special. I didn't even try to consider the possibility because I thought that only Sasuke could make me feel that way. Sakura's eyes welled up. But all along it was you, Naruto. I don't know how. I am not sure when it started, but I can say I've felt this way about you for a long time. Maybe even since childhood. You were just too close to me that I completely missed it. Naruto, I love you. I maybe am too late now, but this is how I truly feel. Naruto's silence was more deafening than the loud reports of the fireworks. He had never once faced her during her confession. He had just kept on watching the colorful lights in the sky. After a minute or so, she glanced at Naruto. Concluding that he was considering the gentlest way to say no, she moved a step back, and another, until she was out of his reach. She must have misjudged the distance because, when she started to walk away, a hand caught her wrist and then enveloped her fingers. She stayed in place until he was behind her. It may take a long time, he said, but I will try to move on. Will you wait for me? Sakura hugged him with so much force he almost lost his balance. Yes. My feelings for Ino will not fade away that easily. I know. I may often compare you to her. I am prepared for that. Naruto smiled. Would you dance with me? Ne-sama. Ne-sama. Gamosaku called out to the petrified Ino. The explosions of the fireworks muted Gamosaku's tiny voice. She and Ino were around 15 feet away from Sakura and Naruto. They stood behind a crops of short trees situated away from view. Ino ran in the opposite direction. The suddenness of her movement threw Gamosaku off her shoulder. Irritated and confused, the little toad decided to go home, disappearing into smoke. And while she lost all sense of direction, snaking through the crowd on a rush, thinking of nothing but to get away as far as possible, she realized that she was holding her breath. She heaved for air as she slowed to a halt at the foot of a marble stairway guarded by a red torii. As if possessed by a malevolent spirit wanting to substitute the pain in her heart with physical pain, she threw her shoes away and began climbing the steps barefooted. When she reached the top, her side, lungs, and legs were screaming obscenities. There was an old shrine in front of her. Someone was praying at the altar. Quietly, she snuck at a place behind the shrine that was covered in darkness. She buried her face in her knees and wept. Were she to compare this to all the suffering she had experienced, she could say it was a league on its own. This was her very first real heartbreak. Chapter 15. Sasuke sat on one of the oak chairs in the pavilion. He looked up when he heard familiar voices in the distance. It was Sakura and Naruto. He stared closely at the pair as they came up to his location. They seemed oblivious to their surroundings, enclosed in their own world. The wall that Naruto had always erected to keep Sakura at bay was gone. He stood up when they were about to pass by him. Sakura, Naruto, Sasuke greeted. Sasuke? Why are you here? Did something happen? Naruto said. Where's Ino? So Ino couldn't meet him. He noticed Sakura inching closer to Naruto at the mention of Ino's name. Nothing happened. We were only here to see the fireworks ourselves. She ran off somewhere to buy something. I came over to see how you were doing. Well, we're doing fine, as you can see, Sakura said. Tired and sticky but feeling great. Sasuke allowed himself a smile to cover his feelings. This is not what I was expecting to happen. He turned his gaze to Naruto, but the blonde looked away. I'll be on my way, then. Sure, Sakura said. Good night, Sasuke. Tell Ino, Naruto began, but Sakura cut him off. And Ino, too. I am sorry, but we need to use the bathroom. Sasuke shook his head. Don't mind me. He bowed to them and walked away. Sakura was almost running as she pulled Naruto behind her. He asked her to slow down, but she just stuck her tongue out at him. Once they were inside their room, Sakura slammed the door shut and locked it. She hungrily attacked Naruto's lips. Wait him. Sakura, hold on him. He struggled to break his head free from Sakura's vice-like grip, but he couldn't. Sakura was too strong. In the end, he gave up and lowered his hands to his sides. He let her do as she pleased. She seemed to have realized that he stopped moving because she pushed herself away in a panic. I am sorry. You don't need to apologize, Naruto said. No, it's my fault. I am sorry. I am rushing too much, Sakura said. I'll use the shower first. Naruto slumped on the bed. In an eruption of anger, he clenched his jaws and launched a punch to his knee only to stop before it hit. His fist, an inch away from its target, trembled. He heaved a sigh and let himself fall onto the bed. What the hell am I doing? Half an hour later, he heard Sakura come out of the shower. He was on the balcony. Sakura, I am here, he called out. He poured her a cup of coffee. Sugar? No, she said. I'd like to try it bitter. Naruto pushed the cup towards her. It's almost morning, but there's still a lot of people on the streets. Yeah. He watched the coffee in his cup for a time. Listen, Sakura, Sakura laughed nervously. I messed up, didn't I? Naruto reached out and held her hand. It was me. I am still not ready to let go. But as Ive said, one day I'll move on. I am not saying that we cannot do things, but I want to be sure that I am giving you everything I am when we do it. You can think of her while we're doing it, you know. Naruto flicked her forehead. What the hell are you doing? You're not her replacement, okay? Stop talking like that. I was kidding. I am going to break your neck if you do that. Naruto laughed. That's reassuring to hear. I want sugar, after all. Naruto pushed the cup of sugar to her. She placed half teaspoons into her coffee until she was satisfied with its sweetness. Deal. Deal? What deal? I'll give you space until you're ready. Thank you, Sakura. But I am not giving up cuddling. The sky turned light, and the air became pregnant with dew as the morning approached. But Ino didn't notice it. She was curled into a ball on the outer corridor of the shrine. From a third person's point of view, she looked like she had fallen asleep in that position, but no. She was replaying in her mind the recent events she had accidentally come across. She recalled Naruto's words, and she felt her emotions boiling over. Jerk, she said. Your indecisiveness will come back to bite you. No. The reason was that Naruto's feelings hadn't been that strong. Fortunately for her, before she had sunk too deep, she had caught the bastard's betrayal firsthand. Why had she fallen for him anyway? Besides from being caring, sweet, kind, and honest, what other things was he good at? He was cute, a clean freak, and an excellent cook. He had all the qualifications of the ideal house husband. He was the village hero, a top-ranked shinobi, and a prospective candidate for Hokage. He could buy a set of blue chocolates on a whim, so even though he didn't look the part, he probably was already financially independent. To top it all, he endured a one-sided love for a long time because he believed she would be happiest with Sasuke. Why had she fallen for him? Could she have not? Thinking about all of these brought a fresh wave of tears to her eyes. Naruto. You idiot. I can't undo it, I can't take it back, you cheater. You're the worst. Excuse me? What? Ino glared at the intruder. A lanky man with long blonde hair stood at the corner of the shrine. I am just wondering if these are your shoes. So? What if they're mine? I don't need them. Now get the hell out of here. The long-haired man gestured at her to lower her voice. If you keep yelling like that, the priest will get mad at us. Why should I care? The priest, who showed up beside the long-haired man out of nowhere, cleared his throat. Horrified, the long-haired man bent his body forward in apology. I am sorry, sir. Please forgive my friend. Who are you calling a friend? That guy is not my friend, old man. A vein throbbed on the priest's temple. Old man? I am only 25. The priest threw them out of the shrine. Ino snatched her flats from the grasp of the long-haired stranger. She had to stifle a gasp after she realized that the man was unbelievably good-looking. He had an androgynous face, and because of his long hair, he looked more like a woman at first glance. Thank you for bringing my shoes back. You're well, that's all. I am going. Ino turned and started to walk. Wait up. Leave me alone. I am in a bad mood, don't you see? Aren't you Yamanaka Ino? Ino spun to face him. Who the hell are you? You bumped into me last night, but you didn't notice. You were who the hell are you? I am sorry. I am Kasai Shinjin, ma'am. Pleased to meet your acquaintance. Kasai? As in the Kasai clan? Why yes, ma'am. Stop calling me ma'am. Why yes, Yamanaka-san. Ino frowned. So? What do you want from me? I am just. Shinjin cleared his throat. I was the one whom you were supposed to meet in the marriage interview. Ino's eyes widened in disbelief. She could only stare for a few seconds. I didn't agree to that. It was my mom's idea. If we inconvenienced you in any way, I apologize. It's more complicated than simply being inconvenienced. Could I invite you to talk somewhere private? Ino agreed. Shinjin led her into a garden cafe and chose a balcony seat. After skimming the menu, he ordered bagels and coffee for them both. I was shocked to encounter you out there, Shinjin said. If it wasn't fate, I don't know what to call it. Don't drag fate into this. It was a simple coincidence. Yeah, you're right. Sorry. The waitress arrived with their food. She openly gave Shinjin excessive attention as she set the tray down and poured coffee for them. We're trying to talk here, you know, Ino told the waitress. Would you mind leaving already? Yes, ma'am. The waitress almost fell over from trying to get away as fast as she could. I can see that you had a rough night, Shinjin said. Ino crossed her arms and looked away. I don't see how's that any of your business. Yeah. I am sorry. Would you stop apologizing? It's irritating. Shinjin laughed nervously. I'll try my best. He sat up straighter and assumed an air of a politician. I am in luck to have found you before the conference. Ino furrowed her eyebrows at the word conference. Was it just her, or was the conference he was talking about the same thing as the upcoming meeting between her grandmother and village chief Sasuke? What conference? Ino asked, feigning ignorance. The same conference you have in mind, the Kasai conference regarding Naomi. Ino didn't reply. My father passed away a month ago. But don't panic. It wasn't because of the marriage interview or anything. I am sorry to hear that. Shinjin shook his head. He bought Naomi before he died. Kasai clan currently owns the land. What? Sasuke Dano and Yamanaka Dano are fully aware of the situation. However, they don't know that my father had certain conditions he had set before the transfer could be deemed legally acceptable. Ino clenched her hands. What are these conditions? My father was delighted to receive your mother's proposal, Yamanaka-san. He also knew that your grandmother had been working hard to acquire that piece of land. He decided that it would be the perfect wedding gift, so. Shinjin gulped. In his last will, my father specifically stated that the land is mine and my wife's alone and shall only be permitted to be transferred to a relative by blood or by law. He looked at Ino. As it stands, your grandmother doesn't qualify at the moment. At the moment? Marry me, Yamanaka-san. Ino got up so suddenly she knocked her chair over. Are you crazy? Is there someone you like? My liking or not liking someone doesn't matter. My grandmother will never agree to something like that. Over a piece of land? Don't underestimate my grandmother. And you? What do you think about this? It's stupid and opportunistic. Now it was Shinjin's turn to knock his chair over. It's not like that, Yamanaka-san. I swear I don't have any ulterior motive. You're asking me to marry you. Me, a total stranger. A girl who doesn't have anything but a cute face. How can you say that you don't have any ulterior motive? Shinjin looked around nervously. You don't have to give your answer now. You still have time to think it over. My mind is made up. You know what, this is absurd. I don't even know why I am still talking to you. This coming Sunday. If that's your final answer, it's fine with me. I told you my side of the story, but I think you need to hear your grandmother's side of the story, too. Ino sighed. Okay, fine. I'll give you my answer on Sunday. But I am telling you now, it's not going to change. I understand. If that's what you will have finally decided after everything you hear, I don't have any reason to object. Ino slowly sat back down. Have you calmed down? Ino glowered at Shinjin. How did you know it was me? This was one of the reasons I wanted to meet you. From inside his robe, Shinjin pulled out a thin notebook. This came with the invitation. It's high time I gave it back. Ino thought that she had just died of embarrassment. Ino quietly entered their room in the Supreme Michiba Inn. She looked around and found that the door to the balcony was open. The curtains swayed with the soft morning breeze. Sasuke was sleeping on the sofa. The lines under his eyes suggested of a long night of waiting. She took a spare blanket from the closet and draped it over Sasuke. He must have been exhausted. Her actions didn't stir him in the slightest. As she stood at the balustrade, watching the fog fade slowly under the rising sun, she thought back on the events a few hours ago. Naruto had been reluctant to accept Sakura's feelings. And it seemed like, at least at the moment, he was just going with the flow. He never said I love you to Sakura. He only promised that he would try to move on. Now that the facts were out, she could see where she had gone wrong. She had hinted at the possibility that she and Sasuke would become an item, eventually. Naruto said that he would stop his advances when that time came. Was this him taking his first step? Was it her fault for not telling him about her true feelings? No. Naruto was the one who had been going on and on about how much he loved her. He should prove its strength to her. He should show that his feelings were so strong he could defy anyone and anything to keep them aflame. He should challenge the world for her. He should declare, I am hers, forever. Was it asking too much? If he couldn't even wait until she was ready to accept his affection, how would she believe his words? He should not make it an excuse that he was only thinking of her happiness. Had he even asked her if being with Sasuke would make her happy? He had just assumed things. I am pathetic, she muttered. Can you blame him for doing what he did? She plopped herself onto the chair behind her and stared at Sasuke's sleeping face. Why couldn't it be you? Everything would have been simple. If she came out and told him about her feelings, would that change a thing? It would be unfair to Sakura. Her best friend had loved Naruto for a long time. When Naruto told Sakura that he was willing to accept her feelings, Sakura looked like she finally found what real happiness was. Could she take that happiness away for her own? She didn't want that. She could never do that. It didn't feel right. Ino looked up at the sky and let out a weary sigh. In the end, I am just a coward. You're right, Sasuke. I cannot blame the fact that I've learned of my true feelings too late. It's my indecisiveness that led to this. It's only fair that. Oh, God, it hurts. Tears trailed down her cheeks. She put her arm across her eyes and quietly cried herself to sleep. Ino pushed everything away in the corner of her mind. She focused on her task for the remaining days of the mission. Sasuke stopped to matter despite his efforts to cheer her up. In the end, he left her alone. She wed with the slow flow of time, patrol home, like a pre-programmed doll going about its business, until the day of the conference arrived. Yamanaka Jun knelt in front of Kasai Shinjin and bowed in greeting. Both wore elegant kimono and made it a point to dress up their entourage as well. Hana and Ino were kneeling behind Jun while village chief Sasuke and a woman, who must have been Shinjin's attendant, were kneeling behind Shinjin. I appreciate your generosity to meet with us in person, Kasai-sama, Jun said. It is my pleasure, Yamanaka-dano, Shinjin said. As agreed upon, we are meeting here to talk about your acquisition of Naomi. Is that correct? Yes. Through a letter I sent to you, privately, you were made aware that the land is now under my ownership. Do you agree? I do. Shinjin let out a soft breath. I informed you that the Kasai clan didn't have any intention to part with Naomi, but you still wish to negotiate the terms with me. Yes. Before I tell you our reason, may I know why you want to acquire the land so much? Shinjin gave Ino a glance that told her to listen carefully. It has been a lifetime vow I am trying to fulfill for my grandfather. In that land, in Naomi, lay the bodies of the Yamanaka clan's forefathers. I've been searching for that land all my life. It is my fervent wish to bring that land home with me before I die. Shinjin's mouth slightly gaped. He seemed surprised to hear that the land was that important to Jun. He cleared his throat to recover some of his lost composure. Even if I wanted to, I couldn't. I accumulated a considerable amount of wealth, Kasai-sama, and it will be enough to buy you 10 other lands the size of Naomi. I can also give you half of the lands I now possess if you ever wish to demand it as part of the payment. Ino watched in horror when her ever-proud grandmother did what she would never do even with a blade pointed at her throat. Yamanaka Jun kowtowed in front of Shinjin. Mother. Hana said. Stay where you are. Jun ordered. Kasai-sama, I am already old. I wish to see the land of Naomi back in the custody of the Yamanaka clan before my age renders me blind. I beg of you to reconsider. Yamanaka-dano, please, raise your head. I can't. This is my only chance. Shinjin locked eyes with Ino and Hana before turning back to Jun. I can't give Naomi to anyone outside of my family. It's my father's dying wish. Outside. Of your family? No. No. Hana exclaimed. Is this about the cancelled marriage interview? Are you trying to get back at us? It's not like that, Yamanaka-san. My father intended for Naomi as a wedding gift for your daughter and me. He prayed to live long enough to see me get married, but sadly, he passed away before he could. He thought that my wedding to your daughter was already set in stone. He knew that Yamanaka-dano wanted to acquire Naomi, and being what he was, he believed that the land would be the most fitting gift. Jun sighed. It's okay. I understand the situation now. I am willing to give my life to acquire Naomi, but it's insignificant compared to my granddaughter. I am sorry to I accept. Ino's words stunned the room into silence. What are you saying? Hana said. I will marry you, Kasai-sama. My granddaughter's words do not represent I represent my person, Ino said, defiantly. And with or without the issue of Naomi's acquisition, my answer will still be the same. I will marry you, Kasai-sama. Shinjin nodded in acknowledgement and excused himself from the room. Following behind him were his female attendant and village chief Sasuke, who looked back at June, apologetically. June didn't notice it because she wasn't seeing anything but the floor at the moment. When Shinjin and his entourage were safely out of earshot, Hana confronted Ino. Ino, I am telling you right now that I am not giving you my consent. Your marriage with that beautiful thing will never happen. This is all your fault. Both of you. How dare you lecture me after all that you've done? Ino, I won't allow it whatever you say, June said. Naomi can rot for all I care. I am not paying them with my grandchild. Shut up, shut up, shut up. If you hadn't erased my memories, I would have realized my feelings for Naruto much sooner. And Mom, I don't want to hear anything from you. You're the cause of all of this. If you hadn't sent that stupid invitation in the first place, we wouldn't have had this situation right now. Ino wiped her eyes with the back of her hand. It might work anyhow. You should be happy I am marrying into nobility. With that, Ino stormed out of the room. She went to wash her face and covered any trace of negative emotion in her expression. When she met with Sakura, Sasuke, and Naruto, who'd been waiting in the lounge, she was smiling. She held Sasuke's hand and kissed him on the lips. Sasuke frowned at her, but she ignored it and faced the other two. As you can see, she said, I got permission to stay for a while with Sasuke. So, I was hoping you could go back to the village and make the report to Tsunade-sama without us. Sure, Naruto said. So, you're now a couple, too? Two? You don't say. Naruto held his and Sakura's entwined hands. Tomorrow will be our first week together. Congratulations. I am happy for you, Naruto, Sakura. Yeah. You, too. Sasuke, Ino, congratulations. Sasuke was looking on in confusion. Sakura's eyes were focused somewhere far away. Ino and Naruto continued to shine their fake smiles at each other. Once they were back in their room, Sasuke confronted Ino. I don't understand your intention, Sasuke said. What was that all about? Nothing that complicated, Ino replied. I just wanted them to think that we finally became a couple. I don't get it. Are you giving up Naruto? I am. I don't believe you. Listen, Sasuke. I need your help. You're giving up on yourself just like that? I am not giving up on myself. I am trying to move on. Why? What the fuck do you mean why? Because I don't understand. It's pretty obvious that Naruto still loves you. He's just confused. Why not tell him how you truly feel? If he learns that you're not really in love with me. So, it's my fault? Yeah, sure, it's my fault. I am supposed to make an effort to clear things up. He's free not to give a damn about how hurt I am because he's not aware of the truth. It's not like that, Ino glared at Sasuke. He's not thinking about me at all. He's just a little coward who doesn't want to get hurt. If he's serious about his feelings for me, he will take me away for himself. He will not care what anyone will think. He will not care what I will think. Having me will be the only thing that will matter to him. But no, he gave me up. He knew that his feelings for me were not strong enough, so he gave me up. Now tell me. Am I supposed to beg him to reconsider when he was the one who let go? I am not going to waste my time on a wimp who thinks he's making me happier by being a martyr. I am not stupid. Sasuke couldn't answer. I am marrying Kasai Shinjin of the Kasai clan. What? You don't need to do anything. You just need to be there. I don't want that idiot barging in and making the wrong conclusions again. Nobody is forcing me. I made the decision myself. Chapter 16. The Kasai clan had admitted Sasuke as a guest at Ino's request. He was free to roam the estate at will, read scrolls and texts that were normally inaccessible to outsiders, join the training of the clan's private army, and sleep, not like he ever tried with any of the household courtesans. Simply put, he got the same treatment as what Ino and her family received. It had been 2 weeks since they had departed from Michiba. They hadn't returned to Konoha yet, but the Hokage had sent them a message of acknowledgement for the successful completion of their mission. Inoichi came once to persuade Ino to renege her engagement to Shingen, but Ino refused to listen. On the 3rd day, Inoichi gave up. Eiichi left the estate, warning Ino not to regret her decision later. Ino replied that she would not. Hana and June tried to talk Ino out of her decision, too. It happened almost daily until Ino put a stop to it by asking them not to speak to her while they were in the Kasai estate. The courtship between Ino and Shingen continued unimpeded. They walked in the gardens every morning. They took lunch and dinner together. Shingen always met her when he was not occupied with work. If there was something Sasuke was thankful for, it was the lack of physical contact between the two. He would have to give up if Ino became open to that. Shingen, himself, kept a respectable distance around Ino. He never took advantage of his position to intrude her personal space. As a fellow man, Sasuke couldn't find anything he could complain about Shingen. He was gentle in his speech. He was down to earth. He was the classic gentleman in every meaning of the word. Sasuke despised the idea, but objectively speaking, Shingen might be the most eligible husband candidate available in the Fire Country. He was not only wealthy and powerful. He also had the genes that promised nothing short of the best-looking babies a union between man and woman could produce. Sasuke was unsure if being a bystander was the right thing to be. He worried about Ino's emotional state. Though she was all smiles whenever she interacted with Shingen, in private, she was listless. She often stared at the sky at night. She forced food down her throat. If Shingen was not around, she shut herself inside her room or sat in front of the giant golden Buddha in the clan's family shrine. One time, when Sasuke confronted her about that, she said that she was just preparing her mind for the wedding. If he hadn't known better, he would have regarded her as a woman in penitence. Only 2 weeks remained before Ino and Shingen tied the knot, but he was still unable to make up his mind. Would he honor Ino's wish or would he listen to his conscience? "May I sit with you, Uchiha-san?" Shingen said. Sasuke looked up and nodded. Shingen crossed his legs and lit his long pipe. The two smoked in silence, eyes locked upon the swirling patterns of white stones in the Zen garden. "Are you worried about Yamanaka-san?" Shingen asked. "I am. Me, too. I think I haven't made any progress with her. It doesn't seem that way to me. From a distance, yeah, but up close? It's like haggling with a merchant." Shingen sighed. "Is there, perhaps, someone whom she fancies in your village?" "There is one." "I thought so. I'll confess to you, Uchiha-san. I think I've fallen in love with Yamanaka-san. I understand how she could have done that." Shingen laughed. "She's beautiful, yes, but it's only one of the factors. You see, being of my standing, I often receive marriage proposals from women of noble birth. If we're talking about raw beauty, I've seen girls who are prettier than Yamanaka-san. The one thing that sets her above the rest is her grit." "Grit?" "I have a soft spot for strong-willed women. That could be problematic for a person like you. I want a wife that doesn't care who I am. I am fed up with girls who fawn over me because I am Kasai Shingen. But Yamanaka-san is different. The first time we met, despite knowing who I was, she didn't hold back. She chewed me out as much as she would an ordinary person. Usually, people treat me with deference, but Yamanaka-san doesn't care where I came from. It was quite a refreshing experience, to tell you the truth." "Aren't you just a closet masochist? Under different circumstances, I would have already demanded your head." Sasuke smiled. Kasai Shingen was indeed quite the charmer. "Why are you telling me this?" I know that you're opposed to this marriage, but you cannot do anything because Yamanaka-san is holding you to your word. Yes. Shinjin pulled a drag from his pipe. I want to reach Yamanaka-san's heart. There's no meaning to this marriage if I can't do that. I want to meet this boy. What was his name? Uzumaki Naruto. The hero of the Fourth Ninja War? Yes. The hero, huh? Shinjin ruminated on the information. That's a tough competition. Shinjin set down his pipe, put his hands on the floor, and bowed. I am the incumbent head of the Kasai clan, and by my name I command you, bring Uzumaki Naruto to me. Perfect. Sakura could only think of that word to describe her days with Naruto. Although she had chosen not to tell anyone about it, yet, people wouldn't have mistaken her intimacy with the blonde for anything else. She had been practically living with Naruto since the day they returned to Konoha. You don't need to do this, Naruto said. It was a Sunday. Sakura was in Naruto's apartment again, in the process of segregating his dirty clothes. I enjoy it. Naruto gave her a look. What? Nothing. Naruto sighed. He started digging for something in the pile. Is this what you're looking for? Sakura held a pair of boxers to her face. Ah. Naruto attempted to snatch the underwear away, but Sakura was faster. Nope. At least don't wash my underwear by hand. You can just throw them into the washing machine later. Oh, come on. Sakura rolled her eyes. What's wrong with washing them by hand? The washing machine will just ruin them. There's nothing wrong with doing them by hand. What I don't like about it is what you do with them before the actual washing. What? Sakura sniffed the boxers. That. What the hell is wrong with you? That's gross. Everyone does this. My mom does this to my dad's clothes. To your dad's clothes. Let me remind you that you're stuffing used underwear into your nose. You don't have to be embarrassed about the smell. I didn't even believe it at first, but your underwear doesn't smell much. That's not the point. You're blushing, big guy. Can this much arouse you already? Not this again. And you're a medical neen. You should stop doing something that dirty. In what way? Sakura flashed him a seductive smile. The unhygienic way, you cretin. Naruto enclosed her in a bear hug which made Sakura squeal. Honestly, you're doing too much. Sakura pecked him on the lips. I am not. I like taking care of you. Sakura pulled him into the living room and made him sit on the sofa. You just sit there and watch some TV, okay? She hummed a lively song as she went back to work in the laundry room. Naruto took Sakura out for lunch in the afternoon. She had been reluctant to agree at first, knowing the type of shops Naruto frequented, but it turned out that he knew a few decent ones. They went to eat in a restaurant that specializes in pasta. The place was situated atop a hill surrounded by a bamboo forest. They were currently walking through one of the many bamboo corridors leading back to the village. The grassy scent of bamboo filled their noses while the crunch of dried leaves filled their ears. As they slowly descended the empty dirt road, they occupied themselves with light-hearted gossip and word games where the winner could order the loser to do anything. Sakura, with her academic acumen, won most of the time, and she settled for small kisses as her prize. Nothing could have soured her mood until they reached a turn and encountered a familiar face. Sasuke? Naruto said. Naruto. Wow, it's a small world, huh? Actually, it's not a coincidence. Sasuke pulled his robe aside, and a little toad leaped up to his shoulder. Gamasaku? The little toad glared at Naruto. I hate you, Nisama, she said, and then left in a puff of smoke. Sakura couldn't shake the feeling that something terrible was about to happen. Her pulse quickened. She tried to control them, but her lungs refused to slow down. Sasuke glanced at Sakura and closed his eyes to regain composure. Naruto, there's nothing between Ino and me. Naruto frowned. What are you saying? Sasuke. I need to talk to you about something. Sakura tried to approach Sasuke, but Naruto raised a hand to stop her. Go on, Naruto said. A sob escaped from Sakura's throat, but Naruto didn't show any reaction to it. She couldn't get a chance to tell you. We are not in a relationship. That's bullshit. Sakura said. She admitted it herself. She's in a complicated situation right now. The land that her grandmother had been trying to acquire imposed an unfair condition. It can only be transferred within the Kasai clan. Ino accepted to marry the current head to fulfill that requirement. Can you tell me where she is? Naruto asked. Yes. Sasuke's Sharingan appeared for a second. Naruto nodded in understanding and began to walk away. I'll kill myself. Sakura's voice came out barely audible. If you leave, Naruto, I am going to kill myself. Naruto halted and gritted his teeth. He seemed to remember, finally, that Sakura was there. Sasuke directed his Sharingan at Sakura. You had better make that permanent, Sasuke. Sakura said. Tears were streaming down her cheeks. Once I regain my consciousness, you had better be there to stop me. Naruto turned back and wrapped Sakura in his arms. Sakura. It was a voice so soft it demanded all of Sakura's attention. Naruto waited until she caught her breathing before he spoke again. Ever since I was a kid, I've been jealous of people who knew what could make them happy. I knew what the word meant, but I couldn't grasp its concept. I often asked myself about it, you know. How come their smile was different from mine? Ji-chan, Ero-senin, Tsunade-chan, they taught me that if I made other people happy, I would feel happy, too. I was suspicious at first, but it worked. That's the reason I kept on doing it. I made every effort to make the people around me happy. Sakura, you're one of those special people I particularly adore. I like seeing your smile. I did everything I could to keep you smiling. I brought Sasuke back, didn't I? But now. Now is different. I finally found something which is not a mere reflection of other people's happiness. It's something I can call my own. And though I might not be rewarded for it, I don't want to give it up. I want to chase after it even if it means being hurt in the process. I want to keep loving Ino, Sakura. I want to keep loving her forever. No. Sakura sobbed. Please, Naruto. I know I am hurting you. I know I am only thinking of myself. I know you might not forgive me for this, but... Naruto tightened his embrace. Sakura, this is a once-in-a-lifetime request. Please let me go. No. Look, I'll grow my hair again. I'll get ear piercings. I'll start to wear more girly clothes. I'll do anything you want. Just say it, and I'll do it, no questions asked. She felt like drowning in a river, grabbing at water lilies that plunged into the water at her every attempt. Naruto, I'll make you happy. I promise you'll forget about Ino as long as you're with me. I've been with you the longest. I've loved you the longest. If you stay with me, you'll not regret it. I swear, Naruto. So please. Please stay. Even if I stayed, we'd both be living a lie. Sakura, I cannot return your feelings. That's fine. I am not asking you to return my feelings. I just want you to stay by my side. I cannot live without you. Sakura buried her face into his chest and tightened her hold on him. I am sorry, Sakura, but whatever you say or promise, whatever you decide to do after this, I'll not regret my choice. Right now, Ino is the most important thing in my life. Those words froze her. Strength left her arms, which made it easy for Naruto to extract himself away and leave. Her voice came out as croaks as she groped the air for someone to hold. Naruto hadn't said it out loud, but she heard it in his words just the same. Even if you kill yourself, it will not change my decision. Sasuke, don't leave me, she pleaded. I won't leave, Sasuke said. Sakura tottered to where Sasuke stood. She laid her head on his chest, trying hard to suppress her emotion. What did I do wrong? Why am I always She couldn't finish the question. Sobs rocked her body. The pain that she was trying to stifle broke through her clenched throat like a jet of water from an overburdened dam. She stopped caring where she was and let out all her anguish. She bawled as if she had lost Naruto not to a rival but to death. Shinjin looked up when he heard footsteps approaching him. The blue-eyed blonde stopped at the dais where Shinjin sat. There were no other people in the room. Uzumaki Naruto cast him an aggressive look. Shinjin felt his face blushing at the intensity of Naruto's eyes. Among all the participants of the Fourth Ninja War, this boy was the only shinobi to be given the title hero. Shinjin understood now what it was like to be in the presence of an individual who could end a world war. Uzumaki Naruto, I presume? Shinjin said. I am, sir. I am pleased to have finally met you. As I do, sir. I believe Uchiha-san has already informed you of the situation. Yamanaka-san and I are bound to get married 11 days from now. There's only a small issue. Apparently, Yamanaka-san has yet to come to a conclusion regarding certain individuals in her life. I was hoping that you could help me with it. I am here to get my girl back, Kasai-san, nothing more. Where is she? Shinjin sighed. I believe I didn't make myself clear. She is my betrothed. It was a mutual agreement between us and our families. What I am giving you is only a chance to say goodbye. I am taking her with me with or without your consent. Are you perhaps threatening me? Do you know what that means? I don't give a damn. Tell me where she is. Shinjin stood up. I am the head of the Kasai clan, clothed in immense power. You shall pay the respect that I deserve. At my word, I can destroy Konoha and send your friends to their deaths. Do not provoke me. Naruto walked up the dais and harshly pulled Shinjin by the collar. Do it. Destroy Konoha. Ruin the lives of my friends. Drag my name whichever way, so I'd become known as a dangerous villain. But never try to stop me from seeing my girl. Don't you care for anything else except for Yamanaka-san? Where is Ino? You're throwing away everything for the sake of one girl? Yes. Naruto shoved Shinjin back to his seat. Shinjin regarded Naruto for a time. He was thankful that at least the blonde shinobi still retained a modicum of self-control. Nevertheless, he felt that Naruto was only a hairline away from being outright murderous, so he needed to choose his next words carefully. Are you sure Yamanaka-san will come with you that easily? She accepted this arrangement, herself. Even her mother and grandmother couldn't persuade her to change her mind. I am pretty sure she's already come up with the perfect excuse on how to refuse you. Naruto smirked and shook his head. I suppose you don't really know her. I've been in love with her all my life. I am confident that I understand her tendencies more than anyone. I cannot brag that I am a smart person, but when Sasuke told me that he and Ino were not in a relationship I got it. She's quite impulsive when she's in a bad mood, and she doesn't stop to consider if her actions are right or wrong. She doesn't care if the consequences are trivial or of national importance. She only thinks of how she can make the people who hurt her understand how hurt she is. That's a subjective rationalization. I don't see it that way. Are you certain you're not imposing your opinion on me? No, I already got a taste of how thoughtless she could be. She ran away from home when her mother tried to set her up into an arranged marriage. Now, Kasai-sama, I'll give you the option to point me to where Ino is, else I will have to force my way in. I'll not be responsible for any damages I will have inflicted on your mansion. Shinjin could only stare at Naruto's looming figure. He thought that his heart was about to jump out of his throat. Naruto had downright overwhelmed him and, at the same time, caused a warm feeling to spread throughout his body. Shinjin realized that he couldn't look at Naruto for much longer, so he cast his eyes down and covered his face with his hand like a woman. Fortunately, Naruto's eyes were trained at the direction he was pointing. She's over at the tea temple, and Naruto. Sama. He caught himself and looked up, but Naruto was already halfway through the corridor. I am so stupid. How can I escape from this now? Ino realized that she had gotten herself into the dumbest situation she could imagine. All she had wanted was induce remorse from her mother and grandmother and, of course, tear Naruto into shreds, but things had spiraled into a complicated mess. What now, genius? The one thing that had pushed Ino over the edge was the image of Naruto's heartbroken face when he learned that she had married a stranger. The fool assumed that she was still in love with Sasuke without confirming it. To make matters worse, he thought that he was doing the best thing for her by hooking up with Sakura. Never in her life had she badly wished to make someone miserable. Her frequent trips to the Golden Buddha did not mean that she was turning to religion for relief. She had just discovered that the giant statue made her mind calm enough for rigorous calculation. When she shut herself in her room, during times when the temple was occupied, or in here, she did nothing but think of ways to rid herself of Shingen and this suffocating place. And now that her wedding was only 11 days away, the urgency of finding a solution without inciting war intensified to almost desperate levels. She was at the end of her rope. On more than one occasion, she had barely managed to keep from breaking down. I finally found you. Ino jumped and then froze over. She had never expected to hear the familiar voice in this place. It seems that you dragged yourself into another troublesome situation. No. It's only my imagination. Don't you dare turn around. But I also like this side of you. Oh God, oh God, oh God. Remember the day when you left my apartment? I told you something. I can take you away if you tell me to, I said. No, no, no. Don't listen to him. You couldn't give me an answer then. Why are you here? Ino said. Go back to Sakura. I don't need you. Who the hell asked you to come here anyway? Was it Mom? Grandma? Just so you know, I've already made up my mind. I am gonna marry Shingen, and that's final. Also, I don't want to see your ugly face ever again. Go to hell with Sakura or wherever that witch takes you. I don't care what happens to you, really. I've had enough of this I am doing it for your happiness business. It's lame. She stopped when she heard snivels from behind her. They were followed by sobs and gasps for air. She didn't want to be the first one to give in, but she couldn't help it. She couldn't endure hearing her beloved in agony for too long. She stood up and turned to Naruto. He was staunchly pressing down on his eyes with the heel of his hands. She was reminded of Naruto as a child, crying his eyes out when he couldn't take the bullying anymore. I am entitled to cry. You aren't. Do you know how hurt I was when I am so happy I couldn't stop crying? I don't know what I would have done if you said that you'd fallen in love with a new guy. He walked up to her and stopped a foot away. I would have been able to live with it once, but twice in a row was asking for too much. He reached out to hold her hands. She didn't resist. I concluded things with Sakura. It would have never worked. I am better off keeping an unrequited love forever than lie about my feelings to her. There will only be one girl for me, and it's you. I love you more than anything in this world, Ino. Will you forgive this moron and give him another chance? Why, you know you're being unfair. I am still mad at you. Tears began to drip from her eyes once again. Naruto cupped her face and wiped the thin streams with his thumbs. This is the last time I will have ever hurt you. I promise I will make you fall head over heels for me as you did, give you a taste of how to be obsessed as I've been. I am afraid there's no chance you will succeed. Naruto's devastated expression was priceless. His mouth opened a little, eyes asking why. Because you already have. No, Ino. Not so soon. You're giving him the upper hand. Ino, overbrimming with affection, silenced her conscience, grabbed Naruto's head, and kissed him hard on the lips. She hooked her arms around his neck and hummed into his mouth. She kept on it until he woke up and began returning her kiss. She broke away only to say I love you and repeated it so earnestly between pauses for breath her moans started to resemble the 3 words. When Ino drew away from him for real, she finally had her response. Take me away. Oh, God, I love you, please take me away. She was about to kiss Naruto again when Shingen entered the room. The head of the Kasai clan cleared his throat. Yamanaka-san, I believe there was a prior agreement between us that we are supposed to be husband and wife in a few days. No. I am leaving. I don't want to. Shinjin raised his hand. No need to panic. My clan is bound by a strict tradition. I can only allow chaste women to stand in the ceremony with me. He dangled a key at them. And, please, this is a temple, for heaven's sake. I'll file my withdrawal tomorrow. You have until morning to void the agreement. He winked at a furiously blushing Ino and mouthed good luck to a comically stunned Naruto. Shinjin's summer cottage was 10 minutes away. It was a 5-story tower on the side of the mountain that offered a bird's-eye view of the blue and gold Kasai Castle and the glimmering city surrounding it. The key that Shinjin had given them only allowed entry into the main door and the uppermost room of the tower. The place was supposed to be host to Ino and Shinjin's first night together. The caretakers had prepared it into perfection. Ino stood in the center of the room, flitting glances all over. She didn't know what to do. Her furthest experience so far in the intimate act of lovemaking was her torrid kiss a few minutes ago. She twiddled with her fingers, waiting in apprehension for Naruto to make the first move. She didn't want to kid herself into thinking that he hadn't had any experience. He was the hero, after all. He might have done it with Sakura, too, during the 2 weeks he was with her. As for her, she had been preoccupied with Sasuke her entire life to entertain even the thought of doing it with somebody else. Naruto approached her with a self-deprecating smile. He wrapped his arms around her waist and whispered in her ear, "Sorry to disappoint, but I am still a virgin," as if he had been able to read what was on her mind. "I sort of wanted you to be my first time." Suddenly confident of herself, Ino said, "Is that so?" "Poor you. Let me teach you then." Naruto pouted. "So, you aren't? And if I am not? What do you want to do about it?" "It's just. I am the man and all, so it's kinda embarrassing. That's all? I also want to meet your past partners. Boo-ha. And crush their balls with my Rasengan." Ino laughed. "Well, you won't have to do that." She grabbed his face and kissed him. "You're also going to be my first." They started slow. Naruto chewed on her lips and nudged her tongue for small tastes of saliva. Their teeth clashed when they messed up the timing, and this was when Ino lost her cool and tried to attack when it was her turn to back away. Naruto held her head up and kissed the exposed skin of her neck, her collarbones, the swath just above her breasts. He reached up to pull the strings of her sundress down and stopped to admire her nakedness. Ino watched him from above, like a goddess to a devotee, and when he looked up to ask for permission, she nodded. Her eruption when Naruto took a nipple in his mouth was too violent to describe. She lost all feeling in her legs and collapsed to her knees. Now she was again eye to eye with Naruto. "Where did you learn that?" she asked. "From Erosenen's books." Naruto carried her to the bed and resumed his ministrations. He enjoyed her skin as he trailed it down from her peaks to the valley of her navel. He lingered just at the border, savoring the taste of her sweat for a time. He was about to move on when gentle hands stopped his head from descending further. "Give me a few seconds," Ino said. "I need to catch." "Oh God." He didn't listen and got punished for it. His tongue had just landed on her sweetest spot when Ino screamed and released her second orgasm. "I told you." Naruto wiped his face with the bed sheet. "It was intentional." "No, I couldn't help it. On my part." "Jerk." Naruto knelt in front of Ino and stared at her face. Then he kissed her. While he gathered all her attention toward the kiss, he wedged himself into her. Ino screamed into his mouth at the surge of pain from her womanhood. She scrunched her face in preparation for his second thrust when she felt an intrusive warmth spreading in her abdomen. Ino relaxed her face into a triumphant grin. 1-2. It didn't take long until the score was tied. They kept chasing each other throughout the night, aware that it being their first time contributed significantly to the richness of each release. Either wouldn't let the other got ahead too far. When the score reached a point where its sum exceeded 2 digits, they stopped counting. From there it was who could keep at it longer. Ino, ever the high achiever, memorized Naruto's weaknesses. And though, physically, she should have been far inferior in stamina, her newly acquired knowledge about his soft spots rendered her good enough for a draw. Ino was the first one to wake up early that morning. She felt sore and sticky, but very satisfied. It had been an exhausting night, and she was sure they wouldn't be getting out of bed real soon. She turned her gaze up to the sleeping face of Naruto and sighed. Being this close to him gave her assurance that all of it hadn't been a dream. She reached out a finger and tapped his nose, slightly incredulous that at this distance he could be divinely beautiful. His skin was near perfect, tight and smooth like that of a baby's, almost as good as hers, which, of course, she took great pains to take care of. She couldn't believe she was now the owner of this gorgeous boy. Throw in his great life achievements and mouth-watering ass personality. It was more like owning a symbol. 2 drops of tears flowed out her eyes to validate her thoughts. I love you, baby butt. Love you, too, sweet cheeks, Naruto said without opening his eyes. Like the nickname. It'll go nicely with sweet cheeks. Ino laughed and smacked Naruto's lips with a loud kiss. I love you, I love you, I love you. You're so full of energy. Naruto pulled her closer. Don't make me call on my clones to return that. He kissed the top of her head. I love you a million times more. Let's bid this morning goodnight for now, he said before dozing off again. Good idea, Ino said. She buried her head into his chest and nodded off herself. The end. Extra chapter Ino and Sakura, a heartfelt apology. It had been 10 days now since Naruto ran off to reunite with Ino. It also had been 10 days now since Sakura stopped coming to work. If not for her mother's initiative to explain things to Shizune, the hospital would have penalized her for being AWOL. Sakura went to talk to Tsunade 3 days later about a particular assignment. Other than that, she stayed inside the house all the time. On the 5th day, she finally decided to talk to her mother about what had happened between her and Naruto. She also told Mabuki about her special assignment from Tsunade. After that, Sakura asked both of her parents to give her space. She requested them to make up something if anyone came looking for her. Sasuke had visited her twice. Mabuki informed her of these visits, but Sakura refused to see him. 5 days passed without anyone bothering her. When knocks came from her door, the sound was so out of place it made her panic a little. Sakura, Ino is here. She wants to see you, Mabuki said. She turned away on her pillow. Tell her I am out or something, Mom. Sakura. Sakura jumped when she heard the familiar voice. Mom. What the hell? Why did you let her in? Ive enough of this, Sakura. Sakura heard a click, which meant that her mother had just unlocked the door to her room. Ino, honey, I'll be downstairs if you need anything. Sakura, try not to mess up the house again. Sakura heard footsteps going down the stair. I am coming in, Ino said, pushing the door ajar. Am I gonna be fine? Auntie warned me to beware of flying objects. Are you kidding me? She doesn't know what she's saying. It was just a stupid picture frame. It could have been a stupid bed, too, you know. Will you go home already? Okay, fine. I am sorry. Ino entered and closed the door behind her. Why are you here? I've been worried about you. I heard from Tsunade-sama that you were sick. Well, sorry to disappoint. I am not sick, as you can see. Now go home. After all the courage I mustered to come here and see you? Nope. Not happening. I don't want to see somebody who's uglier than my mood. Ino's brow twitched. There's nothing ugly about the face being reflected on your forehead. Oh, yeah? Then what do you call those eye bags as dark as your armpits? They're not as bad as those puffy eyes as swollen as your belly. Don't speak like you're something else when there's a hair sticking out your nose. I'd rather it sticking out my nose than out my butt like yours. Stop making up ridiculous insults, you toddler. Let me remind you that it was not me who started this. They locked glares and then broke away at the same time. I am really worried about you, forehead. I don't need your sympathy, pig. I am not sympathizing with you. Then what did you come here for? Because I wanted to thank you. Sakura sneered. Oh, gosh, you're here to thank me? For what? For letting Naruto go? For not trying anything stupid, Ino said. She began to cry. I heard it all from Naruto. I was scared. Sakura regarded Ino for a minute, and then she sighed. Look. I was spouting those things in the heat of the moment. I couldn't help it. I was desperate. And I was actually sick for a couple of days, so. Hey, are you even listening? Ino shook her head. Sakura heaved another sigh. Come here. Ino hugged Sakura. You smell like bedsheets. Sakura lightly smacked the back of Ino's head. I know you're not the type, but if you ever hurt Naruto, I'll come back and take him from you. Wait. What do you mean come back? I accepted to accompany Sasuke for his surgery in Kirigakure. We'll be out of the village for a couple of years or so. What? But that's so sudden. It's not. Tsunade-sama has been trying to recruit medical neens since she received the letter from the Mizukage. It's just that nobody was interested. I never heard of that. Tsunade-sama did it in private. She might have skipped you because of Hana-san's initial disposition toward Sasuke. To be honest, I initially refused the offer, too, but I don't see any reason to keep avoiding him. And considering what happened between Naruto and me, this is a chance for me to move on. I don't think I can face that idiot right now, frankly speaking. I don't even want to hear his voice. When Ino just continued to stare, Sakura raised an eyebrow. What? I want iced tea. Grudgingly, Sakura went downstairs to get snacks. She invited Ino to the cramped balcony of her room. They propped pillows on the railing and lay down side by side. I thought that the first thing you'd do was strangle me, Ino said. If you had come a bit sooner, I would have. I didn't expect that at all. I mean, that guy was a Kasai, you know. By all rights, we should be at war right now. That's Uzumaki Naruto for you. Ino turned to Sakura. No hard feelings? Don't ask for the impossible. Still friends? That's a different matter, entirely, Ino. I love Naruto more than you can imagine, but I love you, too, like a sister. Just promise me that you'll take care of him. He deserves to be happy after all he's been through. I know. I can't even compare my infatuation with Sasuke in the past to the feelings I have for Naruto right now. I feel like I can give up everything for him. Things would have been different if I had noticed his feelings for me a little sooner. You wouldn't have fallen for him back then. Guess again. Sakura tried to picture it in her mind. Nope. Can't see it. Okay. Let's be honest, now. Had you ever seen Naruto's sleeping face when we were kids? Of course. Now, imagine it side by side with Sasuke and Niji's. What do you see? And there it is, the blush of admission. His only real turnoff for me was his inferiority complex. He didn't believe that anyone would approve of him. He thought he had to try really hard at everything. The truth is many girls had a crush on him back then. Okay. Now you're making things up. Ino laughed. Naruto was a notorious prankster. Many kids did not like him that much, especially the boys. Not to mention that he was always on to Sasuke, who was the crowd favorite. It's common sense that the girls wouldn't try to show it. You were not made aware of it because you were close to Naruto. They were afraid you would tell him. Never. That would have inflated his head too much. Sakura let out a shaky breath. As if triggered, all of her most vivid memories of the young Naruto surfaced to her consciousness. I wouldn't have heard the end of it. Yeah. He could be quite smug about the smallest things. Sakura started to sob as she replayed the scene in her head. He never told anyone when he was hurt, Ino went on. He kept on smiling through his pain. He couldn't even ask anybody to help him with homework. Ino's voice cracked in places as she wept through her speech. And though he had loved me for a long time, he tried his best not to show it because he was afraid that the other kids would be onto me. Sakura. Sakura. Sakura's face was a mess now, tears and snot intermingling on her skin. We would have fallen for him if we had paid closer attention, right? We would have fallen for him if we had stopped to consider. How could we have not if he was the sweetest boy we had ever met? I am sorry. I am sorry for taking him away from you. They stayed that way, holding hands until all the ice in their tea had melted, and the liquid turned warm. End. Sakura and Naruto. Oh well, said goodbye Hana-san, I think you've had enough, Naruto said. Hana glared at Naruto as she drank another cup of sake. They had just gotten back from Aomino, the province that Shingen governed. They were in Tsunade's house. Seated beside Naruto was Tsunade, who was now as red as Hana, and beside Tsunade was Shizune. Sasuke sat beside Hana across from them. And whose fault do you think it is? You almost managed to take us to war. But I had to save Ino. Shut it, or I'll stuff your mouth with more lobster. Hana growled. You two are really meant to be peas in the same pod. Rebellious, stubborn, reckless troublemakers. I am fed up. Tsunade-sama, would you kindly spank this boy for me? Tsunade laughed and pulled Naruto into her bosom. Naruto tried to push himself away but only succeeded in sinking his hands in Tsunade's enormous chest. Ho ho ho, it seems our Naruto has a thing for blondes. Damn it, Hana turned to Sasuke. Sasuke-kun, comfort me, too. Sasuke shoved Hana's face away. You've been drinking non-stop. You ought to take a break, Hana-san. I don't wanna. Tsunade tightened her embrace on Naruto. Knowing that he couldn't match Tsunade in strength, Naruto gave up struggling. He rested his chin on Tsunade's cleavage. Her breath smelled strongly of alcohol. Shingen shared with me the exact words you told him, Tsunade said. You don't care if Konoha is destroyed, huh? Such cheek. Her face relaxed into a tender expression. She put a wet kiss on Naruto's forehead. Under normal circumstances, I would have immediately branded you as a rogue ninja. Be grateful you're famous. If not, nobody could have saved your sorry ass out of that mess. This is the last time I am letting you off the hook, Naruto. I'll personally dispose of you if you so much as consider the same thing again. Understand? Yes, Bachan. Good. She released Naruto and reached out for a bottle of sake. Are your preparations going smoothly? Tell me if you need anything. Sasuke nodded. It's not finished yet, but we're right on schedule. I was finally able to meet Sakura 2 days ago. Naruto, aren't you going to talk with her? She's leaving in 3 days. Do you think it's a good idea? Naruto said. Good or bad, she'll be gone for at least 2 years. She's still your best friend despite everything that's happened. At least say a proper goodbye. She might run away if she saw me. Then chase after her. You're the orange flash, for God's sake. On the way home after the pre-departure meeting with Tsunade, Sakura felt an urge to pass by the elementary school. It was around 2 in the afternoon. Classes were still ongoing, and the street was almost empty. She stopped in front of the cylindrical building and recalled some fond memories of her childhood. Looking behind her, she found the tattered swing where Naruto had sat on while watching the other kids go home with their parents or friends. She went and sat down on it, imagining how it would have felt being scorned and shunned for no apparent reason. You barely fit on it. Sakura almost fell over when she heard Naruto's voice behind her. To hide her surprise, she cleared her throat. Are you trying to imply that I am fat? You've never really been fat, as in fat. You grow slightly chubby for a week during busy days, but that's it. You've got a nice body, to be honest. That's not appropriate to tell your best friend. How about thin or slender? Nope. Doesn't feel right. It's more of just right. I mean okay. Sakura giggled. I get it. You don't need to burn your brain to elaborate. I am sorry. I've been tailing you since you left the administrative building. Hoo-ha. Why though? If you wanted to talk, you didn't have to go umbu on me. I didn't want to mess up the timing and scare you away. What am I, a cat? Well, considering what I did, you probably wouldn't want to see me. Not probably. Naruto sighed. So, you're leaving the day after tomorrow. Yup. Be careful out there. Both of you. You don't have to remind me. No one talked for a few seconds. I heard you attacked a noble who was a blood relative of the daimyo, Sakura said. Tsunade-sama had to apologize personally to avoid a diplomatic crisis. I know that you can be reckless, but you overdid it this time. Yeah. I understand what I did and its consequences, but I had to do it. Sakura watched the splotches of sunlight on the ground that moved with the wind. If I were in the same situation, would you save me the same way? Okay, don't answer that. I would, he said without hesitation. Sakura turned to Naruto, hope Indiana her eyes. Even if it meant Naruto frowned and looked away. Sakura, don't make me choose. Please. You know what my answer will be. Sakura ignored him. Even if it meant abandoning Ino? Naruto stared into her eyes. I would never abandon Ino. Even if it meant losing me? Naruto clenched his jaws. Yes. Slowly, Sakura's lips stretched into a relieved smile. That's more like it. She left the swing and stretched her arms. I feel like I can finally move on. Naruto, come over here. She opened her arms wide. Seriously? Right here? He threw a quick glance at the school building's windows. Just come here. Okay, fine. When Naruto was close enough, Sakura suddenly grabbed his face and kissed him on the lips. With a broad grin reminiscent to how Naruto used to do it, she said, see you in 2 years. And thank you. Thank you for everything, Naruto. Yeah, Naruto said, returning her grin. Goodbye, Sakura. End. June in Shingen, the land's new name. Wherever she looked, June saw rice paddies. The farmers looked up and waved in greeting. She and Shingen sauntered on the shoulder of a dirt road under a clear sky. The plains stretched on for so long they seemed to extend beyond the horizon. Now this land is yours, Shingen said. I still can't believe it, but I am grateful to you, Kasai-sama. I don't have any interest in this land. It's best that you owned it. They stopped to watch a group of farmers sow stalks into the mud. I've been meaning to ask, but what changed your mind? June said. You are the head of the Kasai clan. Even if Naruto had been very powerful, you could have easily subjugated him with the right jutsu. I couldn't have won against him. He had bet everything on getting Yamanaka-san back. At that point, nothing was more important to him. Not his life, not his friends, not his village. Even with my vast repertoire of subjugation jutsu, I wouldn't have managed to put him down. That's what I felt, anyway. I see. If there is such a thing as true love, I think what Naruto-sama feels for Yamanaka-san defines it. I can't help but be jealous of Yamanaka-san. June thought that something was off with that statement. She made an involuntary step back. Shingen stared at her for a moment, and then he understood. I thought you'd know by now. Muji, my attendant always tells me to control my inner self, but I am no good at doing it. Did you miss all the signs? I did notice some peculiarities in you, but I ignored them. Shingen laughed. Do you know why my father felt elated at Hana-san's invitation? It's because it was the first time I'd shown any real interest in a girl. Does it mean? Let's just say that gender is the least of my worries, Shingen said. Is it okay for you to be telling me this? Naruto-sama is now a child of the Kasai clan, and soon he will marry Yamanaka-san. Technically, we are already relatives by law. I don't see anything wrong with sharing private secrets to a relative. I understand. June bowed at Shingen. Speaking of Naruto's adoption, I can't thank you enough. I shudder to think what it would have been had you declared war on Konoha. It all worked out because Naruto-sama is special. The clan elders were more than happy to accept him into our household. If someone has to be thankful for this gift, it's me. Be that as it may, I still apologize for Naruto's impertinence. Shinjin smiled, and it was dangerously captivating. June reined herself in. Naruto-sama moved my heart to the point that now I worship him. I cannot hold a grudge against the man who taught me how strong an honest heart can be. Shinjin began walking again, and June matched his step. Kasai Aki is a fitting name for him, June said. Bright flame. It aptly captures his character. That name is only a symbol that he is now a part of my family. I still think Uzumaki Naruto suits him better. I forbade him to use his Kasai name except for official family matters. That would be a waste. An idea suddenly occurred to June. I get it. I think I have the perfect use for it. How does Aki sound as this land's new name? End. Ino and Naruto. Onto the same shore. Naruto let out a long yawn as he sat up in his bed. The rays of the sun forced themselves into his room through the partly opened window. The morning breeze, which smelled of dew, played with the window's silk curtains. After a swift glance at the sky, he got out of bed, washed his face, and went down to the kitchen. There was still some leftover fried rice and grilled chicken from last night. It was perfect for breakfast. He put it inside the microwave. The rolled up, slightly drenched Daily Konoha newspaper protruded out the door trap. As usual, he made a cup of chocolate and read the paper in his living room while waiting for the microwave's ping. As he was turning the paper, urgent knocks from the door startled him. Frowning, he set down his cup and newspaper and went to get it. Whoever it was seemed to be in a hurry. I am coming. Don't destroy my door, geez. His frown vanished when he saw who it was. Ino? Ino flashed him a wicked smile. Naruto, she said, pulling a large suitcase to her side, I ran away from home. End.
Don't forget to like and subscribe to my channel if you haven't already. There is also a link in the description to my Patreon. It has Naruto fanfiction that cannot be posted on YouTube. There is some free content on there. So, you don't have to be a paying member to enjoy listening to excellent fanfiction.